Chapter 3. Schopenhauer, as educator, when the traveler, who had seen many countries and nations and continents, was asked what common attribute he had found everywhere existing among men, he answered, "They have a tendency to sloth. Many may think that the fuller truth would have been, they are all timid. They hide themselves behind manners and opinions. At bottom, every man knows well enough that he is a unique being. Only once on this earth, and by no extraordinary chance, will such a marvelously picturesque piece of diversity in unity as he is ever be put together a second time. He knows this, but hides it like an evil conscience. And why? From fear of his neighbor, who looks for the latest conventionalities in him, and is wrapped up in them himself. But what is it that forces the man to fear his neighbor, to think and act with his herd, and not seek his own joy? Shyness, perhaps, in a few rare cases, but in the majority it is idleness, the taking things easily, in a word, the tendency to sloth of which the traveler spoke. He was right. Men are more slothful than timid, and their greatest fear is of the burdens that an uncompromising honesty and nakedness of speech and action would lay on them. It is only the artists who hate this lazy wandering and borrowed manners and ill-fitting opinions, and discover the secret of the evil conscience, the truth that each human being is a unique marvel. They show us how in every little movement of his muscles the man is an individual self, and further, as an analytical deduction from his individuality, a beautiful and interesting object, a new and incredible phenomenon, as is every work of nature, that can never become tedious. If the great thinker despised mankind, it is for their laziness. They see mere indifferent bits of pottery, not worth any commerce or improvement. The man who will not belong to the general mass has only to stop taking himself easily, to follow his conscience, which cries out to him, "Be thyself, all that thou doest and thinkest and desirest." Is not thyself? Every youthful soul hears this cry day and night and quivers to hear it, for she divines the sum of happiness that has been from eternity destined for her, if she think of her true deliverance. And towards this happiness she can no wise be helped, so long as she lies in the chains of opinion and of fear. And how comfortless and unmeaning may life become without this deliverance. There is no more desolate or Ishmaelitish creature in nature than the man who has broken away from his true genius and does nothing but peer aimlessly about him. There is no reason to attack such a man at all, for he is a mere husk without a kernel, a painted cloth, tattered and sagging, a scarecrow ghost that can rouse no fear, and certainly no pity. And though one be right in saying of a sluggard that he is killing time, yet in respect of an age that rests its salvation on public opinion, that is, on private laziness, one must be quite determined that such a time shall be killed, once and for all. I mean that it shall be blotted from life's true history of liberty. Later generations will be greatly disgusted when they come to treat the movements of a period in which no living men ruled, but shadow men on the screen of public opinion, and to some far posterity our age may well be the darkest chapter of history, the most unknown because the least human. I walked through the new streets of our cities, and thought how of all the dreadful houses that these gentlemen with their public opinion have built for themselves, not a stone will remain in 100 years, and that the opinions of these busy masons may well have fallen with them. But how full of hope should they all be who feel that they are no citizens of this age? If they were, they would have to help on the work of killing their time and of perishing with it, when they wish rather to quicken the time to life, and in that life themselves to live. But even if the future leave us nothing to hope for, the wonderful fact of our existing at this present moment of time gives us the greatest encouragement to live after our own rule and measure. So inexplicable is it that we should be living just today, though there have been an infinity of time wherein we might have arisen, that we own nothing but a span's length of it, this today, and must show in it wherefore and whereunto we have arisen. We have to answer for our existence to ourselves, and will therefore be our own true pilots, and not admit that our being resembles a blind fortuity. One must take a rather impudent and reckless way with the riddle, especially as the key is apt to be lost, however things turn out. Why cling to your bit of earth or your little business, or listen to what your neighbor says? It is so provincial to bind oneself to views which are no longer binding a couple of 100 miles away. East and West are signs that somebody chalks up in front of us to fool such cowards as we are. I will make the attempt to gain freedom, says a youthful soul, and one will be hindered just because two nations happen to hate each other and go to war, or because there is a sea between two parts of the earth, or a religion is taught in the vicinity which did not exist 2,000 years ago. And this is not thyself, the soul says. No one can build thee the bridge over which thou must cross the river of life, save thyself alone. There are paths and bridges and demigods without number that will gladly carry thee over, but only at the price of thine own self. Thyself wouldst thou have to give in pawn, and then lose it. There is in the world one road whereon none may go, except thou. Ask not whither it lead, but go forward. Who was it that spake that true word? A man has never risen higher than when he knoweth not whither his road may yet lead him. But how can we find ourselves again, and how can man know himself? He is a thing obscure and veiled. If the hare have 7 skins, man can cast from him 70 times 7, and yet will not be able to say, Here art thou in very truth. This is outer shell no more. Also this digging into oneself, this straight, violent descent into the pit of one's being, is a troublesome and dangerous business to start. A man may easily take such hurt that no physician can heal him. And again, what were the use, since everything bears witness to our essence, our friendships and enmities, our looks and greetings, our memories and forgetfulnesses, our books and our writing? This is the most effective way, to let the youthful soul look back on life with the question, What hast thou up to now truly loved? What has drawn thy soul upward, mastered it, and blessed it too? Set up these things that thou hast honored before thee, and maybe they will show thee in their being and their order a law which is the fundamental law of thine own self. Compare these objects. Consider how one completes and broadens and transcends and explains another, how they form a ladder on which thou hast all the time been climbing to thyself. For thy true being lies not deeply hidden in thee, but an infinite height above thee, or at least above that which thou dost commonly take to be thyself. The true educators and molders reveal to thee the real groundwork and import of thy being, something that in itself cannot be molded or educated, but is anyhow difficult of approach, bound and crippled. Thy educators can be nothing but thy deliverers. And that is the secret of all culture. It does not give artificial limbs, wax noses, or spectacles for the eyes. A thing that could buy such gifts is but the base coin of education, but it is rather a liberation, a removal of all the weeds and rubbish and vermin that attack the delicate shoots, the streaming forth of light and warmth, the tender dropping of the night rain. It is the following and the adoring of nature when she is pitifully minded as a mother, her completion when it bends before her fierce and ruthless blasts and turns them to good, and draws a veil over all expression of her tragic unreason, for she is a stepmother too sometimes. There are other means of finding ourselves, of coming to ourselves out of the confusion wherein we all wander as in a dreary cloud. But I know none better than to think on our educators. So I will today take as my theme the hard teacher Arthur Schopenhauer and speak of others later. Section 2. In order to describe properly what an event my first look into Schopenhauer's writings was for me, I must dwell for a minute on an idea that recurred more constantly in my youth and touched me more nearly than any other. I wandered then as I pleased in a world of wishes, and thought that destiny would relieve me of the dreadful and wearisome duty of educating myself. Some philosopher would come at the right moment to do it for me. Some true philosopher who could be obeyed without further question, as he would be trusted more than oneself. Then I said within me, what would be the principles on which he might teach thee? And I pondered in my mind what he would say to the two maxims of education that hold the field in our time. The first demands that the teacher should find out at once the strong point in his pupil, and then direct all his skill and will, all the moisture and all the sunshine to bring the fruit of that single virtue to maturity. The second requires him to raise to a higher power all the qualities that already exist, cherish them, and bring them into a harmonious relation. But we may ask, Should one who has a decided talent for working in gold be made for that reason to learn music? And can we admit that Benvenuto Cellini's father was right in continually forcing him back to the dear little horn, the cursed piping, as his son called it? We cannot think so in the case of such a strong and clearly marked talent as his. And it may well be that this maxim of harmonious development applies only to weaker natures, in which there is a whole swarm of desires and inclinations, though they may not amount to very much, singly or together, on the other hand. Where do we find such a blending of harmonious voices, nay, the soul of harmony itself, as we see in natures like Cellini's, where everything, knowledge, desire, love, and hate, tends towards a single point, the root of all? In a harmonious system, the resultant of the various forces is built up through the irresistible domination of this vital center. And so, perhaps the two maxims are not contrary at all. The one merely saying that man must have a center, the other, a circumference as well. The philosophic teacher of my dream would not only discover the central force, but would know how to prevent its being destructive of the other powers. His task, I thought, would be the welding of the whole man into a solar system with life and movement, and the discovery of its paraphysical laws. In the meantime, I could not find my philosopher, however I tried. I saw how badly we moderns compare with the Greeks and Romans, even in the serious study of educational problems. You can go through all Germany, and especially all the universities, with this need in your heart, and will not find what you seek. Many humbler wishes than that are still unfulfilled there. For example, if a German seriously wished to make himself an orator, or to enter a school for authors, he will find neither master nor school. No one yet seems to have thought that speaking and writing are arts which cannot be learnt without the most careful method and untiring application. But to their shame, nothing shows more clearly the insolent self-satisfaction of our people than the lack of demand for educators. It comes partly from meanness, partly from want of thought. Anything will do as a so-called family tutor, even among our most eminent and cultured people. And what a menagerie of crazy heads and moldy devices mostly go to make up the belauded gymnasium. And consider what we are satisfied with in our finishing schools, our universities. Look at our professors and their institutions, and compare the difficulty of the task of educating a man to be a man. Above all, the wonderful way in which the German savants fall to their dish of knowledge shows that they are thinking more of science than mankind, and they are trained to lead a forlorn hope in her service, in order to encourage ever new generations to the same sacrifice. If their traffic with knowledge be not limited and controlled by any more general principles of education, but allowed to run on indefinitely, the more the better. It is as harmful to learning as the economic theory of laissez-faire to common morality. No one recognizes now that the education of the professors is an exceedingly difficult problem. If their humanity is not to be sacrificed or shriveled up, this difficulty can be actually seen in countless examples of natures warped and twisted by their reckless and premature devotion to science. There is a still more important testimony to the complete absence of higher education, pointing to a greater and more universal danger. It is clear at once why an orator or writer cannot now be educated, because there are no teachers, and why a savant must be a distorted and perverted thing, because he will have been trained by the inhuman abstraction, science. This being so, let a man ask himself, where are now the types of moral excellence and fame for all our generation, learned and unlearned, high and low, the visible abstract of constructive ethics for this age? Where has vanished all the reflection on moral questions that has occupied every great developed society at all epochs? There is no fame for that now, and there are none to reflect. We are really drawing on the inherited moral capital which our predecessors accumulated for us, and which we do not know how to increase, but only to squander. Such things are either not mentioned in our society, or if at all, with enough full one of personal experience that makes one disgusted. It comes to this, that our schools and professors simply turn aside from any moral instruction or content themselves with formulae. Virtue is a word and nothing more on both sides, an old-fashioned word that they laugh at, and it is worse when they do not laugh, for then they are hypocrites. An explanation of this faint-heartedness and ebbing of all moral strength would be difficult and complex. But whoever is considering the influence of Christianity in its hour of victory on the morality of the medieval world must not forget that it reacts also in its defeat, which is apparently its position today. By its lofty ideal, Christianity has outbidden the ancient systems of ethics and their invariable naturalism with which men came to feel a dull disgust. And afterwards, when they did reach the knowledge of what was better and higher, they found they had no longer the power, for all their desire, to return to its embodiment in the antique virtues. And so the life of the modern man is passed in seesawing between Christianity and paganism, between a furtive or hypocritical approach to Christian morality and an equally shy and spiritless dallying with the antique. And he does not thrive under it. His inherited fear of naturalism and its more recent attraction for it. His desire to come to rest somewhere, while in the impotence of his intellect, he swings backwards and forwards between the good and the better course. All this argues an instability in the modern mind that condemns it to be without joy or fruit. Never were moral teachers more necessary, and never were they more unlikely to be found. Physicians are most in danger themselves in times when they are most needed, and many men are sick. For where are our modern physicians who are strong and sure-footed enough to hold up our t'other or lead him by the hand? There lies a certain heavy gloom on the best men of our time, an eternal loathing for the battle that is fought in tired hearts between honesty and lies, a wavering of trust in themselves, which makes them quite incapable of showing to others the way they must go. So I was right in speaking of my wandering in a world of wishes when I dreamt of finding a true philosopher who could lift me from the slough of insufficiency and teach me again simply and honestly to be in my thoughts and life, in the deepest sense of the word out of season, simply and honestly, for men have now become such complicated machines that they must be dishonest if they speak at all or wish to act on their words. With such needs and desires within me did I come to know Schopenhauer, Paul II. I belong to those readers of Schopenhauer who know perfectly well, after they have turned the first page, that they will read all the others and listen to every word that he has spoken. My trust in him sprang to life at once, and has been the same for 9 years. I understood him as though he had written for me. This is the most intelligible, though a rather foolish and conceited way of expressing it. Hence, I never found a paradox in him, though occasionally some small errors, for paradoxes are only assertions that carry no conviction, because the author has made them himself without any conviction, wishing to appear brilliant, or to mislead, or, above all, to pose. Schopenhauer never poses. He writes for himself, and no one likes to be deceived, least of all a philosopher who has set this up as his law. Deceive nobody, not even thyself, neither with the white lies of all social intercourse which writers almost unconsciously imitate, still less with the more conscious deceits of the platform, and the artificial methods of rhetoric. Schopenhauer's speeches are to himself alone. Or if you like to imagine an auditor, let it be a son whom the father is instructing. It is a rough, honest, good-humored talk to one who hears and loves. Such writers are rare. His strength and sanity surround us at the first sound of his voice. It is like entering the heights of the forest, where we breathe deep and are well again. We feel a bracing air everywhere, a certain candor and naturalness of his own. That belongs to men who are at home with themselves, and masters of a very rich home indeed. He is quite different from the writers who are surprised at themselves if they have said something intelligent, and whose pronouncements for that reason have something nervous and unnatural about them. We are just as little reminded in Schopenhauer of the professor with his stiff joints worse for want of exercise, his narrow chest and scraggy figure, his slinking or strutting gait. And again, his rough and rather grim soul leads us not so much to miss as to despise the suppleness and courtly grace of the excellent Frenchman. And no one will find in him the gilded imitations of pseudo-Gallicism that our German writers prize so highly. His style in places reminds me a little of Goethe, but is not otherwise on any German model. For he knows how to be profound with simplicity, striking without rhetoric, and severely logical without pedantry. And of what German could he have learnt that? He also keeps free from the hair-splitting, jerky, and, with all respect, rather un-German manner of Lessing. No small merit in him, for Lessing is the most tempting of all models for prose style. The highest praise I can give his manner of presentation is to apply his own phrase to himself. A philosopher must be very honest to avail himself of no aid from poetry or rhetoric. That honesty is something, and even a virtue, is one of those private opinions which are forbidden in this age of public opinion. And so I shall not be praising Schopenhauer, but only giving him a distinguishing mark when I repeat that he is honest, even as a writer. So few of them are that we are apt to mistrust everyone who writes at all. I only know a single author that I can rank with Schopenhauer, or even above him, in the matter of honesty, and that is Montaigne. The joy of living on this earth is increased by the existence of such a man. The effect on myself, at any rate, since my first acquaintance with that strong and masterful spirit, has been that I can say of him as he of Plutarch. As soon as I open him, I seem to grow a pair of wings. If I had the task of making myself at home on the earth, I would choose him as my companion. Schopenhauer has a second characteristic in common with Montaigne, besides honesty, a joy that really makes others joyful. Alius laedius, sibi sapiens. There are two very different kinds of joyfulness. The true thinker always communicates joy in life, whether he is showing his serious or comic side, his human insight, or his godlike forbearance, without surly looks or trembling hands or watery eyes, but simply and truly, with fearlessness and strength, a little cavalierly perhaps and sternly, but always as a conqueror. And it is this that brings the deepest and intensest joy, to see the conquering God with all the monsters that he has fought. But the joyfulness one finds here and there in the mediocre writers and limited thinkers makes some of us miserable. I felt this. We are generally ashamed of such a quality in our contemporaries, because they show the nakedness of our time and of the men in it to posterity. Such fits de joie do not see the sufferings and the monsters that they pretend as philosophers to see and fight, and so their joy deceives us and we hate it. It tempts to the false belief that they have gained some victory. At bottom, there is only joy where there is victory, and this applies to true philosophy as much as to any work of art. The contents may be forbidding and serious, as the problem of existence always is. The work will only prove tiresome and oppressive if the slipshod thinker and the dilettante have spread the mist of their insufficiency over it. While nothing happier or better can come to man's lot than to be near one of those conquering spirits whose profound thought has made them love what is most vital, and whose wisdom has found its goal in beauty. They really speak. They are no stammerers or babblers. They live and move and have no part in the dance macabre of the rest of humanity. And so in their company one feels a natural man again, and could cry out with Goethe, what a wondrous and priceless thing is a living creature. How fitted to his surroundings. How true and real. I've been describing nothing but the first. Almost physiological impression made upon me by Schopenhauer, the magical emanation of inner force from one plant of nature to another, that follows the slightest contact. Analyzing it, I find that this influence of Schopenhauer has three elements: his honesty, his joy, and his consistency. He is honest as speaking and writing for himself alone, joyful because his thought has conquered the greatest difficulties, consistent because he cannot help being so. His strength rises like a flame in the calm air, straight up without a tremor or deviation. He finds his way without our noticing that he has been seeking it. So surely and cleverly and inevitably does he run his course, as if by some law of gravitation. If anyone have felt what it means to find, in our present world of centaurs and chimeras, a single-hearted and unaffected child of nature who moves unconstrained on his own road, he will understand my joy and surprise in discovering Schopenhauer. I knew in him the educator and philosopher I had so long desired. Only, however, in his writings, which was a great loss. All the more did I exert myself to see behind the book the living man whose testament it was, and who promised his inheritance to such as could and would be more than his readers, his pupils, and his sons. Section 3. I get profit from a philosopher just so far as he can be an example to me. There is no doubt that a man can draw whole nations after him by his example, as is shown by Indian history, which is practically the history of Indian philosophy. But this example must exist in his outward life, not merely in his books. It must follow the way of the Grecian philosophers, whose doctrine was in their dress and bearing, and general manner of life, rather than in their speech or writing. We have nothing yet of this breathing testimony in German philosophical life. The spirit has apparently long completed its emancipation, while the flesh has hardly begun. Yet it is foolish to think that the spirit can be really free and independent when this victory over limitation, which is ultimately a formative limiting of oneself, is not embodied anew in every look and movement. Kant held to his university, submitted to its regulations, and belonged, as his colleagues and students thought, to a definite religious faith. And naturally, his example has produced above all university professors of philosophy. Schopenhauer makes small account of the learned tribe, keeps himself exclusive, and cultivates an independence from state and society as his ideal, to escape the chains of circumstance here. That is his value to us. Many steps in the enfranchisement of the philosopher are unknown in Germany. They cannot always remain so. Our artists live more bravely and honorably than our example of all. Shows how genius need not fear a fight to the death with the established forms and ordinances, if we wish to bring the higher truth and order that lives in him to the light. The truth, however, of which we hear so much from our professors, seems to be a far more modest being, and no kind of disturbance is to be feared from her. She is an easygoing and pleasant creature, who is continually assuring the powers that be that no one need fear any trouble from her quarter. For man is only pure reason, and therefore I will say that philosophy in Germany has more and more to learn not to be pure reason. And it may well take as its model Schopenhauer the man. It is no less than a marvel that he should have come to be this human kind of example. For he was beset within and without by the most frightful dangers. That would have crushed and broken a weaker nature. I think there was a strong likelihood of Schopenhauer then going under, and leaving at best a residue of pure reason. And only at best, it was more probable that neither man nor reason would survive. A modern Englishman sketches the most usual danger to extraordinary men who live in a society that worships the ordinary. In this manner, such uncommon characters are first cowed, then become sick and melancholy, and then die. A Shelley could never have lived in England. A race of Shelleys would have been impossible. Our Holderins and Kleists were undone by their unconventionality, and were not strong enough for the climate of the so-called German culture. And only iron natures like Beethoven, Goethe, Schopenhauer, and Wagner could hold out against it. Even in them, the effect of this weary toiling and moiling is seen in many lines and wrinkles. Their breathing is harder, and their voice is forced. The old diplomatist, who had only just seen and spoken to Goethe, said to a friend, "Voilà un homme qui a eu de grands chagrins," which Goethe translated to mean, "That is a man who has taken great pains in his life." If the trace of the sorrow and activity we have gone through cannot be wiped from our features, it is no wonder that all that survives of us and our struggles should bear the same impress. And this is the Goethe to whom our cultured Philistines point as the happiest of Germans, that they may prove their thesis, that it must be possible to be happy among them, with the unexpressed corollary that no one can be pardoned for feeling unhappy and lonely among them. Hence, they push their doctrine in practice to its merciless conclusion that there is always a secret guilt in isolation. Poor Schopenhauer had this secret guilt too in his heart, the guilt of cherishing his philosophy more than his fellow men. And he was so unhappy as to have learned from Goethe that he must defend his philosophy at all costs from the neglect of his contemporaries, to save its very existence. For there is a kind of grand inquisitor censure in which the Germans, according to Goethe, are great adepts. It is called inviolable silence. This much at least was accomplished by it. The greater part of the first edition of Schopenhauer's masterpiece had to be turned into waste paper. The imminent risk that his great work would be undone, merely by neglect, bred in him a state of unrest, perilous and uncontrollable, for no single adherent of any note presented himself. It is tragic to watch his search for any evidence of recognition, and his piercing cry of triumph at last, that he would now really be read illegre et legar, touches us with a thrill of pain. All the traits in which we do not see the great philosopher show us the suffering man, anxious for his noblest possessions. He was tortured by the fear of losing his little property. and perhaps of no longer being able to maintain in its purity his truly antique attitude towards philosophy. He often chose falsely in his desire to find real trust and compassion in men, only to return with a heavy heart to his faithful dog again. He was absolutely alone, with no single friend of his own kind to comfort him, and between one and none there lies an infinity, as ever between something and nothing. No one who has true friends knows what real loneliness means, though he may have the whole world in antagonism round him. Ah, I see well you do not know what isolation is. Whenever there are great societies with governments and religions and public opinions, where there's a tyranny, in short, there will the lonely philosopher be hated, for philosophy offers an asylum to mankind where no tyranny can penetrate. The inner sanctuary, the center of the heart's labyrinth, and the tyrants are galled at it. Here do the lonely men lie hid. But here too lurks the greatest danger. These men who have saved their inner freedom must also live and be seen in the outer world. They stand in countless human relations by their birth, position, education, and country, their own circumstances, and the importunity of others. And so they are presumed to hold an immense number of opinions, simply because these happen to prevail. Every look that is not a denial counts as an assent. Every motion of the hand that does not destroy is regarded as an aid. These free and lonely men know that they perpetually seem other than they are. While they wish for nothing but truth and honesty, they are in a net of misunderstanding, and that ardent desire cannot prevent a mist of false opinions, of adaptations and wrong conclusions, of partial misapprehension and intentional reticence from gathering round their actions. And there settles a cloud of melancholy on their brows, for such natures hate the necessity of pretense worse than death, and the continual bitterness gives them a threatening and volcanic character. They take revenge from time to time for their forced concealment and self-restraint. They issue from their dens with lowering looks. Their words and deeds are explosive and may lead to their own destruction. Schopenhauer lived amid dangers of this sort. Such lonely men need love and friends, to whom they can be as open and sincere as to themselves, and in whose presence the deadening silence and hypocrisy may cease. Take their friends away, and there is left an increasing peril. Heinrich von Kleist was broken by the lack of love, and the most terrible weapon against unusual men is to drive them into themselves. And then their issuing forth again is a volcanic eruption. Yet there are always some demigods who can bear life under these fearful conditions and can be their conquerors. And if you would hear their lonely chant, listen to the music of Beethoven. So the first danger in whose shadow Schopenhauer lived was isolation. The second is called doubting of the truth. To this every thinker is liable who sets out from the philosophy of Kant, provided he be strong and sincere in his sorrows, and not a mere tinkling thought box or calculating machine. We all know the shameful state of things implied by this last reservation, and I believe it is only a very few men that Kant has so vitally affected as to change the current of their blood. To judge from what one reads, there must have been a revolution in every domain of thought since the work of this unobtrusive professor. I cannot believe it myself, for I see men, though darkly, as themselves needing to be revolutionized before any domains of thought can be so. In fact, we find the first mark of any influence Kant may have had on the popular mind in a corrosive skepticism and relativity. But it is only in noble and active spirits who could never rest in doubt that the shattering despair of truth itself could take the place of doubt. This was, for example, the effect of the Kantian philosophy on Heinrich von Kleist. It was only a short time ago, he writes in his poignant way, that I became acquainted with the Kantian philosophy, and I will tell you my thought, though I cannot fear that it will rack you to your inmost soul, as it did me. We cannot decide whether what we call truth is really truth, or whether it only seems so to us. If the latter, the truth that we amass here does not exist after death, and all our struggle to gain a possession that may follow us even to the grave is in vain. If the blade of this thought do not cut your heart, yet laugh not at another who feels himself wounded by it in his holy of holies. My one highest aim has vanished, and I have no more. Yes, when will men feel again deeply, as Kleist did, and learn to measure a philosophy by what it means to the Holy of Holies? And yet we must make this estimate of what Schopenhauer can mean to us after Kant, as the first pioneer to bring us from the heights of skeptical disillusionment or critical renunciation to the greater height of tragic contemplation. The nocturnal heaven with its endless crown of stars. His greatness is that he can stand opposite the picture of life and interpret it to us as a whole. While all the clever people cannot escape the error of thinking one comes nearer to the interpretation by a laborious analysis of the colors and material of the picture, with the confession, probably, that the texture of the canvas is very complicated and the chemical composition of the colors undiscoverable. Schopenhauer knew that one must guess the painter in order to understand the picture. But now the whole learned fraternity is engaged on understanding the colors in canvas, and not the picture, and only he who has kept the universal panorama of life and being firmly before his eyes will use the individual sciences without harm to himself, for without this general view as a norm, they are threads that lead nowhere and only confuse still more the maze of our existence. Here we see, as I said, the greatness of Schopenhauer, that he follows up every idea, as Hamlet follows a ghost, without allowing himself to turn aside for a learned digression, or be drawn away by the scholastic abstractions of a rabid dialectic. The study of the minute philosophers is only interesting for the recognition that they have reached those stages in the great edifice of philosophy where learned disquisitions for and against, where hair-splitting objections and counter-objections are the rule, and for that reason they evade the demand of every great philosophy to speak sub specie, eternitatis. This is the picture of the whole of life. Learn thence the meaning of thine own life. And the converse, read thine own life, and understand thence the hieroglyphs of the universal life. In this way must Schopenhauer's philosophy always be interpreted, as an individualist philosophy, starting from the single man in his own nature to gain an insight into his personal miseries and needs and limitations, and find out the remedies that will console them, namely the sacrifice of the ego and its submission to the nobler ends, especially those of justice and mercy. He teaches us to distinguish between the true and the apparent furtherance of man's happiness, how neither the attainment of riches, nor honor, nor learning, and raise the individual from his deep despair and his unworthiness, and how the quest for these good things can only have meaning through a universal end that transcends and explains them, the gaining of power to aid our physical nature by them, and as far as may be, correct its folly and awkwardness, for oneself only in the first instance, and finally through oneself for all. It is a task that leads to skepticism, for there is so much to be made better yet in one and all. Applying this to Schopenhauer himself, we come to the third and most intimate danger in which he lived, and which lay deep in the marrow of his being. Everyone is apt to discover a limitation in himself, in his gifts of intellect as well as his moral will, that fills him with yearning and melancholy. And as he strives after holiness through a consciousness of sin, so as an intellectual being, he has a deep longing after the genius in himself. This is the root of all true culture, and if we say this means the aspiration of man to be born again as saint and genius, I know that one need not be a Buddhist to understand the myth. We feel a strong loathing when we find talent without such aspiration, in the circle of the learned or among the so-called educated, for we see that such men, with all their cleverness, are no aid but a hindrance to the beginnings of culture and the blossoming of genius, the aim of all culture. There is a rigidity in them, parallel to the cold arrogance of conventional virtue, which also remains at the opposite pole to true holiness. Schopenhauer's nature contained an extraordinarily dangerous dualism. Few thinkers have felt as he did the complete and unmistakable certainty of genius within them, and his genius made him the highest of all promises, that there could be no deeper furrow than that which he was plowing in the ground of the modern world. He knew one half of his being to be fulfilled according to its strength, with no other need, and he followed with greatness and dignity his vocation of consolidating his victory. In the other half there was a gnawing aspiration, which we can understand when we hear that he turned away with a sad look from the picture of Rand, the founder of the Trappists, with the words, "That is a matter of grace." For genius evermore yearns after holiness as it sees further and more clearly from its watchtower than other men, deep into the reconciliation of thought and being, the kingdom of peace and the denial of the will, and up to that other shore of which the Indians speak. The wonder is that Schopenhauer's nature should have been so inconceivably stable and unshakable that it could neither be destroyed nor petrified by this yearning. Everyone will understand this after the measure of his own character and greatness. None of us will understand it in the fullness of its meaning. The more one considers these three dangers, the more extraordinary will appear his vigor in opposing them and his safety after the battle. True, he gained many scars and open wounds and a cast of mind that may seem somewhat too bitter and pugnacious, but his single ideal transcends the highest humanity in him. Schopenhauer stands as a pattern to men in spite of all those scars and scratches. We may even say that what was imperfect and all too human in him brings us nearer to him as a man, for we see a sufferer and a kinsman to suffering, not merely a dweller on the unattainable heights of genius. These three constitutional dangers that threaten Schopenhauer threaten us all. Each one of us bears a creative solitude within himself, and his consciousness of it forms an exotic aura of strangeness around him. Most men cannot endure it because they are slothful, as I said, and because their solitude hangs round them a chain of troubles and burdens. No doubt, for the man with this heavy chain, life loses almost everything that one desires from it in youth: joy, safety, honor. His fellow men pay him his due of isolation. The wilderness and the cave are about him, wherever he may live. He must look to it that he be not enslaved and oppressed, and become melancholy thereby. And let him surround himself with the pictures of good and brave fighters, such as Schopenhauer. The second danger, too, is not rare. Here and there we find one dowered by nature with a keen vision. His thoughts dance gladly in the witch's sabbath of dialectic, and if he uncautiously give his talent the rein, it is easy to lose all humanity and live a ghostly life in the realm of pure reason. Or through the constant search for the pros and cons of things, he may go astray from the truth and live without courage or confidence, in doubt, denial and discontent, and the slender hope that waits on disillusion. No dog could live long thus. The third danger is a moral or intellectual hardening. Man breaks the bond that united him to his ideal. He ceases to be fruitful and reproduce himself in this or that province, and becomes an enemy or a parasite of culture. The solitude of his being has become an indivisible, unrelated atom, an icy stone. And one can perish of this solitude, as well as of the fear of it, of oneself as well as one's self-sacrifice, of both aspiration and petrifaction, and to live is ever to be in danger of all the seven. Beside these dangers to which Schopenhauer would have been constitutionally liable, in whatever century he had lived, there were also some produced by his own time, and it is essential to distinguish between these two kinds. In order to grasp the typical and formative elements in his nature, the philosopher casts his eye over existence and wishes to give it a new standard value, for it has been the peculiar task of all great thinkers to be lawgivers for the weight and stamp in the mint of reality. And his task will be hindered if the men he sees near him be a weakly and worm-eaten growth. To be correct in his calculation of existence, the unworthiness of the present time must be a very small item in the addition. The study of ancient or foreign history is valuable, if at all, for a correct judgment on the whole destiny of man, which must be drawn not only from an average estimate, but from a comparison of the highest destinies that can befall individuals or nations. The present is too much with us. It directs the vision even against the philosopher's will, and it will inevitably be reckoned too high in the final sum. And so he must put a low figure on his own time as against others, and suppress the present in his picture of life, as well as in himself, must put it into the background, or paint it over, a difficult and almost impossible task. The judgment of the ancient Greek philosophers on the value of existence means so much more than our own, because they had the full bloom of life itself before them, and their vision was untroubled by any felt dualism between their wish for freedom and beauty on the grand scale, and their search after truth, with its single question, what is the real worth of life? Empedocles lived when Greek culture was full to overflowing with the joy of life, and all ages may take profit from his words. especially as no other great philosopher of that great time ventured to contradict them. Empedocles is only the clearest voice among them. They all say the same thing. If a man will but open his ears, a modern thinker is always in the throes of an unfulfilled desire. He is looking for life, warm, red life. That he may pass judgment on it, at any rate he will think it necessary to be a living man himself, before he can believe in his power of judging. And this is the title of the modern philosophers, to sit among the gradations of life, or rather of the will to live, and the reason why they can look from their own outwearied time and aspire to a truer culture and a clearer explanation. Their yearning is, however, their danger. The reformer in them struggles with the critical philosopher. And whichever way the victory incline, it also implies a defeat. How was Schopenhauer to escape this danger? We like to consider the great man as the noble child of his age, who feels its defects more strongly and intimately than the smaller men. And therefore the struggle of the great man against his age is apparently nothing but a mad fight to the death with himself. Only apparently, however, he only fights the elements in his time that hinder his own greatness, in other words, his own freedom and sincerity. And so, at bottom, he is only an enemy to that element, which is not truly himself, the irreconcilable antagonism of the temporal and eternal. In him, the supposed child of his age proves to be but a stepchild. From boyhood, Schopenhauer strove with his time, a false and unworthy mother to him, and as soon as he had banished her, he could bring back his being to its native health and purity. For this very reason, we can use his writings as mirrors of his time. It is no fault of the mirror if everything contemporary appear in it, stricken by a ravaging disease, pale and thin, with tired looks and hollow eyes. The stepchild's sorrow made visible. The yearning for natural strength, for a healthy and simple humanity, was a yearning for himself, and as soon as he had conquered his time within him, he was face to face with his own genius. The secret of nature's being and his own lay open. The stepmother's plot to conceal his genius from him was foiled, and now he could turn a fearless eye towards the question, what is the real worth of life? Without having any more to weigh a bloodless and chaotic age of doubt and hypocrisy. He knew that there was something higher and purer to be won on this earth than the life of his time. And a man does bitter wrong to existence who only knows it and criticizes it in this hateful form. Genius, itself the highest product of life, is now summoned to justify life, if it can. The noble creative soul must answer the question, dost thou in thy heart say yea unto this existence? Is it enough for thee? Wilt thou be its advocate and its redeemer, one true yea from thy lips, and the sorely accused life shall go free? How shall he answer? I have something more easy to explain, namely how Schopenhauer can help us to educate ourselves in opposition to our age, since we have the advantage of really knowing our age through him, if it be an advantage. It may be no longer possible in a couple of 100 years. I sometimes amuse myself with the idea that men may soon grow tired of books and their authors, and the savant of tomorrow come to leave directions in his will, that his body be burned in the midst of his books, including, of course, his own writings. And in the gradual clearing of the forests, might not our libraries be very reasonably used for straw and brushwood? Most books are born from the smoke and vapor of the brain, and to vapor and smoke may they well return. For having no fire within themselves, they shall be visited with fire, and possibly to a later century our own may count as the Dark Age, because our productions heated the furnace hotter and more continuously than ever before. We are anyhow happy that we can learn to know our time, and if there be any sense in busying ourselves with our time at all, we may as well do it as thoroughly as we can, so that no one may have any doubt about it. The possibility of this we owe to Schopenhauer. Our happiness would of course be infinitely greater if our inquiry showed that nothing so hopeful and splendid as our present epoch had ever existed. There are simple people in some corner of the earth today, perhaps in Germany, who are disposed to believe in all seriousness that the world was put right 2 years ago, and that all stern and gloomy views of life are now contradicted by it. Facts. The foundation of the new German Empire is to them the decisive blow that annihilates all the pessimistic philosophizers, no doubt of it. To judge the philosopher's significance in our time as an educator, we must oppose a widespread view like this, especially common in our universities. We must say it is a shameful thing that such abominable flattery of the time fetish should be uttered by a herd of so-called reflective and honorable men. It is a proof that we no longer see how far the seriousness of philosophy is removed from that of a newspaper. Such men have lost the last remnant of feeling, not only for philosophy, but also for religion, and have put in its place a spirit not so much of optimism as of journalism, the evil spirit that broods over the day and the daily paper. Every philosophy that believes the problem of existence to be shelved, or even solved by a political event, is a sham philosophy. There have been innumerable states founded since the beginning of the world. That is an old story. How should a political innovation manage once and for all to make a contented race of the dwellers on this earth? If anyone believe in his heart that this is possible, he should report himself to our authorities. He really deserves to be professor of philosophy in a German university, like Harms in Berlin, Jürgen Meyer in Bonn, and Carriere in Munich. We are feeling the consequences of the doctrine preached lately from all the housetops that the state is the highest end of man, and there is no higher duty than to serve it. I regard this not a relapse into paganism, but into stupidity. A man who thinks state service to be his highest duty very possibly knows no higher one. Yet there are both men and duties in a region beyond, and one of these duties, that seems to me at least of higher value than state service, is to destroy stupidity in all its forms, and this particular stupidity among them. And I have to do with a class of men whose teleological conceptions extend further than the well-being of a state. I mean with philosophers, and only with them in their relation to the world of culture, which is again almost independent of the good of the state. Of the many links that make up the twisted chain of humanity, some are of gold and others of pewter. How does the philosopher of our time regard culture? Quite differently, I assure you, from the professors who are so content with their new state. He seems to see the symptoms of an absolute uprooting of culture in the increasing rush and hurry of life, and the decay of all reflection and simplicity. The waters of religion are ebbing and leaving swamps or stagnant pools. The nations are drawing away in enmity again and long to tear each other in pieces. The sciences, blindly driving along on a laissez-faire system without a common standard, are splitting up and losing hold of every firm principle. The educated classes are being swept along in the contemptible struggle for wealth. Never was the world more worldly, never poorer in goodness and love. Men of learning are no longer beacons or sanctuaries in the midst of this turmoil of worldliness. They themselves are daily becoming more restless, thoughtless, loveless. Everything bows before the coming barbarism, art and science included. The educated men have degenerated into the greatest foes of education, for they will deny the universal sickness and hinder the physician. They become peevish, these poor nerveless creatures, if one speak of their weakness and combat the shameful spirit of lies in them. They would gladly make one believe that they have outstripped all the centuries, and they walk with a pretense of happiness which has something pathetic about it, because their happiness is so inconceivable. One would not even ask them, as Tannhauser did Bitterall, "What hast thou, poor wretch, enjoyed?" For alas, we know far better ourselves in another way. There is a wintry sky over us, and we dwell on a high mountain, in danger and in need. Short-lived is all our joy, and the sun's rays strike palely on our white mountains. Music is heard. An old man grinds an organ, and the dancers whirl round, and the heart of the wanderer is shaken within him to see it. Everything is so disordered, so drab, so hopeless. Even now there is a sound of joy, of clear, thoughtless joy. But soon the mist of evening closes round. The note dies away, and the wanderer's footsteps are heard on the gravel. As far as his eye can reach, there is nothing but the grim and desolate face of nature. It may be one-sided to insist only on the blurred lines and the dull colors in the picture of modern life, yet the other side is no more encouraging, it is only more disturbing. There is certainly strength there, enormous strength, but it is wild, primitive, and merciless. One looks on with a chill expectancy as though into the cauldron of a witch's kitchen. Every moment there may arise sparks and vapor to herald some fearful apparition. For a century we have been ready for a world-shaking convulsion. And though we have lately been trying to set the conservative strength of the so-called national state against the great modern tendency to volcanic destructiveness, it will only be, for a long time yet, an aggravation of the universal unrest that hangs over us. We need not be deceived by individuals behaving as if they knew nothing of all this anxiety. Their own restlessness shows how well they know it. They think more exclusively of themselves than men ever thought before. They plant and build for their little day, and the chase for happiness is never greater than when the quarry must be caught today or tomorrow. The next day, perhaps, there is no more hunting. We live in the atomic age, or rather, in the atomic chaos. The opposing forces were practically held together in medieval times by the Church, and in some measure assimilated by the strong pressure which she exerted. When the common tie broke and the pressure relaxed, they rose once more against each other. The Reformation taught that many things were a diaphora, departments that needed no guidance from religion. This was the price paid for its own existence. Christianity paid a similar one to guard itself against the far more religious antiquity, and laid the seeds of discord at once. Everything nowadays is directed by the fools and the knaves, the selfishness of the moneymakers and the brute forces of militarism. The state in their hands makes a good show of reorganizing everything, and of becoming the bond that unites the warring elements. In other words, it wishes for the same idolatry from mankind as they showed to the Church. And we shall yet feel the consequences. We are even now on the ice floes in the stream of the Middle Ages. They are thawing fast, and their movement is ominous. The banks are flooded and giving way. The revolution, the atomistic revolution, is inevitable, but what are those smallest indivisible elements of human society? There is surely far more danger to mankind in transitional periods like these than in the actual time of revolution and chaos. They are tortured by waiting and snatched greedily at every moment, and this breeds all kinds of cowardice and selfishness in them, whereas the true feeling of a great and universal need ever inspires men and makes them better. In the midst of such dangers, who will provide the guardians and champions for humanity, for the holy and inviolate treasure that has been laid up in the temples, little by countless generations? Who will set up again the image of man when men in their selfishness and terror see nothing but the trail of the serpent or the cur in them, and have fallen from their high estate to that of the brute or the automaton? There are three images of man fashioned by our modern time, which for a long while yet will urge mortal men to transfigure their own lives. They are the men of Rousseau, Goethe, and Schopenhauer. The first has the greatest fire and is most calculated to impress the people. The second is only for the few, for those contemplative natures in the grand style who are misunderstood by the crowd. The third demands the highest activity in those who will follow it. Only such men will look on that image without harm, for it breaks the spirit of that merely contemplative man, and the rabble shudder at it. From the first has come forth a strength that led and still leads to fearful revolution. For in all socialistic upheavals, it is ever Rousseau's man who is the Typhoeus under the Etna, oppressed and half crushed to death by the pride of caste and the pitilessness of wealth, spoilt by priests and bad education, a laughingstock even to himself. Man cries in his need on Holy Mother Nature, and feels suddenly that she is as far from him as any god of the Epicureans. His prayers do not reach her, so deeply sunk is he in the chaos of the unnatural. He contemptuously throws aside all the finery that seemed his truest humanity a little while ago. All his arts and sciences, all the refinements of his life. He beats with his fists against the walls in whose shadow he has degenerated, and goes forth to seek the light and the sun, the forest, and the crag, and crying out, "Nature alone is good, the natural man alone is human." He despises himself and aspires beyond himself, a state wherein the soul is ready for a fearful resolve, but calls the noble and the rare as well from their utter depths. Goethe's man is no such threatening force. In a certain sense, he is a corrective and a sedative to those dangerous agitations of which Rousseau's man is a prey. Goethe himself in his youth followed the gospel of kindly nature. With all the ardor of his soul, his Faust was the highest and boldest picture of Rousseau's man, so far at any rate as his hunger for life, his discontent in Europe, his intercourse with the demons of the heart could be represented. But what comes from these congregated storm clouds? Not a single lightning flash. And here begins the new image of man. the man according to Goethe. One might have thought that Faust would have lived a continual life of suffering, as a revolutionary and a deliverer, as the negative force that proceeds from goodness, as the genius of ruin, alike religious and demonic, in opposition to his utterly undemonic companion, though of course he could not be free of this companion, and had at once to use and despise his evil and destructive skepticism, which is the tragic destiny of all revolutionary deliverers. One is wrong, however, to expect anything of the sort. Goethe's man here parts company with Rousseau's, for he hates all violence, all sudden transition, that is, all action, and the universal deliverer becomes merely the universal traveler. All the riches of life and nature, all antiquity, arts, mythologies, and sciences pass before his eager eyes. His deepest desires are aroused and satisfied. Helen herself can hold him no more, and the moment must come for which his mocking companion is waiting. At a fair spot on the earth, his flight comes to an end. His pinions drop, and Mephistopheles is at his side. When the German ceases to be Faust, there is no danger greater than of becoming a Philistine and falling into the hands of the devil. Heavenly powers alone can save him. Goethe's man is, as I said, the contemplative man in the grand style, who is only kept from dying of ennui by feeding on all the great and memorable things that have ever existed, and by living from desire to desire. He is not the active man. And when he does take a place among active men, as things are, you may be sure that no good will come of it. Think, for example, of the zeal with which Goethe wrote for the stage. And further, you may be sure that things as they are will suffer no change. Goethe's man is a conciliatory and conservative spirit, though in danger of degenerating into a Philistine, just as Rousseau's man may easily become a Catiline. All his virtues would be the better by the addition of a little brute force and elemental passion. Goethe appears to have seen where the weakness and danger of his creation lay, as is clear from Jarno's word to Wilhelm Meister. You are bitter and ill-tempered, which is quite an excellent thing. If you could once become really angry, it would be still better. To speak plainly, it is necessary to become really angry in order that things may be better. The picture of Schopenhauer's man can help us here. Schopenhauer's man voluntarily takes upon himself the pain of telling the truth. This pain serves to quench his individual will and make him ready for the complete transformation of his being, which it is the inner meaning of life to realize. This openness in him appears to other men to be an effect of malice, for they think the preservation of their shifts and pretenses to be the first duty of humanity, and anyone who destroys their playthings to be merely malicious. They are tempted to cry out to such a man in Faust's words to Mephistopheles. So to the active and eternal creative force, in cold disdain you now oppose the fist infernal, and he who would live according to Schopenhauer would seem to be more like a Mephistopheles than a Faust. That is, to our weak modern eyes, which always discover signs of malice in any negation. But there is a kind of denial and destruction that is the effect of that strong aspiration after holiness and deliverance, which Schopenhauer was the first philosopher to teach our profane and worldly generation. Everything that can be denied deserves to be denied, and real sincerity means the belief in a state of things which cannot be denied, or in which there is no lie. The sincere man feels that his activity has a metaphysical meaning. It can only be explained by the laws of a different and a higher life. It is in the deepest sense an affirmation, even if everything that he does seem utterly opposed to the laws of our present life. It must lead, therefore, to constant suffering. It must lead, therefore, to constant suffering. But he knows, as Meister Eckhart did, that the quickest beast that will carry you to perfection is suffering. Everyone, I should think, who has such an ideal before him must feel a wider sympathy. And he will have a burning desire to become a Schopenhauer man, pure and wonderfully patient, on his intellectual side full of a devouring fire, and far removed from the cold and contemptuous neutrality of the so-called scientific man. So high above any warped and morose outlook on life as to offer himself as the first victim of the truth he has won, with a deep consciousness of the sufferings that must spring from his sincerity. His courage will destroy his happiness on earth. He must be an enemy to the men he loves and the institutions in which he grew up. He must spare neither person nor thing. However it may hurt him, he will be misunderstood and thought an ally of forces that he abhors. In his search for righteousness, he will seem unrighteous by human standards, but he must comfort himself with the words that his teacher Schopenhauer once used. A happy life is impossible. The highest thing that man can aspire to is a heroic life, such as a man lives who is always fighting against unequal odds for the good of others and wins in the end without any thanks. After the battle is over, he stands like the prince in the Rue Corvo of Gossi, with dignity and nobility in his eyes, but turned to stone. His memory remains and will be reverenced as a hero's, his will. That has been mortified all his life by toiling and struggling, by evil payment and ingratitude is absorbed into nirvana. Such a heroic life, with its full mortification, corresponds very little to the paltry ideas of the people who talk most about it, and make festivals in memory of great men, in the belief that a great man is great in the sense that they are small, either through exercise of his gifts to please himself or by a blind mechanical obedience to this inner force, so that the man who does not possess the gift or feel the compulsion has the same right to be small as the other to be great. But gift and compulsion are contemptible words, mere means of escape from an inner voice, a slander on him who has listened to the voice. The great man, he least of all will allow himself to be given or compelled to anything, for he knows as well as any smaller man how easily life can be taken, and how soft the bed whereon he might lie, if he went the pleasant and conventional way with himself and his fellow creatures. All the regulations of mankind are turned to the end, that the intense feeling of life may be lost in continual distractions. Now, why will he so strongly choose the opposite and try to feel life, which is the same as to suffer from life? Because he sees that men will tempt him to betray himself, and that there is a kind of agreement to draw him from his den. He will prick up his ears and gather himself together and say, I will remain mine own. He gradually comes to understand what a fearful decision it is. For he must go down into the depths of being with a string of curious questions on his lips. Why am I alive? What lesson have I to learn from life? How have I become what I am? And why do I suffer in this existence? He is troubled, and sees that no one is troubled in the same way, but rather that the hands of his fellow men are passionately stretched out towards the fantastic drama of the political theater, or they themselves are treading the boards under many disguises. Youths, men and graybeards, fathers, citizens, priests, merchants, and officials, busy with the comedy they are all playing, and never thinking of their own selves. To the question, to what end dost thou live? They would all immediately answer with pride, to become a good citizen or professor or statesman. And yet there are something which can never be changed. And why are they just this? And why nothing better? The man who only regards his life as a moment in the evolution of a race or a state or a science, and will belong merely to a history of becoming, has not understood the lesson of existence and must learn it over again. This eternal becoming, something, is a lying puppet show in which man has forgot himself. It is the force that scatters individuality to the four winds, the eternal childish game that the big baby time is playing in front of us and with us. The heroism of sincerity lies in ceasing to be the plaything of time. Everything in the process of becoming is a hollow sham, contemptible and volatile. Shallow. Man can only find the solution of his riddle in being something definite and unchangeable. He begins to test how deep both becoming and being are rooted in him, and a fearful task is before his soul, to destroy the first and bring all the falsity of things to the light. He wishes to know everything, not to feed a delicate taste, like Goethe's man, to take delight from a safe place in the multiplicity of existence. But he himself is the first sacrifice that he brings. The heroic man does not think of his happiness or misery, his virtues or his vices, or of his being the measure of things. He has no further hopes of himself and will accept the utter consequences of his hopelessness. His strength lies in his self-forgetfulness. If he have a thought for himself, it is only to measure the vast distance between himself and his aim, and to view what he has left behind him as so much dross. The old philosophers sought for happiness and truth with all their strength, and there is an evil principle in nature that not one shall find that which he cannot help seeking. But the man who looks for a lie in everything and becomes a willing friend to unhappiness shall have a marvelous disillusioning. There hovers near him something unutterable, of which truth and happiness are but idolatrous images born of the night. The earth loses her dragging weight. The events and powers of earth become as a dream, and a gradual clearness widens round him like a summer evening. It is as though the beholder of these things began to wake, and had only been the clouds of a passing dream that had been weaving about him. They will at some time disappear, and then will it be day. Section 5. But I have promised to speak of Schopenhauer as far as my experience goes as an educator, and it is far from being sufficient to paint the ideal humanity, which is the Platonic idea in Schopenhauer, especially as my representation is an I am perfect one. The most difficult task remains to say how a new circle of duties may spring from this ideal, and how one can reconcile such a transcendent aim with ordinary action. To prove, in short, that the ideal is educative. One might otherwise think it to be merely the blissful or intoxicating vision of a few rare moments that leaves us afterwards the prey of a deeper disappointment. It is certain that the ideal begins to affect us in this way when we come suddenly to distinguish light and darkness, bliss and abhorrence. This is an experience that is as old as ideals themselves. But we ought not to stand in the doorway for long. We should soon leave the first stages and ask the question, seriously and definitely, is it possible to bring that incredibly high aim so near us that it should educate us or lead us out as well as lead us upward? In order that the great words of Goethe be not fulfilled in our case, man is born to a state of limitation. He can understand ends that are simple, present, and definite, and is accustomed to make use of means that are near to his hand. But as soon as he comes into the open, he knows neither what he wishes nor what he ought to do, and it is all one whether he be confused by the multitude of objects or set beside himself by their greatness and importance. It is always his misfortune to be led to strive after something which he cannot attain by any ordinary activity of his own. The objection can be made with apparent reason against Schopenhauer's man, that his greatness and dignity can only turn our heads and put us beyond all community with the active men of the world. The common round of duties, the noiseless tenor of life has disappeared. One man may possibly get accustomed to living in a reluctant dualism, that is, in a contradiction with himself, becoming unstable, daily weaker, and less productive, while another will renounce all action on principle, and scarcely endure to see others active. The danger is always great when a man is too heavy laden and cannot really accomplish any duties. Stronger natures may be broken by it. The weaker, which are the majority, sink into a speculative laziness, and at last, from their laziness, lose even the power of speculation. With regard to such objections, I will admit that our work has hardly begun, and so far as I know, I only see one thing clearly and definitely, that it is possible for that ideal picture to provide you and me with a chain of duties that may be accomplished. And some of us already feel its pressure. In order, however, to be able to speak in plain language of the formula under which I may gather the new circle of duties, I must begin with the following considerations. The deeper minds of all ages have had pity for animals because they suffer from life and have not the power to turn the sting of the suffering against themselves and understand their being metaphysically. The sight of blind suffering is the spring of the deepest emotion, and in many quarters of the earth, men have supposed that the souls of the guilty have entered into beasts, and that the blind suffering which at first sight calls for such pity has a clear meaning and purpose to the divine justice of punishment and atonement, and a heavy punishment it is to be condemned to live in hunger and need, in the shape of a beast, and to reach no consciousness of oneself in this life. I can think of no harder lot than the wild beast. He is driven to the forest by the fierce pang of hunger that seldom leaves him at peace. And peace is itself a torment. The surfeit after horrid food, won, maybe, by a deadly fight with other animals, to cling to life, blindly and madly, with no other aim, to be ignorant of the reason or even the fact of one's punishment, nay, to thirst after it as if it were a pleasure with all the perverted desire of a fool. This is what it means to be an animal, if universal nature leads up to man. It is to show us that he is necessary to redeem her from the curse of the beast's life, and that in him existence can find a mirror of itself wherein life appears, no longer blind, but in its real metaphysical significance. But we should consider where the beast ends and the man begins, the man, the one concern of nature. As long as anyone desires life as a pleasure in itself, he has not raised his eyes above the horizon of the beast. He only desires more consciously what the beast seeks by a blind impulse. It is so with us all for the greater part of our lives. We do not shake off the beast, but are beasts ourselves, suffering we know not what. But there are moments when we do know, and then the clouds break, and we see how, with the rest of nature, we are straining towards the man as to something that stands high above us. We look round and behind us, and fear the sudden rush of light. The beasts are transfigured, and ourselves with them. The enormous migrations of mankind in the wildernesses of the world. The cities they found and the wars they wage. Their ceaseless gatherings and dispersions and fusions. The doctrines they blindly follow. Their mutual frauds and deceits. The cry of distress, the shriek of victory, are all a continuation of the beast in us. As if the education of man has been intentionally set back, and his promise of self-consciousness frustrated, as if, in fact, after yearning for man so long, and at last reaching him by her labor, nature should not recoil from him and wish to return to a state of unconscious instinct. She has need of knowledge, and shrinks before the very knowledge she needs. The flame flickers unsteadily and fears its own brightness, and takes hold of 1,000 things before the one thing for which knowledge is necessary. There are moments when we all know that our most elaborate arrangements are only designed to give us refuge from our real task in life. We wish to hide our heads somewhere, as if our Argus-eyed conscience could not find us out. We are quick to send our hearts on state service or money-making or social duties or scientific work in order to possess them no longer ourselves. We are more willing and instinctive slaves of the hard day's work than mere living requires, because it seems to us more necessary not to be in a position to think. The hurry is universal, because everyone is fleeing before himself. Its concealment is just as universal. As we wish to seem contented and hide our wretchedness from the keener eyes, and so there is a common need for a new carillon of words to hang in the temple of life, and peal for its noisy festival. We all know the curious way in which unpleasant memories suddenly throng on us, and how we do our best by loud talk and violent gestures to put them out of our mind. But the gestures and the talk of our ordinary life make one think we are all in this condition, frightened of any memory or any inward gaze. What is it that is always troubling us? What is the gnat that will not let us? There are spirits all about us. Each moment of life has something to say to us, but we will not listen to the spirit voices. When we are quiet and alone, we fear that something will be whispered in our ears, and so we hate the quiet and dull our senses in society. We understand this sometimes, as I say, and stand amazed at the whirl and the rush and the anxiety, and all the dream that we call our life. We seem to fear the awakening, and our dreams too become vivid and restless as the awakening draws near. But we feel as well that we are too weak to endure long those intimate moments, and that we are not the men to whom universal nature looks as her redeemers. It is something to be able to raise our heads but for a moment, and see the stream in which we are sunk so deep. We cannot gain even this transitory moment of awakening by our own strength. We must be lifted up, and who are they that will uplift us? The sincere men who have cast out the beast, the philosophers, artists, and saints. Nature, qua nunquam, facet saltun, has made her one leap in creating them, a leap of joy as she feels herself for the first time at her goal, where she begins to see that she must learn not to have goals above her, and that she has played the game of transition too long. The knowledge transfigures her, and there rests on her face the gentle weariness of evening that men call beauty. Her words after this transfiguration are as a great light shed over existence. And the highest wish that mortals can reach is to listen continually to her voice with ears that hear. If a man think of all that Schopenhauer, for example, must have heard in his life, he may well say to himself, the deaf ears, the feeble understanding, and shrunken heart, everything that I call mine, how I despise them. Not to be able to fly, but only to flutter one's wings, to look above oneself and have no power to rise, to know the road that leads to the wide vision of the philosopher, and to reel back after a few steps. Were there but one day when the great wish might be fulfilled, how gladly would we pay for it with the rest of life. To rise as high as any thinker yet into the pure icy air of the mountain, where there are no mists and veils, and the inner constitution of things is shown in a stark and piercing clarity. Even by thinking of this, the soul becomes infinitely alone. But were its wish fulfilled, did its glance once fall straight as a ray of light on the things below? Were shame and anxiety and desire gone forever? One could find no words for its state then, for the mystic and tranquil emotion with which, like the soul of Schopenhauer, it would look down on the monstrous hieroglyphics of existence and the petrified doctrines of becoming, not as the brooding night, but as the red and glowing day that streams over the earth. And what a destiny it is only to know enough of the fixity and happiness of the philosopher to feel the complete unfixity and unhappiness of the false philosopher. There were sorrow enough here, if ever, to make such a man envious and spiteful. But he will turn aside, that he may not destroy his soul by a vain aspiration, and will discover a new circle of duties. I can now give an answer to the question whether it be possible to approach the great ideal of Schopenhauer's man by any ordinary activity of our own. In the first place, the new duties are certainly not those of a hermit. They imply rather a vast community held together not by external forms, but by a fundamental idea, namely that of culture, though only so far as it can put a single task before each of us to bring the philosopher, the artist, and the saint, within and without us, to the light and to strive thereby for the completion of nature. For nature needs the artist as she needs the philosopher, for a metaphysical end, the explanation of herself, whereby she may have a clear and sharp picture of what she only saw dimly in the troubled period of transition, and so may reach self-consciousness. Goethe, in an arrogant yet profound phrase, showed how all nature's attempts only have value insofar as the artist interprets her stammering words, meets her halfway, and speaks aloud what she really means. I have often said, and will often repeat, he exclaims in one place, the causa finalis of natural and human activity is dramatic poetry. Otherwise, the stuff is of no use at all. Finally, nature needs the saint. In him, the ego has melted away, and the suffering of his life is practically no longer felt as individual, but as the spring of the deepest sympathy and intimacy with all living creatures. He sees the wonderful transformation scene that the comedy of becoming never reaches, the attainment at length of the high state of man after which all nature is striving, that she may be delivered from herself. Without doubt, we all stand in close relation to him as well as to the philosopher and the artist. There are moments, sparks from the clear fire of love, in whose light we understand the word I no longer. There is something beyond our being that comes for those moments to the hither side. And this is why we long in our hearts for a bridge from here to there. In our ordinary state, we can do nothing towards the production of the new redeemer. And so we hate ourselves in this state with a hatred. That is the root of the pessimism which Schopenhauer had to teach again to our age. Though it is as old as the aspiration after culture, its root, not its flower, the foundation, not the summit. The beginning of the road, not the end, for we have to learn at some time to hate something else, more universal in our own personality with its wretched limitation, its change and its unrest. And this will be when we shall learn to love something else than we can love now. When we are ourselves received into that high order of philosophers, artists, and saints in this life, or a reincarnation of it, a new object for our love and hate will also rise before us. As it is, we have our task and our circle of duties, our hates and our loves. For we know that culture requires us to make ready for the coming of the Schopenhauer man. And this is the use we are to make of him. We must know what obstacles there are and strike them from our path. In fact, wage unceasing war against everything that hindered our fulfillment and prevented us from becoming Schopenhauer's men ourselves. Section 6. It is sometimes harder to agree to a thing than to understand it. Many will feel this when they consider the proposition, mankind must toil unceasingly to bring forth individual great men. This and nothing else is its task. One would like to apply to society and its ends a fact that holds universally in the animal and vegetable world, where progress depends only on the higher individual types, which are rarer yet more persistent. Complex and productive, but traditional notions of what the end of society is absolutely bar the way. We can easily understand how in the natural world where one species passes at some point into a higher one, the aim of their evolution cannot be held to lie in the high level attained by the mass, or in the latest types developed, but rather in what seem accidental beings produced here and there by favorable circumstances. It should be just as easy to understand that it is the duty of mankind to provide the circumstances favorable to the birth of the new Redeemer, simply because men can have a consciousness of their object. But there is always something to prevent them. They find their ultimate aim the happiness of all, or the greatest number, or in the expansion of a great commonwealth. A man will very readily decide to sacrifice his life for the state. He will be much slower to respond if an individual and not a state ask for the sacrifice. It seems to be out of reason that one man should exist for the sake of another. Let it be rather for the sake of every other, or, at any rate, of as many as possible. Oh, upright judge, as if it were more in reason to let the majority decide a question of value and significance. For the problem is, in what way may your life, the individual life, retain the highest value and the deepest significance? And how may it least be squandered? Only by your living for the good of the rarest and most valuable types, not for that of the majority, who are the most worthless types, taken as individuals. This way of thinking should be implanted and fostered in every young man's mind. He should regard himself both as a failure of nature's handiwork and a testimony to her larger ideas. She has succeeded badly, he should say, but I will do honor to her great idea by being a means to its better success. With these thoughts, he will enter the circle of culture, which is the child of every man's self-knowledge and dissatisfaction. He will approach and say aloud, I see something above me, higher and more human than I. Let all help me to reach it, as I will help all who know and suffer as I do, that the man may arise at last who feels his knowledge and love, vision, and power. To be complete and boundless, who in his universality is one with nature, the critic and judge of existence, it is difficult to give anyone this courageous self-consciousness, because it is impossible to teach love. From love alone the soul gains not only the clear vision that leads to self-contempt, but also the desire to look to a higher self, which is yet hidden, and strive upward to it with all its strength. And so he who rests his hope on a future great man receives his first initiation into culture. The sign of this is shame or vexation at oneself, a hatred of one's own narrowness, a sympathy with the genius that ever raises its head again from our misty wastes, a feeling for all that is struggling into life, the conviction that nature must be helped in her hour of need to press forward to the man. However ill she seem to prosper, whatever success may attend her marvelous forms and projects. So that the men with whom we live are like the debris of some precious sculptures, which cry out, Come and help us! Put us together, for we long to become complete. I called this inward condition the first initiation into culture. I have now to describe the effects of the second initiation, a task of greater difficulty. It is the passage from the inner life to the criticism of the outer life. The eye must be turned to find in the great world of movement the desire for culture that is known from the immediate experience of the individual, who must use his own strivings and aspirations as the alphabet to interpret those of humanity. He cannot rest here either, but must go higher. Culture demands from him not only that inner experience, not only the criticism of the outer world surrounding him, but action too to crown them all. The fight for culture against the influences and conventions and institutions where he cannot find his own aim, the production of genius. Anyone who can reach the second step will see how extremely rare and imperceptible the knowledge of that end is, though all men busy themselves with culture and expend vast labor in her service. He asks himself in amazement, is not such knowledge after all absolutely necessary? Can nature be said to attain her end? If men have a false idea of the aim of their own labor, and anyone who thinks a great deal of nature's unconscious adaptation of means to ends will probably answer at once, yes, men may think and speak what they like about their ultimate end. Their blind instinct will tell them the right road. It requires some experience of life to be able to contradict this. But let a man be convinced of the real aim of culture, the production of the true man and nothing else. Let him consider that, amid all the pageantry and ostentation of culture at the present time, the conditions for its production are nothing but a continual battle of the beasts. And he will see that there is great need for a conscious will to take the place of that blind instinct. There is another reason also to prevent the possibility of turning this obscure impulse to quite different ends in a direction where our highest aim can no longer be attained. For we must beware of a certain kind of misapplied and parasitical culture. The powers at present most active in its propagation have other casts of thought that prevent their relation to culture from being pure and disinterested. The first of these is the self-interest of the businessmen. This needs the help of culture and helps her in return, though at the price of prescribing her ends and limits. And their favorite sorites is, we must have as much knowledge and education as possible. This implies as great a need as possible for it. This again as much production. This again as much material wealth and happiness as possible. This is the seductive formula. Its preachers would define education as the insight that makes man through and through a child of his age in his desires and their satisfaction, and gives him command over the best means of making money. Its aim would be to make current men, in the same sense as one speaks of the currency in money, and in their view, the more current men there are, the happier the people. The object of modern educational systems is therefore to make each man as current as his nature will allow him, and to give him the opportunity for the greatest amount of success and happiness that can be got from his particular stock of knowledge. He is required to have just so much idea of his own value through his liberal education as to know what he can ask of life, and he is assured that a natural and necessary connection between intelligence and property not only exists, but is also a moral necessity. All education is detested that makes for loneliness, and has an aim above money-making, and requires a long time. Men look askance on such serious education as mere refined egoism or immoral Epicureanism. The converse, of course, holds, according to the ordinary morality, that education must be soon over to allow the pursuit of money to be soon begun, and should be just thorough enough to allow of much money being made. The amount of education is determined by commercial interests. In short, man has a necessary claim to worldly happiness. Only for that reason is education necessary. There is education necessary. Secondly, the self-interest of the state, which requires the greatest possible breadth and universality of culture, and has the most effective weapons to carry out its wishes. If it be firmly enough established, not only to initiate, but control education and bear its whole weight, such breadth will merely profit the competition of the state with other states generally implies. A highly civilized state generally implies. At the present time, the task of setting free the spiritual forces of a generation just so far as they may be of use to the existing institutions. As a mountain stream is split up by embankments and channels, and its diminished power made to drive mill wheels, its full strength being more dangerous than useful to the mills. And thus, setting free comes to mean rather chaining up. Compare, for example, what the self-interest of the state has done for Christianity. Christianity is one of the purest manifestations of the impulse towards culture and the production of the saint. But being used in countless ways to turn the mills of the state authorities, it gradually became sick at heart, hypocritical and degenerate, and in antagonism with its original aim. Its last phase, the German Reformation, would have been nothing but a sudden flickering of its dying flame, had it not taken new strength and light from the clash and conflagration of states. In the third place, Culture will be favored by all those people who know their own character to be offensive or tiresome and wish to draw a veil of so-called good form over them. Words, gestures, dress, etiquette, and such external things, vault. The 2L are meant to produce a false impression, the inner side to be judged from the outer. I sometimes think that modern men are eternally bored with each other and look to the arts to make them interesting. They let their artists make savory and inviting dishes of them. They steep themselves in the spices of the East and West and have a very interesting aroma after it all. They are ready to suit all palates, and everyone will be served, whether he wants something with a good or bad taste, something sublime or coarse, Greek or Chinese, tragedy or gutter, drama. The most celebrated chefs among the moderns who wish to interest and be interested at any price are the French. The worst are the Germans. This is really more comforting for the latter. And we have no reason to mind the French despising us for our want of interest, elegance, and politeness, and being reminded of the Indian who longs for a ring through his nose, and then proceeds to tattoo himself. Here I must digress a little. Many things in Germany have evidently been altered since the late war with France, and new requirements for German culture brought over. The war was for many their first venture into the more elegant half of the world. And what an admirable simplicity the conqueror shows in not scorning to learn something of culture from the conquered. The applied arts especially will be reformed to emulate our more refined neighbors. The German house furnished like the French, a sound taste applied to the German language by means of an academy on the French model. To shake off the doubtful influence of Goethe, this is the judgment of our new Berlin academician, Dubois Raymond. Our theaters have been gradually moving, in a dignified way, towards the same goal. Even the elegant German savant is now discovered, and we must now expect everything that does not conform to this law of elegance, our music, tragedy, and philosophy, to be thrust aside as un-German. But there were no need to raise a finger for German culture, which the Germans have yet to find, mean nothing but the little amenities that make life more decorative, including the arts of the dancing master and the upholsterer. Or were they merely interested in academic rules of language and a general atmosphere of politeness? The late war and the self-comparison with the French do not seem to have aroused any further desires. And I suspect that the German has a strong wish for the moment to be free of the old obligations laid on him by his wonderful gifts of seriousness and profundity. He would much rather play the buffoon and the monkey and learn the arts that make life amusing. But the German spirit cannot be more dishonored than by being treated as wax for any elegant mold. And if, unfortunately, a good many Germans will allow themselves to be thus molded, one must continually say to them, till at last they listen, the old German way is no longer full of resistance. But it is still the most valuable material, one which only the greatest modelers can work with, for they alone are worthy to use it. What you have in you now is a soft pulpy stuff. Make what you will out of it. Elegant dolls and interesting idols. Richard Wagner's phrase will still hold good. The German is awkward and ungainly when he wishes to be polite. He is high above all others when he begins to take fire. All the elegant people have reason to beware of this German fire. It may one day devour them with all their wax dolls and idols. The prevailing love of good form in Germany may have a deeper cause in the breathless seizing at what the moment can give, the haste that plucks the fruit too green, the race and the struggle that cut the furrows in men's brows and stamp the same mark on all their actions. As if there were a poison in them that would not let them breathe, they rush about in disorder. Anxious slaves of the 3 M's, the moment, the mode, and the mob, they see too well their want of dignity and fitness, and need a false elegance to hide their galloping consumption. The fashionable desire of good form is bound up with a loathing of man's inner nature. The one is to conceal, the other to be concealed. Education means now the concealment of man's misery and wickedness, his wild beast quarrels, his eternal greed, his shamelessness in fruition. In pointing out the absence of a German culture, I have often had the reproach flung at me, this absence is quite natural, for the Germans have been too poor and modest up to now, once rich and conscious of themselves. Our people will have a culture too. Faith may often produce happiness, yet this particular faith makes me unhappy, for I feel that the culture whose future raises such hopes The culture of riches, politeness, and elegant concealments is the bitterest foe of that German culture in which I believe. Everyone who has to live among Germans suffers from the dreadful grayness and apathy of their lives, their formlessness, torpor, and clumsiness. Still more, their envy, secretiveness, and impurity. He is troubled by their innate love of the false and the ignoble, their wretched mimicry and translation of a good foreign thing into a bad German one. But now that the feverish unrest, the quest of gain and success, the intense prizing of the moment is added to it all, it makes one furious to think that all this sickness can never be cured, but only painted over by such a cult of the interesting. And this among a people that has produced a Schopenhauer and a Wagner, and will produce others unless we are blindly deceiving ourselves, for should not their very existence be a guarantee that such forces are even now potential in the German spirit? Or will they be exceptions, the last inheritors of the qualities that were once called German? I can see nothing to help me here, and return to my main argument again, from which my doubts and anxieties have made me digress. I have not yet enumerated all the forces that help culture without recognizing its end, the production of genius. 3 have been named: the self-interest of business, of the state, and of those who draw the cloak of good form over them. There is fourthly the self-interest of science and the peculiar nature of her servants, the learned. Science has the same relation to wisdom as current morality to holiness. She is cold and dry, loveless and ignorant of any deep feeling of dissatisfaction and yearning. She injures her servants in helping herself, for she impresses her own character on them and dries up their humanity. As long as we actually mean by culture the progress of science, she will pass by the great suffering man and harden her heart. For science only sees the problems of knowledge, and suffering is something alien and unintelligible to her world, though no less a problem for that. If one accustom himself to put down every experience in a dialectical form of question and answer, and translate it into the language of pure reason, he will soon wither up and rattle his bones like a skeleton. We all know it, and why is it that the young do not shudder at these skeletons of men, but give themselves blindly to science without motive or measure? It cannot be the so-called impulse to truth. For how could there be an impulse towards a pure, cold, and objectless knowledge? The unprejudiced eye can see the real driving forces only too plainly. The vivisection of the professor has much to recommend it, as he himself is accustomed to finger and analyze all things, even the worthiest. To speak honestly, the savant is a complex of very various impulses and attractive forces. He is a base metal throughout. Take first a strong and increasing desire for intellectual adventure, the attraction of the new and rare, as against the old and tedious. Add to that a certain joy in nosing the trail of dialectic and beating the cover where the old fox thought lies hid. The desire is not so much for truth as the chase of truth, and the chief pleasure is in surrounding and artistically killing it. Add thirdly a love of contradiction, whereby the personality is able to assert itself against all others. The battle's the thing, and the personal victory its aim, truth only its pretext. The impulse to discover particular truths plays a great part in the professor, coming from his submission to definite ruling persons, classes, opinions, churches, governments, for he feels it a profit to himself to bring truth to their side. The following characteristics of the savant are less common, but still found. Firstly, downrightness and a feeling for simplicity very valuable, if more than a mere awkwardness and inability to deceive deception requiring some mother wit. Actually, we may be on our guard against too obvious cleverness and resource, and doubt the man's sincerity. Otherwise, this downrightness is generally of little value, and rarely of any use to knowledge, as it follows tradition and speaks the truth only in adiaphora, it being lazier to speak the truth here than ignore it. Everything new means something to be unlearned, and your downright man will respect the ancient dogmas and accuse the new evangelist of failing in the sensus recti. There was a similar opposition, with probability and custom on its side, to the theory of Copernicus. The professor's frequent hatred of philosophy is principally a hatred of the long trains of reasoning and artificiality of the proofs. Ultimately, the savants of every age have a fixed limit, beyond which ingenuity is not allowed, and everything suspected as a conspirator against honesty. Secondly, a clear vision of near objects combined with great short-sightedness for the distant and universal. The professor's range is generally very small, and his eye must be kept close to the object. To pass from a point already considered to another, he has to move his whole optical apparatus. He cuts a picture into small sections like a man using an opera glass in the theater, and sees now a head, now a bit of the dress, but nothing as a whole. The single sections are never combined for him. He only infers their connection, and consequently has no strong general impression. He judges a literary work, for example, by certain paragraphs or sentences or errors, as he can do nothing more. He will be driven to see in an oil painting nothing but a mass of daubs. Thirdly, a sober conventionality in his likes and dislikes. Thus, he especially delights in history because he can put his own motives into the actions of the past. A mole is most comfortable in a molehill. He is on his guard against all ingenious and extravagant hypotheses, but digs up industriously all the commonplace motives of the past, because he feels in sympathy with them. He is generally quite incapable of understanding and valuing the rare or the uncommon, the gray or the real. Fourthly, a lack of feeling, which makes him capable of vivisection. He knows nothing of the suffering that brings knowledge, and does not fear to tread where other men shudder. He is cold and may easily appear cruel. He is thought courageous, but he is not, any more than the mule who does not feel giddiness. Fifthly, diffidence or a low estimate of himself. Though he live in a miserable alley of the world, he has no sense of sacrifice or surrender. He appears often to know in his inmost heart that he is not a flying, but a crawling creature, and this makes him seem even pathetic. Sixthly, loyalty to his teachers and leaders. From his heart, he wishes to help them, and knows he can do it best with the truth. He has a grateful disposition, for he has only gained admittance through them to the high hall of science. He would never have entered by his own road. Any man today who can throw open a new province where his lesser disciples can work to some purpose is famous at once, so great is the crowd that presses after him. These grateful pupils are certainly a misfortune to their teacher, as they all imitate him. His faults are exaggerated in their small persons, his virtues correspondingly diminished. Seventhly, he will follow the usual road of all the professors, where a feeling for truth springs from a lack of ideas, and the wheel once started goes on. Such natures become compilers, commentators, makers of indices and herbaria. They rummage about one special department because they have never thought there are others. Their industry has something of the monstrous stupidity of gravitation, and so they can often bring their labors to an end. Eighthly, a dread of ennui. While the true thinker desires nothing more than leisure, the professor fears it, not knowing how it is to be used. Books are his comfort. He listens to everybody's different thoughts and keeps himself amused all day. He especially chooses books with a personal relation to himself that make him feel some emotion of like or dislike, books that have to do with himself or his position, his political aesthetic, or even grammatical doctrines. If he have mastered even one branch of knowledge, the means to flap away the flies of ennui will not fail him. Ninthly, the motive of the breadwinner, the cry of the empty stomach, in fact. Truth is used as a direct means of preferment when she can be attained, or as a way to the good graces of the fountains of honor and bread. Only, however, in the sense of the particular truth, there is a gulf between the profitable truths that many serve and the unprofitable truths to which only those few people devote themselves whose motto is not ingenie largitur ventur. Tenthly, a reverence for their fellow professors and a fear of their displeasure, a higher and rarer motive than the last, though not uncommon. All the members of the guild are jealously on guard that the truth which means so much bread and honor and position may really be baptized in the name of its discoverer. The one pays the other reverence for the truth he has found in order to exact the toll again if he should find one himself. The untruth, the error is loudly exploded that the workers may not be too many. Here and there the real truth will be exploded to let a few bold and stiff-necked errors be on show for a time. There is never a lack of moral idiosyncrasies, formerly called rascalities. 11thly, the savant for vanity. Now, He will get a department for himself somehow and investigate curiosities, especially if they demand unusual expenditure, travel, research, or communication with all parts of the world. He is quite satisfied with the honor of being regarded as a curiosity himself, and never dreams of earning a living by his erudite studies. 12thly, the savant for amusement. He loves to look for knots in knowledge and to untie them. Not too energetically, however, lest he lose the spirit of the game. Thus, he does not penetrate the depths, though he often observes something that the microscopic eyes of the bread-and-butter scientist never see. If I speak lastly of the impulse towards justice as a further motive of the savant, I may be answered that this noble impulse, being metaphysical in its nature, is too indistinguishable from the rest, and really incomprehensible to mortal mind. And so I leave the 13th heading with the pious wish that the impulse may be less rare in the professor than it seems. For a spark in his soul from the fire of justice is sufficient to irradiate and purify it, so that he can rest no more, and is driven forever from the cold or lukewarm condition in which most of his fellows do their daily work. All these elements, or a part of them, must be regarded as fused and pounded together to form the servant of truth, for the sake of an absolutely inhuman thing, mere purposeless, and therefore motiveless. Knowledge, a mass of very human little motives, had been chemically combined, and as the result we have the professor so transfigured in the light of that pure unearthly object that the mixing and pounding which went to form him are all forgotten. It is very curious. Yet there are moments when they must be remembered, when we have to think of the professor's significance to culture. Anyone with observation can see that he is in his essence and by his origin unproductive, and has a natural hatred of the productive. And thus there is an endless feud between the genius and the savant in idea and practice. The latter wishes to kill nature by analyzing and comprehending it, the former to increase it by a new living nature. The happy age does not need or know the savant. The sick and sluggish time ranks him as its highest and worthiest. Who were physician enough to know the health or sickness of our time? It is clear that the professor is valued too highly, with evil consequences for the future genius, for whom he has no compassion, merely a cold, contemptuous criticism. A shrug of the shoulders as if at something strange and perverted for which he has neither time nor inclination, and so he too knows nothing of the aim of culture. In fact, all these considerations go to prove that the aim of culture is most unknown, precisely where Schopenhauer, as educator, 173, the interest in it seems liveliest. The state may trumpet as it will its services to culture, it merely helps culture in order to help itself, and does not comprehend an aim that stands higher than its own well-being, or even existence. The businessmen in their continual demand for education merely wish for business, when the pioneers of good form pretend to be the real helpers of culture, imagining that all art, for example, is merely to serve their own needs. They are clearly affirming themselves in affirming culture. Of the savant, enough has already been said. All four are emulously thinking how they can benefit themselves with the help of culture, but have no thoughts at all when their own interests are not engaged. And so they have done nothing to improve the conditions for the birth of genius in modern time. And the opposition to original men has grown so far that no Socrates could ever live among us, and certainly could never reach the age of 70. I remember saying in the 3rd chapter that our whole modern world was not so stable that one could prophesy an eternal life to his conception of culture. It is likely that the next millennium may reach 2 or 3 new ideas that might well make the hair of our present generation stand on end. The belief in the metaphysical significance of culture would not be such a horrifying thing, but its effects on educational methods might be so. It requires a totally new attitude of mind to be able to look away from the present educational institutions to the strangely different ones that will be necessary for the 2nd or 3rd generation. At present, the labors of higher education produce merely the savant or the official or the businessman or the Philistine, or more commonly, a mixture of all 4. And the future institutions will have a harder task, not in itself harder, as it is really more natural and so easier, And further, could anything be harder than to make a youth into a savant against nature, as now happens? But the difficulty lies in unlearning what we know and setting up a new aim. It will be an endless trouble to change the fundamental idea of our present educational system that has its roots in the Middle Ages and regards the medieval savant as the ideal type of culture. It is already time to put these objects before us, for some generation must begin the battle of which a later generation will reap the victory. The solitary man who has understood the new fundamental idea of culture is at the parting of the ways. On the one, he will be welcomed by his age, laurels, and reward. Will be his powerful parties will uphold him. He will have as many in sympathy behind him as in front. And when the leader speaks the word of deliverance, it will echo through all the ranks. The first duty is to fight in line. The second, to treat as foes all who will not fall in. On the other way, he will find fewer companions. It is steeper and more tortuous. The travelers on the first road laugh at him as his way is the more troublesome and dangerous. And they try to entice him over. If the two ways cross, he is ill-treated, cast aside, or left alone. What significance has any particular form of culture for these several travelers? The enormous throng that pressed to their end on the first road. Understand by it the laws and institutions that enable them to go forward in regular fashion and rule out all the solitary and obstinate people who look towards higher and remoter objects. To the small company on the other road, it has quite a different office. They wish to guard themselves by means of a strong organization from being swept away by the throng, to prevent their individual members from fainting on the way or turning in spirit from their great task. These solitary men must finish their work. That is why they should all hold together. And those who have their part in the scheme will take thought to prepare themselves with ever-increasing purity of aim for the birth of the genius, and ensure that the time be ripe for him. Many are destined to help on the labor, even among the second-rate talents, and it is only in submission to such a destiny that they can feel they are living for a duty and have a meaning and an object in their lives. But at present, these talents are being turned from the road. Their instinct has chosen by the seductive tones of the fashionable culture that plays on their selfish side, their vanities and weaknesses. And the time spirit ever whispers in their ears its flattering counsel. Follow me and go not thither. There you are only servants and tools, overshadowed by higher natures with no scope for your own, drawn by threads, hung with fetters, slaves, and automatons. With me you may enjoy your true personality and be masters. Your talents may shine with their own light and yourselves stand in the front ranks with an immense following round you. And the acclamation of public opinion will rejoice you more than a wandering breath of approval sent down from the cold ethereal heights of genius. Even the best men are snared by such allurements. And the ultimate difference comes not so much from the rarity and power of their talent, as the influence of a certain heroic disposition at the base of them and an inner feeling of kinship with genius. For there are men who feel it as their own misery when they see the genius in painful toil and struggle, in danger of self-destruction, or neglected by the short-sighted selfishness of the state, the superficiality of the businessmen, and the cold arrogance of the professors. And I hope there may be some to understand what I mean by my sketch of Schopenhauer's destiny, and to what end Schopenhauer can really educate. Section 7. But setting aside all thoughts of any educational revolution in the distant future, what provision is required now that our future philosopher may have the best chance of opening his eyes to a life like Schopenhauer's? Hard as it is, yet still livable? What, further, must be discovered that may make his influence on his contemporaries more certain? And what obstacles must be removed before his example can have its full effect? And the philosopher train, and the philosopher. Here we descend to be practical. Nature always desires the greatest utility, but does not understand how to find the best and handiest means to her end. That is her great sorrow, and the cause of her melancholy. The impulse towards her own redemption shows clearly her wish to give men a significant existence by the generation of the philosopher and the artist. But how unclear and weak is the effect she generally obtains with her artists and philosophers, and how seldom is there any effect at all. She is especially perplexed in her efforts to make the philosopher useful. Her methods are casual and tentative, her failures innumerable. Most of her philosophers never touch the common good of mankind at all. Her actions seem those of a spendthrift, but the cause lies in no prodigal luxury, but in her inexperience. Were she human, she would probably never cease to be dissatisfied with herself and her bungling. Nature shoots the philosopher at mankind like an arrow. She does not aim, but hopes that the arrow will stick somewhere. She makes countless mistakes that give her pain. She is as extravagant in the sphere of culture as in her planting and sowing. She fulfills her ends in a large and clumsy fashion, using up far too much of her strength. The artist has the same relation to the connoisseur lovers of his art as a piece of heavy artillery to a flock of sparrows. It is a fool's part to use a great avalanche to sweep away a little snow, to kill a man in order to strike the fly on his nose. The artist and the philosopher are witnesses against nature's adaptation of her means. However well they may show the wisdom of her ends, they only reach a few in volitude. M should reach all, and even these few are not struck with the strength they used when they shot. It is sad to have to value art so differently as cause and effect. How huge in its inception, how faint the echo afterwards. The artist does his work as nature bids him for the benefit of other men, no doubt of it, but he knows that none of those men will understand and love his work as he understands and loves it himself. That lonely height of love and understanding is necessary, by nature's clumsy law. To produce a lower type, the great and noble are used as the means to the small and ignoble. Nature is a bad manager. Her expenses are far greater than her profits. For all her riches, she must one day go bankrupt. She would have acted more reasonably to make the rule of her household, small expense and hundredfold profit. If there had been, for example, only a few artists with moderate powers, but an immense number of hearers to appreciate them, stronger and more powerful characters than the artists themselves, then the effect of the artwork, in comparison with the cause, might be 100-ton echo. One might at least expect cause and effect to be of equal power, but nature lies infinitely behind this consummation. An artist, and especially a philosopher, seems often to have dropped by chance into his age, as a wandering hermit or straggler, cut off from the main body. Think how utterly great Schopenhauer is, and what a small and absurd effect he has had. An honest man can feel no greater shame at the present time than at the thought of the casual treatment Schopenhauer has received, and the evil powers that have up to now killed his effect among men. First, there was the want of readers, to the eternal shame of our cultivated age. Then the inadequacy of his first public adherents, as soon as he had any. Further, I think, the crassness of the modern man towards books, which he will no longer take seriously. As an outcome of many attempts to adapt Schopenhauer to this enervated age, the new danger has gradually arisen of regarding him as an odd kind of pungent herb, of taking him in grains as a sort of metaphysical pepper. In this way, he has gradually become famous, and I should think more have heard his name than Hegel's. And for all that, he is still a solitary being who has failed of his effect. Though the honor of causing the failure belongs least of all to the barking of his literary antagonists, first because there are few men with the patience to read them, and secondly, because anyone who does is sent immediately to Schopenhauer himself. For who will let a donkey driver prevent him from mounting a fine horse, however much he praise his donkey? Whoever has recognized nature's unreason in our time will have to consider some means to help her. His task will be to bring the free spirits and the sufferers from this age to know Schopenhauer, and make them tributaries to the flood that is to overbear all the clumsy uses to which nature even now is accustomed to put her philosophers. Such men will see that the identical obstacles hinder the effect of a great philosophy and the production of the great philosopher, and so will direct their aims to prepare the regeneration of Schopenhauer, which means that of the philosophical genius. The real opposition to the further spread of his doctrine in the past and the regeneration of the philosopher in the future is the perversity of human nature as it is. And all the great men that are to be must spend infinite pains in freeing themselves from it. The world they enter is plastered over with pretense, including not merely religious dogmas, But such juggling conceptions as progress, universal education, nationalism, the modern state, practically all our general terms, have an artificial veneer over them that will bring a clearer-sighted posterity to reproach our age bitterly for its warped and stunted growth. However loudly we may boast of our health, the beauty of the antique vases, says Schopenhauer, lies in the simplicity with which they express their meaning and object. It is so with all the ancient implements, if nature produced amphorae lamps. Tables, chairs, helmets, shields, breastplates, and the like, they would resemble these. And as a corollary, whoever considers how we all manage our art, politics, religion, and education, to say nothing of our vases, will find in them a barbaric exaggeration and arbitrariness of expression. Nothing is more unfavorable to the rise of genius than such monstrosities. They are unseen and undiscoverable, the leaden weights on his hand when he will set it to the plow. The weights are only shaken off with violence, and his highest work must to an extent always bear the mark of it. In considering the conditions that, at best, keep the born philosopher from being oppressed by the perversity of the age, I am surprised to find they are partly those in which Schopenhauer himself grew up. True, there was no lack of opposing influences. The evil time drew perilously near him in the person of a vain and pretentious mother. But the proud republican character of his father rescued him from her and gave him the first quality of a philosopher, a rude and strong virility. His father was neither an official nor a savant. He traveled much abroad with his son, a great help to one who must know men rather than books, and worship truth before the state. In time, he got accustomed to national peculiarities. He made England, France, and Italy equally his home, and felt no little sympathy with the Spanish character. On the whole, he did not think it an honor to be born in Germany, and I am not sure that the new political conditions would have made him change his mind. He held quite openly the opinion that the state's one object was to give protection at home and abroad, and even protection against its protectors, and to attribute any other object to it was to endanger its true end. And so, to the consternation of all the so-called liberals, he left his property to the survivors of the Prussian soldiers who fell in 1848 in the fight for order. To understand the state and its duties in this single sense may seem more and more henceforth the sign of intellectual superiority. For the man with the furor philosophus in him will no longer have time for the furor politicus, and will wisely keep from reading the newspapers or serving a party, though he will not hesitate a moment to take his place in the ranks if his country be in real need. All states are badly managed when other men than politicians busy themselves with politics, and they deserve to be ruined by their political amateurs. Schopenhauer had another great advantage, that he had never been educated for a professor, but worked for some time, though against his will, as a merchant's clerk, and through all his early years breathed the freer air of a great commercial house. A savant can never become a philosopher. Kant himself could not, but remained in a chrysalis stage to the end, in spite of the innate force of his genius. Anyone who thinks I do Kant wrong in saying this does not know what a philosopher is, not only a great thinker, but also a real man. And how could a real man have sprung from a savant? He who lets conceptions, opinions, events, books come between himself and things and is born for history in the widest sense, will never see anything at once, and never be himself a thing to be seen at once, though both these powers should be in the philosopher, as he must take most of his doctrine from himself, and be himself the copy and compendium of the whole world. If a man look at himself through a veil of other people's opinions, no wonder he sees nothing but those opinions. And it is thus that the professors see and live. But Schopenhauer had the rare happiness of seeing the genius not only in himself, but also outside himself, in Goethe. And this double reflection taught him everything about the aims and culture of the learned. He knew by this experience how the free, strong man, to whom all artistic culture was looking, must come to be born. And could he, after this vision, have much desire to busy himself with the so-called art in the learned? Hypocritical manner of the moderns, he had seen something higher than that, an awful, unearthly judgment scene in which all life, even the highest and completest, was weighed and found too light. He had beheld the saint, as the judge of existence. We cannot tell how early Schopenhauer reached this view of life and came to hold it with such intensity as to make all his writings an attempt to mirror it. We know that the youth had this great vision, and can well believe it of the child. Everything that he gained later from life and books, from all the realms of knowledge, was only a means of color and expression to him. The Kantian philosophy itself was to him an extraordinary rhetorical instrument for making the utterance of his vision, as he thought, clearer. The Buddhist and Christian mythologies occasionally served the same end. He had one task and 1,000 means to execute it, one meaning and innumerable hieroglyphs to express it. It was one of the high conditions of his existence that he really could live for such a task, according to his motto vitam imperniverum, and none of life's material needs could shake his resolution. And we know the splendid return he made his father for this. The contemplative man in Germany usually pursues his scientific studies to the detriment of his sincerity. As a considerate fool in search of place and honor, circumspect and obsequious and fawning on his influential superiors. Nothing offended the savants more than Schopenhauer's unlikeness to them. Section 8. These are a few of the conditions under which the philosophical genius can at least come to light in our time, in spite of all thwarting influences. A virility of character, an early knowledge of mankind, an absence of learned education and narrow patriotism, of compulsion to earn his livelihood or depend on the state. Freedom, in fact, and again freedom. The same marvelous and dangerous element in which the Greek philosophers grew up. The man who will reproach him, as Niebuhr did Plato, with being a bad citizen may do so and be himself a good one. So he and Plato will be right together. Another may call this great freedom presumption. He is also right, as he could not himself use the freedom properly if he desired it, and would certainly presume too far with it. This freedom is really a grave burden of guilt, and can only be expiated by great actions. Every ordinary son of earth has the right of looking askance on such endowments, and may Providence keep him from being so endowed, burdened, that is, with such terrible duties. His freedom and his loneliness would be his ruin, and ennui would turn him into a fool, and a mischievous fool at that. A father may possibly learn something from this that he may use for his son's private education, though one must not expect fathers to have only philosophers for their sons. It is possible that they will always oppose their sons becoming philosophers, and call it mere perversity. Socrates was sacrificed to the father's anger, for corrupting the youth, and Plato even thought a new ideal state necessary to prevent the philosopher's growth from being dependent on the father's folly. It looks at present as though Plato had really accomplished something. For the modern state counts the encouragement of philosophy as one of its duties and tries to secure for a number of men at a time the sort of freedom that conditions the philosopher. But historically, Plato has been very unlucky. As soon as a structure has risen corresponding actually to his proposals, it has always turned on a closer view into a goblin child, a monstrous changeling. Compare the ecclesiastical state of the Middle Ages with the government of the God-born king of which Plato dreamed. The modern state is furthest removed from the idea of the philosopher king. Thank heaven for that. The Christian will say, but we must think whether it takes that very encouragement of philosophy in a Platonic sense. I mean, as seriously and honestly as if its highest object were to produce more Platos. If the philosophers seem, as usual, an accident of his time, does the state make it its conscious business to turn the accidental into the necessary and help nature here also? Experience teaches us a better way, or worse. It says that nothing so stands in the way of the birth and growth of nature's philosopher as the bad philosophers made by order. A poor obstacle, isn't it? And the same that Schopenhauer pointed out in his famous essay on university philosophy. I return to this point as men must be forced to take it seriously, to be driven to activity by it. And I think all writing is useless that does not contain such a stimulus to activity. And anyhow, it is a good thing to apply Schopenhauer's eternal theories once more to our own contemporaries, as some kindly soul might think that everything has changed for the better in Germany since his fierce diatribes. Unfortunately, his work is incomplete on this side as well, unimportant as the side may be. The freedom that the state, as I said, bestows on certain men for the sake of philosophy is, properly speaking, no freedom at all, but an office that maintains its holder. The encouragement of philosophy means that there are today a number of men whom the state enables to make their living out of philosophy. Whereas the old sages of Greece were not paid by the state, but at best were presented, as Zeno was, with a golden crown and a monument in the Ceramicus. I cannot say generally whether truth is served by showing the way to live by her, since everything depends on the character of the individual who shows the way. I can imagine a degree of pride in a man saying to his fellow men, "Take care of me as I have something better to do, namely to take care of you." We should not be angry at such a heightened mode of expression in Plato and Schopenhauer. And so they might properly have been university philosophers, as Plato, for example, was a court philosopher for a while, without lowering the dignity of philosophy. But in Kant, we have the usual submissive professor without any nobility in his relations with the state, and thus he could not justify the university philosophy when it was once assailed. If there be natures like Schopenhauer's and Plato's, which can justify, I fear they will never have the chance, as the state would never venture to give such men these positions, for the simple reason that every state fears them and will only favor philosophers it does not fear. The state obviously has a special fear of philosophy and will try to attract more philosophers to create the impression that it has philosophy on its side, because it has those men on its side who have the title without the power. But if there should come one who really proposes to cut everything to the quick, the state included, with the knife of truth, the state, that affirms its own existence above all, is justified in banishing him as an enemy, just as it bans a religion that exalts itself to be its judge. The man who consents to be a state philosopher must also consent to be regarded as renouncing the search for truth in all its secret retreats. At any rate, so long as he enjoys his position, he must recognize something higher than truth, the state. And not only the state, but everything required by it for existence. A definite form of religion, a social system, a standing army. A noli me tangere is written above all these things. Can a university philosopher ever keep clearly before him the whole round of these duties and limitations? I do not know. The man who has done so and remains a state official is a false friend to truth. If he has not, I think he is no friend to truth either. But general considerations like these are always the weakest in their influence on mankind. Most people will find it enough to shrug their shoulders and say, as if anything great and pure has ever been able to maintain itself on this earth, without some concession to human vulgarity. Would you rather the state persecuted philosophers and paid them for official services? Without answering this last question, I will merely say that these concessions of philosophy to state go rather far at present in the first place. The state chooses its own philosophical servants, as many as its institutions require. It therefore pretends to be able to distinguish the good and the bad philosophers, and even assumes there must be a sufficient supply of good ones to fill all the chairs. The state is the authority not only for their goodness but their numbers. Secondly, it confines those it has chosen to a definite place and a definite activity among particular men. They must instruct every undergraduate who wants instruction daily at stated hours. The question is whether a philosopher can bind himself with a good conscience to have something to teach every day to anyone who wishes to listen. Must he not appear to know more than he does and speak before an unknown audience of things that he could mention without risk only to his most intimate friends? And above all, does he not surrender the precious freedom of following his genius when and wherever it call him, by the mere fact of being bound to think at stated times on a fixed subject? And before young men, too. Is not such thinking in its nature emasculate? And suppose he felt some day that he had no ideas just then, and yet must be in his place and appear to be thinking. What then? But one will say he is not a thinker, but mainly a depository of thought, a man of great learning in all previous philosophies. Of these he can always say something that his scholars do not know. This is actually the third, and the most dangerous concession made by philosophy to the state, when it is compelled to appear in the form of erudition as the knowledge, more specifically, of the history of philosophy. The genius looks purely and lovingly on existence like a poet, and cannot dive too deep into it. and nothing is more abhorrent to him than to burrow among the innumerable strange and wrong-headed opinions. The learned history of the past was never a true philosopher's business in India or Greece, and a professor of philosophy who busies himself with such matters must be, at best, content to hear it said of him. He is an able scholar, antiquary, philologist, historian, but never he is a philosopher. I said at best, for a scholar feels that most of the learned works written by university philosophers are badly done without any real scientific power, and generally are dreadfully tedious. Who will blow aside, for example, the Lethean vapor with which the history of Greek philosophy has been enveloped by the dull, though not very scientific works of Ritter, Brandes, and Zeller? I, at any rate, would rather read Diogenes Laertius than Zeller, because at least the spirit of the old philosophers lives in Diogenes, but neither that nor any other spirit in Zeller. And after all, what does the history of philosophy matter to our young men? Are they to be discouraged by the welter of opinions from having any of their own, or taught to join the chorus that approves the vastness of our progress? Are they to learn to hate or perhaps despise philosophy? One might expect the last, knowing the torture the students endure for their philosophical examinations, and having to get into their unfortunate heads the maddest efforts of the human mind, as well as the greatest and profoundest. The only method of criticizing a philosophy that is possible and proves anything at all, namely to see whether one can live by it, has never been taught at the universities. Only the criticism of words, and again words, is taught there. Imagine a young head without much experience of life being stuffed with 50 systems in the form of words, and 50 criticisms of them, all mixed up together. What an overgrown wilderness he will come to be. What contempt he will feel for a philosophical education. It is, of course, not an education in philosophy at all, but in the art of passing a philosophical examination. The usual result being the pious ejaculation of the wearied examinee. Thank God I am no philosopher, but a Christian and a good citizen. What if this cry were the ultimate object of the state, and the education or leading to philosophy were merely a leading from philosophy? We may well ask. But if so, there is one thing to fear, that the youth may someday find out to what end philosophy is thus mishandled. Is the highest thing of all, the production of the philosophical genius, nothing but a pretext, and the main object perhaps to hinder his production, and is reason turned to unreason? Then woe to the whole machinery of political and professorial trickery. Will it soon become notorious? I do not know. But anyhow, university philosophy has fallen into a general state of doubting and despair. The cause lies partly in the feebleness of those who hold the chairs at present. And if Schopenhauer had to write his treatise on university philosophy today, he would find the club no longer necessary, but could conquer with a bull rush. They are the heirs and successors of those slipshod thinkers whose crazy heads Schopenhauer struck at. Their childish natures and dwarfish frames remind one of the Indian proverb. Men are born according to their deeds, deaf-dumb. Misshapen, those fathers deserve such sons according to their deeds, as the proverb says. Hence, the students will no doubt soon get on without the philosophy taught at their university, just as those who are not university men managed to do without it already. This can be tested from one's own experience in my student days, for example. I found the university philosophers very ordinary men indeed, who had collected together a few conclusions from the other sciences, and in their leisure hours read the newspapers and went to concerts. They were treated by their academic colleagues with politely veiled contempt. They had the reputation of knowing very little, but of never being at a loss for obscure expressions to conceal their ignorance. They had a preference for those obscure regions where a man could not walk long with clear vision. One said of the natural sciences, not one of them can fully explain to me the origin of matter. Then what do I care about them all? Another said of history, it tells nothing new to the man with ideas. In fact, they always found reasons for its being more philosophical to know nothing than to learn anything. If they let themselves be drawn to learn, a secret instinct made them fly from the actual sciences and found a dim kingdom amid their gaps and uncertainties. They led the way in the sciences in the sense that the quarry leads the way for the hunters who are behind him. Recently, they have amused themselves with asserting they are merely the watchers on the frontier of the sciences. The Kantian doctrine is of use to them here, and they industriously build up an empty skepticism on it, of which in a short time nobody will take any more notice. Here and there, one will rise to a little metaphysic of his own. With the general accompaniment of headaches and giddiness and bleeding at the nose, after the usual ill success of their voyages into the clouds and the mist, some hard-headed student of the real sciences will pluck them down by the skirts, and their faces will assume the expression now habitual to them of offended dignity at being found out. They have lost their happy confidence, and not one of them will venture a step further for the sake of his philosophy. Some used to believe they could find out new religions or reinstate old ones by their systems. They have given up such pretensions now, and have become mostly mild, muddled folk with no Lucretian boldness, but merely some spiteful complaints of the dead weight that lies on the intellects of mankind. No one can even learn logic from them now, and their obvious knowledge of their own powers has made them discontinue the dialectical disputations common in the old days. There is much more care and modesty, logic and inventiveness, in a word, more philosophical method in the work of the special sciences than in the so-called philosophy. And everyone will agree with the temperate words of Bagehot on the present system builders. Unproved abstract principles without number have been eagerly caught up by sanguine men and then carefully spun out into books and theories which were to explain the whole world. But the world goes clear against these abstractions, and it must do so as they require to go in antagonistic directions. The mass of a system attracts the young and impresses the unwary. But cultivated people are very bold to sound dubious about it. They are ready to receive hints and suggestions, and the smallest real truth is ever welcome. But a large book of deductive philosophy is much to be suspected. Who is not almost sure beforehand that the premises will contain a strange mixture of truth and error, and therefore that it will not be worthwhile to spend life in reasoning over their consequences. The philosophers, especially in Germany, used to sink into such a state of abstraction that they were in continual danger of running their heads against a beam. But there is a whole herd of Laputan flappers about them to give them in time a gentle stroke on their eyes or anywhere else. Sometimes the blows are too hard, and then these scorners of earth forget themselves and strike back. But the victim always escapes them. "Fool, you do not see the beam," says the flapper. And often the philosopher does see the beam and calms down. These flappers are the natural sciences and history. Little by little, they have so overawed the German dreamcraft, which has long taken the place of philosophy, that the dreamer would be only too glad to give up the attempt to run alone. But when they unexpectedly fall into the other's arms, or try to put leading strings on them that they may be led themselves, those others flap as terribly as they can, as if they would say, "This is all that is wanting, that a philosophaster like this should lay his impure hands on us. The natural sciences and history, away with him." Then they start back, knowing not where to turn or pass the way they wanted to have. A little physical knowledge at their back, possibly in the form of empirical psychology, like the Herbartians, or perhaps a little history, and then they could at least make a public show of behaving scientifically, although in their hearts they may wish all philosophy and all science at the devil. But granted that this herd of bad philosophers is ridiculous, and who will deny it, how far are they also harmful? They are harmful just because they make philosophy ridiculous. As long as this imitation thinking continues to be recognized by the state, the lasting effect of a true philosophy will be destroyed, or, at any rate, circumscribed. Nothing does this so well as the curse of ridicule that the representatives of the great cause have drawn on them, for it attacks that cause itself. And so I think it will encourage culture to deprive philosophy of its political and academic standing, and relieve state and university of the task, I am possible for them, of deciding between true and false philosophy. Let the philosophers run wild, forbid them any thoughts of office or civic position, hold them out no more bribes, nay, rather persecute them and treat them ill. You will see a wonderful result. They will flee in terror and seek a roof where they can. These poor phantasms, one will become a parson, another a schoolmaster, another write school books for young ladies' colleges. The wisest of them will plow the fields, the vainest go to court, everything will be left suddenly empty, the birds flown, for it is easy to get rid of bad philosophers. O.G. Drilv Astaka, and that is a better plan than the open patronage of any philosophy, whatever it be, for state reasons. The state has never any concern with truth, but only with the truth useful to it, or rather with anything that is useful to it, be it truth, half-truth, or error. A coalition between state and philosophy has only meaning when the latter can promise to be unconditionally useful to the state, to put its well-being higher than truth. It would certainly be a noble thing for the state to have truth as a paid servant, but it knows well enough that it is the essence of truth to be paid nothing and serve nothing. So the state servant turns out to be merely false truth, a masked actor who cannot perform the office required from the real truth, the affirmation of the state's worth and sanctity. When a medieval prince wished to be crowned by the Pope, but could not get him to consent, he appointed an antipope to do the business for him. This may serve up to a certain point, but not when the modern state appoints an anti-philosophy to legitimize it, for it has true philosophy against it just as much as before, or even more so. I believe in all seriousness that it is to the state's advantage to have nothing further to do with philosophy, to demand nothing from it, and let it go its own way as much as possible. Without this indifferent attitude, philosophy may become dangerous and oppressive, and will have to be persecuted. The only interest the state can have in the university lies in the training of obedient and useful citizens, and it should hesitate to put this obedience and usefulness in doubt by demanding an examination in philosophy from the young men. To make a bogey of philosophy may be an excellent way to frighten the idle and incompetent from its study. But this advantage is not enough to counterbalance the danger that this kind of compulsion may arouse from the side of the more reckless and turbulent spirits. They learn to know about forbidden books, begin to criticize their teachers, and finally come to understand the object of university philosophy and its examinations, not to speak of the doubts that may be fostered in the minds of young theologians, as a consequence of which they are beginning to be extinct in Germany. Like the ibexes in the Tyrol, I know the objections that the state could bring against all this as long as the lovely Hagelkorn was yellowing in all the fields. But now that hail has destroyed the crop and all men's hopes of it, now that nothing has been fulfilled and all the barns are empty, there are no more objections to be made, but rather rejections of philosophy itself. The state has now the power of rejection. In Hegel's time, it only wished to have it, and that makes a great difference. The state needs no more the sanction of philosophy, and philosophy has thus become superfluous to it. It will find advantage in ceasing to maintain its professors, or, as I think will soon happen, in merely pretending to maintain them. But it is of still greater importance that the university should see the benefit of this as well. At least I believe the real sciences must see that their interest lies in freeing themselves from all contact with sham science. And further, the reputation of the universities hangs too much in the balance for them not to welcome a severance from methods that are thought little of even in academic circles. The outer world has good reason for its widespread contempt of universities. They are reproached with being cowardly, the small fearing the great, and the great fearing public opinion. It is said that they do not lead the higher thought of the age, but hobble slowly behind it, and cleave no longer to the fundamental ideas of the recognized sciences. Grammar, for example, is studied more diligently than ever, without anyone seeing the necessity of a rigorous training in speech and writing. The gates of Indian antiquity are being opened, and the scholars have no more idea of the most imperishable works of the Indians, their philosophies, than a beast has of playing the harp. Though Schopenhauer thinks that the acquaintance with Indian philosophy is one of the greatest advantages possessed by our century. Classical antiquity is the favorite playground nowadays, and its effect is no longer classical and formative, as is shown by the students who are certainly no models for imitation. Where is now the spirit of Fried, a rich August Wolf, to be found, of whom Franz Passow could say that he seemed a loyal and humanistic spirit, with force enough to set half the world aflame? Instead of that, a journalistic spirit is arising in the university, often under the name of philosophy, the smooth delivery, the very cosmetics of speech, with Faust and Nathan, the wise forever on the lips. The accent and the outlook of our worst literary magazines, and more recently much chatter about our holy German music, and the demand for lectures on Schiller and Goethe. All this is a sign that the university spirit is beginning to be confused with the spirit of the age. Thus, the establishment of a higher tribunal outside the universities to protect and criticize them with regard to culture would seem a most valuable thing. And as soon as philosophy can sever itself from the universities and be purified from every unworthy motive or hypocrisy, it will be able to become such a tribunal. It will do its work without state help in money or honors, free from the spirit of the age, as well as from any fear of it, being in fact the judge, as Schopenhauer was, of the so-called cultures surrounding it. And in this way, the philosopher can also be useful to the university by refusing to be a part of it, but criticizing it from afar. Distance will lend dignity. But after all, what is the life of a state or the progress of universities matter in comparison with the life of philosophy on earth? Or to say quite frankly what I mean, it is infinitely more important that a philosopher should arise on the earth than that a state or a university should continue. The dignity of philosophy may arise in proportion as the submission to public opinion and the danger to liberty increase. It was at its highest during the convulsions marking the fall of the Roman Republic, and in the time of the Empire, when the names of both philosophy and history became in grata principibus. Not Nina Brutus shows its dignity better than Plato. His was a time when ethics ceased to have commonplaces. Philosophy is not much regarded now. And we may well ask why no great soldier or statesman has taken it up. And the answer is that a thin phantom has met him under the name of philosophy, the cautious wisdom of the learned professor. And philosophy has soon come to seem ridiculous to him. It ought to have seemed terrible, and men who are called to authority should know the heroic power that has its source there. An American may tell them what a center of mighty forces a great thinker can prove on this earth. Beware, when the great God lets loose a thinker on this planet, says Emerson, then all things are at risk. It is as when a conflagration has broken out in a York City, and no man knows what is safe or where it will end. There is not a piece of science, but its flank may be turned tomorrow. There is not any literary reputation, not the so-called eternal names of fame, that may not be revised and condemned. The things which are dear to men at this hour are so on account of the ideas which have emerged on their mental horizon, and which cause the present order of things as a tree bears its apples. A new degree of culture would instantly revolutionize the entire system of human pursuits. If such thinkers are dangerous, it is clear why our university thinkers are not dangerous. For their thoughts bloom as peacefully in the shade of tradition as essay on circles. Ever tree bore its apples, they do not frighten, they carry away no gates of Gaza. And to all their little contemplations, one can make the answer of Diogenes when a certain philosopher was praised. What great result has he to show, who has so long practiced philosophy, and yet has hurt nobody? Yes, the university philosophy should have on its monument, it has hurt nobody. But this is rather the praise one gives to an old woman than to a goddess of truth. And it is not surprising that those who know the goddess only as an old woman are the less men for that, and are naturally neglected by the real men of power. If this be the case in our time, the dignity of philosophy is trodden in the mire, and she seems herself to have become ridiculous or insignificant. All her true friends are bound to bear witness against this transformation, at least to show that it is merely her false servants in philosophers' clothing who are so, or better, they must prove by their own deed that the love of truth has itself all in power. Schopenhauer proved this, and will continue to prove it more and more. Section 5. Chapter 4. Richard Wagner and Bayreuth. Section 50. Section 1. Section 1. For an event to be great, two things must be united: the lofty sentiment of those who accomplish it, and the lofty sentiment of those who witness it. No event is great in itself, even though it be the disappearance of whole constellations, the destruction of several nations, the establishment of vast empires, or the prosecution of wars at the cost of enormous forces. Over things of this sort, the breath of history blows as if they were flocks of wool. But it often happens, too, that a man of might strikes a blow which falls without effect upon a stubborn stone. A short, sharp report is heard, and all is over. History is able to record little or nothing of such abortive efforts. Hence the anxiety which everyone must feel who, observing the approach of an event, wonders whether those about to witness it will be worthy of it. This reciprocity between an act and its reception is always taken into account when any thing great or small is to be accomplished. And he who would give anything away must see to it that he find recipients who will do justice to the meaning of his gift. This is why even the work of a great man is not necessarily great when it is short, abortive, or fruitless. For at the moment when he performed it, he must have failed to perceive that it was really necessary. He must have been careless in his aim, and he cannot have chosen and fixed upon the time with sufficient caution. Chance thus became his master, for there is a very intimate relation between greatness and the instinct which discerns the proper moment at which to act. We therefore leave it to those who doubt Wagner's power of discerning the proper time for action, to be concerned and anxious as to whether what is now taking place in Bayreuth is really opportune and necessary. To us who are more confident, it is clear that he believes as strongly in the greatness of his feat as in the greatness of feeling in those who are to witness it. Be their number great or small, therefore, all those who inspire this faith in Wagner should feel extremely honored, for that it was not inspired by everybody, or by the whole age, or even by the whole German people, as they are now constituted. He himself told us in his dedicatory address of the 22nd of May, 1872, and not one amongst us could, with any show of conviction, assure him of the contrary. I had only you to turn to, he said, when I sought those who I thought would be in sympathy with my plans. You who are the most personal friends of my own particular art, my work and activity, only you could I invite to help me in my work, that it might be presented pure and whole to those who manifest a genuine interest in my art, despite the fact that it has hitherto made its appeal to them only in a disfigured and adulterated form. It is certain that in Bayreuth even the spectator is a spectacle worth seeing. If the spirit of some observant sage were to return, after the absence of a century, and were to compare the most remarkable movements in the present world of culture, he would find much to interest him there, like one swimming in a lake, who encounters a current of warm water issuing from a hot spring. In Bayreuth, he would certainly feel as though he had suddenly plunged into a more temperate element, and would tell himself that this must rise out of a distant and deeper source. The surrounding mass of water, which at all events is more common in origin, does not account for it. In this way, all those who assist at the Bayreuth festival will seem like men out of season. Their raison d'etre and the forces which would seem to account for them are elsewhere, and their home is not in the present age. I realize ever more clearly that the scholar, insofar as he is entirely the man of his own day, can only be accessible to all that Wagner does and thinks by means of parody. And since everything is parodied nowadays, he will even get the event of Bayreuth reproduced for him through the very unmagic lanterns of our facetious art critics. And one ought to be thankful if they stop at parody, for by means of it, a spirit of aloofness and animosity finds a vent which might otherwise hit upon a less desirable mode of expression. Now, the observant sage already mentioned could not remain blind to this unusual sharpness and tension of contrasts. They, who hold by gradual development as a kind of moral law, must be somewhat shocked at the sight of one who, in the course of a single lifetime, succeeds in producing something absolutely new. Being dawdlers themselves, and insisting upon slowness as a principle, they are very naturally vexed by one who strides rapidly ahead. And they wonder how on earth he does it. No omens, no periods of transition, and no concessions preceded the enterprise at Bayreuth. ND1, except Wagner, knew either the goal or the long road that was to lead to it in the realm art. It signifies, so to speak, the first circumnavigation of the world. And by this voyage, not only we there discovered an apparently new art, but AI itself. In view of this, all modern arts, as arts luxury which have degenerated through having been insulated, have become almost worthless, and the same applies to the nebulous and inconsistent reminiscences of a genuine art which as modern Europeans derive from the Greeks. Let them rest in peace. unless they are now able to shine of their own accord in the light of a new interpretation. The last hour has come for a good many things. This new art is a clairvoyante that sees ruin approaching, not for art alone. Her warning voice must strike the whole of our prevailing civilization with terror the instant the laughter which its parodies have provoked subsides. Let it laugh and enjoy itself for yet a while longer one, and as for us, the disciples of this revived art, we shall have time and inclination for thoughtfulness, deep thoughtfulness. All the talk and noise about art, which has been made by civilization hitherto, must seem like shameless obtrusiveness. Everything makes silence a duty villus, the quinquennial silence of the Pythagoreans. Which of us has not soiled his hands and heart in the disgusting idolatry of modern culture? Which of us can exist without the waters of purification? Who does not hear the voice which cries, "Be silent and cleansed, be silent and cleansed"? Only the merit of being included among those who give ear to this voice will grant even us the lofty look necessary to view the event at Bayreuth. And only upon this look depends the great future of the event. When on that dismal and cloudy day in May 1872, after the foundation stone had been laid on the height of Bayreuth, amid torrents of rain, and while Wagner was driving back to the town with a small party of us, he was exceptionally silent, and there was that indescribable look in his eye as of one who has turned his gaze deeply inwards the day happened to be the first of his 60th year. And his whole past now appeared as but a long preparation for this great moment. It is almost a recognized fact that in times of exceptional danger, or at all decisive and culminating points in their lives, men see the remotest and most recent events of their career with singular vividness, and in one rapid inward glance obtain a sort of panorama of a whole span of years in which every event is faithfully depicted. What, for instance, must Alexander the Great have seen in that instant when he caused Asia and Europe to be drunk out of the same goblet? But what went through Wagner's mind on that day, how he became what he is, and what he will be, we only can imagine who are nearest to him and can follow him up to a certain point in his self-examination. But through his eyes alone is it possible for us to understand his grand work. And by the help of this understanding, vouchsafe its fruitfulness. Section 2. It were strange if what a man did best and most liked to do could not be traced in the general outline of his life. And in the case of those who are remarkably endowed, there is all the more reason for supposing that their life will present not only the counterpart of their character, as in the case of everyone else, but that it will present above all the counterpart of their intellect and their most individual tastes. The life of the epic poet will have a dash of the epos in it, as from all accounts was the case with Goethe, whom the Germans very wrongly regarded only as a lyrist, and the life of the dramatist will probably be dramatic. The dramatic element in Wagner's development cannot be ignored. From the time when his ruling passion became self-conscious and took possession of his whole being, from that time forward, there is an end to all groping, straying, and sprouting of offshoots, and over his most tortuous deviations and excursions, over the often eccentric disposition of his plans, a single law and will are seen to rule, in which we have the explanation of his actions. However strange this explanation may sometimes appear, there was, however, an anti-dramatic period in Wagner's life, his childhood and youth, which it is impossible to approach without discovering innumerable problems. At this period, there seems to be no promise yet of himself, and what one might now, in a retrospect, regard as a pledge for his future greatness amounts to no more than a juxtaposition of traits, which inspire more dismay than hope. A restless and excitable spirit, nervously eager to undertake 100 things at the same time, passionately fond of almost morbidly exalted states of mind, and ready at any moment to veer completely round from calm and profound meditation to a state of violence and uproar. In his case, there were no hereditary or family influences at work to constrain him to the sedulous study of particular art. Painting, versifying, acting, and music were just as much within his reach as the learning and the career of a scholar, and the superficial inquirer into this stage of his life might even conclude that he was born to be a dilettante. The small world within the bounds of which he grew up was not of the kind we should choose to be the home of an artist. He ran the constant risk of becoming infected by that dangerously dissipated attitude of mind in which a person will taste of everything, as also by that condition of slackness resulting from the fragmentary knowledge of all things, which is so characteristic of university towns. His feelings were easily roused and but indifferently satisfied. Wherever the boy turned, he found himself surrounded by a wonderful and would-be learned activity to which the garish theaters presented a ridiculous contrast, and the entrancing strains of music a perplexing one. Now, to the observer who sees things relatively, it must seem strange that the modern man who happens to be gifted with exceptional talent should as a child and a youth so seldom be blessed with the quality of ingenuousness and of simple individuality, that he is so little able to have these qualities at all. As a matter of fact, men of rare talent, like Goethe and Wagner, much more often attain to ingenuousness in manhood than during the more tender years of childhood and youth. And this especially so with the artist who, being born with a more than usual capacity for imitating, succumbs to the morbid multiformity of modern life as to virulent disease of infancy. As a child, he will more closely resemble an old man. The wonderfully accurate and original picture of youth Michael Wagner gives us in the Siegfried of the Nibelungen Ring could only have been conceived by a man, and by one who had discovered his youthfulness but late in life. Wagner's maturity, like his adolescence, was also late in making its appearance, and he is thus in this respect alone, the very reverse of the precocious type. The appearance of his moral and intellectual strength was the prelude to the drama of his soul. And how different it then became! His nature seems to have been simplified at one terrible stroke, and divided against itself into two instincts or spheres. From its innermost depths there gushes forth a passionate will which, like a rapid mountain torrent, endeavors to make its way through all paths, ravines, and crevices in search of light and power. Only a force completely free and pure was strong enough to guide this will to all that is good and beneficial. Had it been combined with a narrow intelligence, a will with such a tyrannical and boundless desire might have become fatal. In any case, an exit into the open had to be found for it as quickly as possible, whereby it could rush into pure air and sunshine. Lofty aspirations, which continually meet with failure, ultimately turn to evil. The inadequacy of means for obtaining success may, in certain circumstances, be the result of an inexorable fate, and not necessarily of a lack of strength. But he who under such circumstances cannot abandon his aspirations, despite the inadequacy of his means, will only become embittered, and consequently irritable and intolerant. He may possibly seek the cause of his failure in other people. He may even in a fit of passion hold the whole world guilty, or he may turn defiantly down secret byways and secluded lanes or resort to violence. In this way, noble natures on their road to the Most High may turn savage. Even among those who seek but their own personal moral purity, among monks and anchorites, men are to be found who, undermined and devoured by failure, have become barbarous and hopelessly morbid. There was a spirit full of love and calm belief, full of goodness and infinite tenderness, hostile to all violence and self-deterioration, and abhorring the sight of a soul in bondage. And it was this spirit which manifested itself to Wagner. It hovered over him as a consoling angel. It covered him with its wings and showed him the true path. At this stage, we bring the other side of Wagner's nature into view. But how shall we describe this other side? The characters an artist creates are not himself, but the succession of these characters, to which it is clear he is greatly attached, must at all events reveal something of his nature. Now try and recall Rienzi, the Flying Dutchman, and Senta, Tannhauser and Elizabeth, Lohengrin and Elsa, Tristan and Mark, Hans Sachs, Woden, and Brunhilde. All these characters are correlated by a secret current of ennobling and broadening morality which flows through them and becomes ever purer and clearer as it progresses. And at this point, we enter with respectful reserve into the presence of the most hidden development in Wagner's own soul. In what other artists do we meet with the like of this in the same proportion? Schiller's characters, from the robbers to Wallenstein and Tell, do indeed pursue an ennobling course, and likewise reveal something of their author's development. But in Wagner, the standard is higher and the distance covered is much greater. In the Nibelungen Ring, for instance, where Brunhilde is awakened by Siegfried, I perceive the most moral music I have ever heard. Here Wagner attains to such a high level of sacred feeling that our mind unconsciously wanders to the glistening icy and snow peaks of the Alps to find a lightness there. So pure, isolated, inaccessible, chaste taste, and bathed in love beams does nature here display herself, that clouds and tempests, yea, and even the sublime itself, seem to lie beneath her. Now, looking down from this height upon Tannhauser and the Flying Dutchman, we begin to perceive how the man in Wagner was evolved, how restlessly and darkly he began, how tempestuously he strove to gratify his desires, to acquire power and to taste those rapturous delights from which he often fled in disgust, how he wished to throw off a yoke, to forget, to be negative, and to renounce everything. The whole torrent plunged now into this valley, now into that, and flooded the most secluded chinks and crannies. In the night of these semi-subterranean convulsions, a star appeared and glowed high above him with melancholy vehemence. As soon as he recognized it, he named it Fidelity, unselfish fidelity. Why did this star seem to him the brightest and purest of all? What secret meaning had the word fidelity to his whole being? For he has graven its image and problems upon all his thoughts and compositions. His works contain almost a complete series of the rarest and most beautiful examples of fidelity, that of brother to sister, of friend to friend, of servant to master, of Elizabeth to Tannhauser, of Senta to the Dutchman, of Elsa to Lohengrin, of Isolde, Kurvenal, and Mark to Tristan, of Brunhilde to the most secret vows of Woden, and many others. It is Wagner's most personal and most individual experience, which he reveres like a religious mystery, and which he calls fidelity. He never wearies of breathing it into hundreds of different characters, and of endowing it with the sublimest that in him lies, so overflowing is his gratitude. It is, in short, the recognition of the fact that the two sides of his nature remained faithful to each other, that out of free and unselfish love, the creative, ingenuous, and brilliant side kept loyally abreast of the dark, the intractable, and the tyrannical side. Section 3. Section 1. The relation of the two constituent forces to each other, and the yielding of the one to the other was the great requisite by which alone he could remain wholly and truly himself. At the same time, this was the only thing he could not control, and over which he could only keep a watch, while the temptations to infidelity and its threatening dangers beset him more and more. The uncertainty derived therefrom is an overflowing source of suffering for those in process of development. Each of his instincts made constant efforts to attain to unmeasured heights, and each of the capacities he possessed for enjoying life seemed to long to tear itself away from its companions in order to seek satisfaction alone. The greater their exuberance, the more terrific was the tumult, and the more bitter the competition between them. In addition, accident and life fired the desire for power and splendor in him, but he was more often tormented by the cruel necessity of having to live at all. While all around him lay obstacles and snares, how is it possible for anyone to remain faithful here, to be completely steadfast? This doubt often depressed him, and he expresses it as an artist expressed his doubt in artistic forms. Elizabeth, for instance, can only suffer, pray, and die. She saves the fickle and intemperate man by her loyalty, though not for this life. In the path of every true artist whose lot is cast in these modern days, despair and danger are strewn. He has many means whereby he can attain to honor and might. Peace and plenty persistently offer themselves to him, but only in that form recognized by the modern man, which to the straightforward artist is no better than choke damp. In this temptation, and in the act of resisting it, lie the dangers that threaten him. Dangers arising from his disgust at the means modernity offers him of acquiring pleasure and esteem, and from the indignation provoked by the selfish ease of modern society. Imagine Wagner's filling an official position, as for instance that of bandmaster at public and court theaters, both of which positions he has held. Think how he, A serious artist must have struggled in order to enforce seriousness in those very places, which, to meet the demands of modern conventions, are designed with almost systematic frivolity to appeal only to the frivolous. Think how he must have partially succeeded, though only to fail on the whole. How constantly disgust must have been at his heels despite his repeated attempts to flee it. How he failed to find the haven to which he might have repaired, and how he had ever to return to the bohemians and outlaws of our society as one of them. If he himself broke loose from any post or position, he rarely found a better one in its stead, while more than once distress was all that his unrest brought him. Thus Wagner changed his associates, his dwelling place and country, and when we come to comprehend the nature of the circles into which he gravitated, we can hardly realize how he was able to tolerate them for any length of time. The greater half of his past seems to be shrouded in heavy mist. For a long time he appears to have had no general hopes, but only hopes for the morrow, and thus, although he reposed no faith in the future, he was not driven to despair. He must have felt like a nocturnal traveler, broken with fatigue, exasperated from want of sleep, and tramping wearily along beneath a heavy burden, who, far from fearing the sudden approach of death, rather longs for it as something exquisitely charming. His burden, the road, and the night all would disappear. The thought was a temptation to him. Again and again, buoyed up by his temporary hopes, he plunged anew into the turmoil of life and left all apparatus behind him. But his method of doing this, his lack of moderation in the doing, betrayed what a feeble hold his hopes had upon him, how they were only stimulants to which he had recourse in an extremity. The conflict between his aspirations and his partial or total inability to realize them tormented him like a thorn in the flesh. Infuriated by constant privations, his imagination lapsed into the dissipated whenever the state of want was momentarily relieved. Life grew ever more and more complicated for him, but the means and artifices that he discovered in his art as a dramatist became ever more resourceful and daring. Albeit these were little more than palpable dramatic makeshifts and expedients, which deceived and were invented only for the moment. In a flash, such means occurred to his mind and were used up. Examined closely and without prepossession, Wagner's life, to recall one of Schopenhauer's expressions, might be said to consist largely of comedy, not to mention burlesque, and what the artist's feelings must have been, conscious as he was, during whole periods of his life, of this undignified element in it, he who more than anyone else, perhaps, breathes freely only in sublime and more than sublime spheres. The thinker alone can form any idea. In the midst of this mode of life, a detailed description of which is necessary in order to inspire the amount of pity, awe, and admiration which are its due. He developed a talent for acquiring knowledge, which even in a German, a son of the nation learned above all others, was really extraordinary. And with this talent, yet another danger threatened Wagner, a danger more formidable than that, involved in a life which was apparently without either a stay or a rule, borne hither and thither by disturbing illusions. From a novice trying his strength, Wagner became a thorough master of music and of the theater, as also a prolific inventor in the preliminary technical conditions for the execution of art. No one will any longer deny him the glory of having given us the supreme model for lofty artistic execution on a large scale. But he became more than this, and in order so to develop, he no less than anyone else in like circumstances had to reach the highest degree of culture by virtue of his studies, and wonderfully he achieved this end. It is delightful to follow his progress. From all sides materials seemed to come unto him and into him, and the larger and heavier the resulting structure became, the more rigid was the arch of the ruling and ordering thought supporting it. And yet access to the sciences and arts has seldom been made more difficult for any man than for Wagner, so much so, that he had almost to break his owy road through to them. The reviver of the symph-drama, the discoverer of the position due to art, true human society, the poetic interpreter of B1 views of life, the philosopher, the historian, the aesthete and the critic, the master of languages, the mythologist and the myth poet. Who was the first to include all these wonderful and beautiful products of primitive times in a single ring, upon which he engraved the runic characters of his thoughts? What a wealth of knowledge must Wagner have accumulated and commanded in order to have become all that, and yet this massive material was just as powerless to impede the action of his will as a matter of detail, however attractive, was to draw his purpose from its path. For the exceptional character of such conduct to be appreciated fully, it should be compared with that of Goethe, he who, as a student and as a sage, resembled nothing so much as a huge river basin, which does not pour all its water into the sea, but spends as much of it on its way there, and at its various twists and turns, as it ultimately disgorges at its mouth. True, a nature like Goethe's not only has, but also engenders more pleasure than any other. There is more mildness and noble profligacy in it, whereas the tenor and tempo of Wagner's power at times provoke both fear and flight. But let him fear who will, we shall only be the more courageous in that we shall be permitted to come face to face with a hero who, in regard to modern culture, has never learned the meaning of fear, but neither has he learned to look for repose in history and philosophy, nor to derive those subtle influences from their study which tend to paralyze action or to soften a man unduly. Neither the creative nor the militant artist in him was ever diverted from his purpose by learning and culture. The moment his constructive powers direct him, history becomes yielding clay in his hands. His attitude towards it then differs from that of every scholar, and more nearly resembles the relation of the ancient Greek to his myths. That is to say, his subject is something he may fashion, and about which he may write verses. He will naturally do this with love and a certain becoming reverence, but with the sovereign right of the Creator notwithstanding. And precisely because history is more supple and more variable than a dream to him, he can invest the most individual case with the characteristics of a whole age, and thus attain to a vividness of narrative of which historians are quite incapable. In what work of art of any kind has the body and soul of the Middle Ages ever been so thoroughly depicted as in Lohengrin? And will not the Meistersingers continue to acquaint men, even in the remotest ages to come, with the nature of Germany's soul? Will they not do more than acquaint men of it? Will they not represent its very ripest fruit, the fruit of that spirit which ever wishes to reform and not to overthrow, and which, despite the broad couch of comfort which it lies, has not forgotten how to endure noblest discomfort when a worthy and novel deed has to be accomplished? And it is just to this kind of discomfort that Wagner always felt himself drawn by his study of history and philosophy. In them he not only found arms and coats of mail, but what he felt in their presence above all was the inspiring breath which is wafted from the graves of all great fighters, sufferers, and thinkers. Nothing distinguishes a man more from the general pattern of the age than the use he makes of history and philosophy. According to present views, the former seems to have been allotted the duty of giving modern man breathing time in the midst of his panting and strenuous scurry towards his goal, so that he may, for a space, imagine he has slipped his leash. What Montaigne was as an individual amid the turmoil of the Reformation, that is to say, a creature inwardly coming to peace with himself, serenely secluded in himself, and taking breath as his best reader, Shakespeare, understood him. This is what history is to the modern spirit today. The fact that the Germans for a whole century have devoted themselves more particularly to the study of history only tends to prove that they are the stemming, retarding, and becalming force in the activity of modern society, a circumstance which some, of course, will place to their credit. On the whole, however, it is a dangerous symptom when the mind of a nation turns with preference to the study of the past. It is a sign of flagging strength, of decline and degeneration. It denotes that its people are perilously near to falling victims to the first fever that may happen to be rife, the political fever among others. Now, in the history of modern thought, our scholars are an example of this condition of weakness as opposed to all reformative and revolutionary activity. The mission they have chosen is not of the noblest. They have rather been content to secure a smug happiness for their kind and little more. Every independent and manly step leaves them halting in the background, although it by no means outstrips history, for the latter is possessed of vastly different powers, which only natures like Wagner have any notion of. but it requires to be written in a much more earnest and severe spirit by much more vigorous students and with much less optimism than has been the case hitherto. In fact, it requires to be treated quite differently from the way German scholars have treated it until now. In all their works, there is a continual desire to embellish, to submit, and to be content, while the course of events invariably seems to have their approbation. It is rather the exception for one of them to imply that he is satisfied only because things might have turned out worse, for most of them believe, almost as a matter of course, that everything has been for the best simply because it has only happened once. Were history not always a disguised Christian theodicy, were it written with more justice and fervent feeling, it would be the very last thing on earth to be made to serve the purpose it now serves, namely, that of an opiate against everything subversive and novel. And philosophy is in the same plight. All that the majority demand of it is that it may teach them to understand approximate facts, that they may then become adapted to them. And even its noblest exponents press its soporific and comforting powers so strongly to the fore, that all lovers of sleep and of loafing must think that their aim and the aim of philosophy are one. For my part, the most important question philosophy has to decide seems to be how far things have acquired an unalterable stamp and form, and once this question has been answered, I think it the duty of philosophy unhesitatingly and courageously to proceed with the task of improving that part of the world which has been recognized as still susceptible to change. But genuine philosophers do, as a matter of fact, teach this doctrine themselves inasmuch as they work at endeavoring to alter the very changeable views of men and do not keep their opinions to themselves. Genuine disciples of genuine philosophies also teach this doctrine, for like Wagner, they understand the art of deriving a more decisive and inflexible will from their master's teaching, rather than an opiate or a sleeping draught. Wagner is most philosophical where he is most powerfully active and heroic. It was as a philosopher that he went, not only through the fire of various philosophical systems without fear, but also through the vapors of science and scholarship, while remaining ever true to his highest self. And it was this highest self which exacted from his versatile spirit works as complete as his were, which bade him suffer and learn, that he might accomplish such works. Section 4. The history of the development of culture since the time of the Greeks is short enough, when we take into consideration the actual ground it covers, and ignore the periods during which man stood still, went backwards, hesitated, or stripped. The Hellenizing of the world, and to make this possible, the Orientalizing of Hellenism, that double mission of Alexander the Great, still remains the most important event. The old question whether a foreign civilization may be transplanted is still the problem that the peoples of modern times are vainly endeavoring to solve. The rhythmic play of those two factors against each other is the force that has determined the course of history heretofore. Thus, Christianity appears, for instance, as a product of Oriental antiquity which was thought out and pursued to its ultimate conclusions by men with almost intemperate thoroughness. As its influence began to decay, the power of Hellenic culture was revived, and we are now experiencing phenomena so strange that they would hang in the air as unsolved problems, if it were not possible, by spanning an enormous gulf of time, to show their relation to analogous phenomena in Hellenistic culture. Thus, between Kant and the Eleatics, Schopenhauer and Empedocles, Aeschylus and Wagner, there is so much relationship, so many things in common, that one is vividly impressed with the very relative nature of all notions of time. It would even seem as if a whole diversity of things were really all of a piece, and that time is only a cloud which makes it hard for our eyes to perceive the oneness of them. In the history of the exact sciences, we are perhaps most impressed by the close bond uniting us with the days of Alexander and ancient Greece. The pendulum of history seems merely to have swung back to that point from which it started when it plunged forth into unknown and mysterious distance. The picture represented by our own times is by no means a new one. To the student of history, it must always seem as though he were merely in the presence of an old familiar face, the features of which he recognizes. In our time, the spirit of Greek culture is scattered, broadcast, while forces of all kinds are pressing one upon the other, and the fruits of modern art and science are offering themselves as a means of exchange. The pale outline of Hellenism is beginning to dawn faintly in the distance. The earth, which up to the present has been more than adequately orientalized, begins to yearn once more for Hellenism. He who wishes to help her in this respect will certainly need to be gifted for speedy action and to have wings on his heels. In order to synthesize the multitudinous and still undiscovered facts of science, and the many conflicting divisions of talent so as to reconnoiter and rule the whole enormous field. It is now necessary that a generation of anti-Alexanders should arise, endowed with the supreme strength necessary for gathering up, binding together, and joining the individual threads of the fabric, so as to prevent their being scattered to the four winds. The object is not to cut the Gordian knot of Greek culture after the manner adopted by Alexander, and then to leave its frayed ends fluttering in all directions. It is rather to bind it after it has been loosed. That is our task today. In the person of Wagner, I recognize one of these anti-Alexanders. He rivets and locks together all that is isolated, weak, or in any way defective. If I may be allowed to use a medical expression, he has an astringent power. And in this respect, he is one of the greatest civilizing forces of his age. He dominates art, religion, and folklore, yet he is the reverse of a polyhistor or of a mere collecting and classifying spirit. For he constructs with the collected material and breathes life into it, and is a simplifier of the universe. We must not be led away from this idea by comparing the general mission which his genius imposed upon him with the much narrower and more immediate one, which we are at present in the habit of associating with the name of Wagner. He is expected to effect a reform in the theater world. But even supposing he should succeed in doing this, what would then have been done towards the accomplishment of that higher, more distant mission? But even with this lesser theatrical reform, modern man would also be altered and reformed. For everything is so intimately related in this world, that he who removes even so small a thing as a rivet from the framework shatters and destroys the whole edifice. And what we here assert, with perhaps seeming exaggeration, of Wagner's activity would hold equally good of any other genuine reform. It is quite impossible to reinstate the art of drama in its purest and highest form without effecting changes everywhere in the customs of the people, in the state, in education, and in social intercourse. When love and justice have become powerful in one department of life, namely in art, they must, in accordance with the law of their inner being, spread their influence around them, and can no more return to the stiff stillness of their former pupil condition. In order even to realize how far the attitude of the arts towards life is a sign of their decline, and how far our theaters are a disgrace to those who build and visit them, everything must be learned over again, and that which is usual and commonplace should be regarded as something unusual and complicated. A badly concealed lust of pleasure, of entertainment at any cost, learned scruples, as summed airs of importance, and trifling with the seriousness of art on the part of those who represent it. Brutality of appetite and money-grubbing on the part of promoters. The empty-mindedness and thoughtlessness of society, which only thinks of the people insofar as these serve or thwart its purpose, and which attends theaters and concerts without giving a thought to its duties. All these things constitute the stifling and deleterious atmosphere of our modern art conditions. When, however, people like our men of culture have grown accustomed to it, they imagine that it is a condition of their healthy existence, and would immediately feel unwell if, for any reason, they were compelled to dispense with it for a while. In point of fact, there is but one speedy way of convincing oneself of the vulgarity, weirdness, and confusion of our theatrical institutions, and that is to compare them with those which once flourished in ancient Greece. If we knew nothing about the Greeks, it would perhaps be impossible to assail our present conditions at all. And injections made on the large scale conceived for the first time by Wagner would have been regarded as the dreams of people who could only be at home in outlandish places. For men as we now find them, people would have retorted, art of this modern kind answers the purpose and is fitting, and men have never been different. But they have been very different. And even now, there are men who are far from satisfied with the existing state of affairs. The fact of Bayreuth alone demonstrates this point. Here you will find prepared and initiated spectators, and the emotion of men, conscious of being at the very zenith of their happiness, who concentrate their whole being on that happiness in order to strengthen themselves for a higher and more far-reaching purpose. Here you will find the most noble self-abnegation on the part of the artist and the finest of all spectacles, that of a triumphant creator of works, which are in themselves an overflowing treasury of artistic triumphs. Does it not seem almost like a fairy tale to be able to come face to face with such a personality? Must not they who take any part whatsoever, active or passive, in the proceedings at Bayreuth already feel altered and rejuvenated, and ready to introduce reforms and to effect renovations in other spheres of life? Has not a haven been found for all wanderers on high and desert seas, and has not peace settled over the face of the waters? Must not he who leaves these spheres of ruling profundity and loneliness for the very differently ordered world with its plains and lower levels cry continually like Isolde, "How can I still bear it? How can I still bear it?" And should he be unable to endure his joy and his sorrow, or to keep them egotistically to himself, he will avail himself from that time forward of every opportunity of making them known to all. Where are they who are suffering under the yoke of modern institutions? He will inquire, where are my natural allies with whom I may struggle against the ever-waxing and ever more oppressive pretensions of modern erudition? For at present, at least, we have but one enemy at present, and it is that band of aesthetes to whom the word Bayreuth means the completest rout. They have taken no share in the arrangements, they were rather indignant at the whole movement, or else availed themselves effectively of the deaf-ear policy which has now become the trusty weapon of all very superior opposition. But this proves that their animosity and knavery were ineffectual in destroying Wagner's spirit or in hindering the accomplishment of his plans. It proves even more, for it betrays their weakness and the fact that all those who are at present in possession of power will not be able to withstand many more attacks. The time is at hand for those who would conquer and triumph. The vastest empires lie at their mercy. A note of interrogation hangs to the name of all present possessors of power, so far as possession may be said to exist in this respect. Thus, educational institutions are said to be decaying, and everywhere individuals are to be found who have secretly deserted them. If only it were possible to invite those to open rebellion and public utterances who even now are thoroughly dissatisfied with the state of affairs in this quarter. If only it were possible to deprive them of their faint heart and lukewarmness. I am convinced that the whole spirit of modern culture would receive its deadliest blow if the tacit support which these natures give it could in any way be cancelled. Among scholars, only those would remain loyal to the old order of things who had been infected with the political mania, or who were literary hacks in any form whatever. The repulsive organization which derives its strength from the violence and injustice upon which it relies, that is to say, from the state and society, and which sees its advantage in making the latter ever more evil and unscrupulous. This structure, which without such support would be something feeble and effete, only needs to be despised in order to perish. He who is struggling to spread justice and love among mankind must regard this organization as the least significant of the obstacles in his way, for he will only encounter his real opponents once he has successfully stormed and conquered modern culture, which is nothing more than their outworks. For us, Bayreuth is the consecration of the dawn of the combat. No greater injustice could be done to us than to suppose that we are concerned with art alone, as though it were merely a means of healing or stupefying us, which we make use of in order to rid our consciousness of all the misery that still remains in our midst. In the image of this tragic artwork at Bayreuth, we see rather the struggle of individuals against everything which seems to oppose them with invincible necessity, with power, law, tradition, conduct, and the whole order of things established. Individuals cannot choose a better life than that of holding themselves ready to sacrifice themselves and to die in their fight for love and justice. The gaze which the mysterious eye of tragedy vouchsafes us neither lulls nor paralyses. Nevertheless, it demands silence of us as long as it keeps us in view, for art does not serve the purposes of war, but is merely with us to improve our hours of respite before and during the course of the contest. To improve those few moments when looking back, yet dreaming of the future, we seem to understand the symbolical and are carried away into a refreshing reverie when fatigue overtakes us. Day and battle dawn together, the sacred shadows vanish, and art is once more far away from us. But the comfort she dispenses is with men from the earliest hour of day and never leaves them. Wherever he turns, the individual realizes only too clearly his own shortcomings, his insufficiency and his incompetence. What courage would he have left were he not previously rendered impersonal by this consecration? The greatest of all torments harassing him, the conflicting beliefs and opinions among men, the unreliability of these beliefs and opinions, and the unequal character of men's abilities, all these things make him hanker after art. We cannot be happy so long as everything about us suffers and causes suffering. We cannot be moral so long as the course of human events is determined by violence, treachery, and injustice. We cannot even be wise so long as the whole of mankind does not compete for wisdom and does not lead the individual to the most sober and reasonable form of life and knowledge. How then would it be possible to endure this feeling of threefold insufficiency if one were not able to recognize something sublime and valuable in one's struggles, strivings, and defeats? If one did not learn from tragedy how to delight in the rhythm of the great passions and in their victim? Art is certainly no teacher or educator of practical conduct. The artist is never in this sense an instructor or advisor. The things after which a tragic hero strives are not necessarily worth striving after. As in a dream, so in art, the valuation of things only holds good while we are Section 1, under its spell. What we, for the time being, regard as so worthy of effort, and what makes us sympathize with the tragic hero when he prefers death to renouncing the object of his desire, this can seldom retain the same value and energy when transferred to everyday life. That is why art is the business of the man who is recreating himself. The strife it reveals to us is a simplification of life's struggle. Its problems are abbreviations of the infinitely complicated phenomena of man's actions and volitions. But from this very fact, that it is the reflection, so to speak, of a simpler world, a more rapid solution of the riddle of life, art derives its greatness and indispensability. No one who suffers from life can do without this reflection, just as no one can exist without sleep. The more difficult the science of natural laws becomes, the more fervently we yearn for the image of this simplification, if only for an instant. And the greater becomes the tension between each man's general knowledge of things and his moral and spiritual faculties. Art is with us to prevent the bow from snapping. The individual must be consecrated to something impersonal. That is the aim of tragedy. He must forget the terrible anxiety which death and time tend to create in him, for at any moment of his life, at any fraction of time in the whole of his span of years, something sacred may cross his path, which will amply compensate him for all his struggles and privations. This means having a sense for the tragic. And if all mankind must perish someday, and who could question this, it has been given its highest aim for the future, namely, to increase and to live in such unity that it may confront its final extermination as a whole. With one spirit, with a common sense of the tragic, in this one aim all the ennobling influences of man lie locked. Its complete repudiation by humanity would be the saddest blow which the soul of the philanthropist could receive. That is how I feel in the matter. There is but one hope and guarantee for the future of man, and that is that his sense for the tragic may not die out. If he ever completely lost it, an agonized cry, the like of which has never been heard, would have to be raised all over the world, for there is no more blessed joy than that which consists in knowing what we know, how tragic thought was born again on earth. For this joy is thoroughly impersonal and general. It is the wild rejoicing of humanity, and the hidden relationship and progress of all that is human. Section 5. Wagner concentrated upon life, past and present, the light of an intelligence strong enough to embrace the most distant regions in its rays. That is why he is a simplifier of the universe. For the simplification of the universe is only possible to him whose eye has been able to master the immensity and wildness of an apparent chaos, and to relate and unite those things which before had lain hopelessly asunder. Wagner did this by discovering a connection between two objects which seemed to exist apart from each other as though in separate spheres, that between music and HFE and similarly between music and the drama. Not that he invented or was the first to create this relationship, for they must always have existed and have been noticeable to all. But as is usually the case with a great problem, it is like a precious stone which thousands stumble over before one finally picks it up. Wagner asked himself the meaning of the fact that an art such as music should have become so very important a feature of the lives of modern men. It is not necessary to think meanly of life in order to suspect a riddle behind this question. On the contrary, when all the gray forces of existence are duly considered, and struggling life is regarded as striving mighty after conscious freedom and independence thought, only then does music seem to be a riddle in this world. Should one not answer, music could not have been born in our time, what then does its presence amongst us signify? An accident. A single great artist might certainly be an accident, but the appearance of a whole group of them, such as the history of modern music has to show, a group only once before equaled on earth, that is to say, in the time of the Greeks. A circumstance of this sort leads one to think that perhaps necessity, rather than accident, is at the root of the whole phenomenon. The meaning of this necessity is the riddle which Wagner answers. He was the first to recognize an evil which is as widespread as civilization itself among men. Language is everywhere diseased, and the burden of this terrible disease weighs heavily upon the whole of man's development. Inasmuch as language has retreated ever more and more from its true province, the expression of strong feelings, which it was once able to convey in all their simplicity, and has always had to stray after the practically impossible achievement of communicating the reverse of feeling, that is to say, thought, its strength has become so exhausted by this excessive extension of its duties during the comparatively short period of modern civilization, that it is no longer able to perform even that function which alone justifies its existence, to wit, the assisting of those who suffer in communicating with each other concerning the sorrows of existence. Man can no longer make his misery known unto others by means of language. Hence he cannot really express himself any longer. And under these conditions, which are only vaguely felt at present, language has gradually become a force in itself, which with spectral arms coerces and drives humanity where it least wants to go. As soon as they would fain understand one another and unite for a common cause, the craziness of general concepts, and even of the ring of modern words, lays hold of them. The result of this inability to communicate with one another is that every product of their cooperative action bears the stamp of discord, not only because it fails to meet their real needs, but because of the very emptiness of those all-powerful words and notions already mentioned. To the misery already at hand, man thus adds the curse of convention, that is to say, the agreement between words and actions without an agreement between the feelings. Just as during the decline of every art, a point is reached when the morbid accumulation of its means and forms attains to such tyrannical proportions that it oppresses the tender souls of artists and converts these into slaves. So now, in the period of the decline of language, men have become the slaves of words. Under this yoke, no one is able to show himself as he is, or to express himself artlessly, while only few are able to preserve their individuality in their fight against a culture which thinks to manifest its success, not by the fact that it approaches definite sensations and desires with the view of educating them, but by the fact that it involves the individual in the snare of definite notions and teaches him to think correctly. If there were any value in making a correctly thinking and reasoning being out of man. Before one has succeeded in making him a creature that feels correctly, if now the strains of our German master's music burst upon a mass of mankind, sick to this extent, what is really the meaning of these strains? Only correct feelings, the enemy of all convention, of all artificial estrangement, and misunderstandings between man and man. This music signifies a return to nature, and at the same time a purification and remodeling of it. For the need of such a return took shape in the souls of the most loving of men, and through their art, nature transformed into love makes its voice heard. Let us regard this as one of Wagner's answers to the question, what does music mean in our time? For he has a second. The relation between music and HFE is not merely that existing between one kind of language and another. It is, besides, the relation between the perfect world of sound and that of sight, regarded merely as a spectacle. And compared with other and earlier manifestations of human life, the existence of modern man is characterized by indescribable indigence and exhaustion, despite the unspeakable garishness at which only the superficial observer rejoices. If one examines a little more closely the impression which this vehement and kaleidoscopic play of colors makes upon one, does not the whole seem to blaze with the shimmer and sparkle of innumerable little stones borrowed from former civilizations? Is not everything one sees merely a complex of inharmonious bombast, aped gesticulations, arrogant superficiality, a ragged suit of motley for the naked and the shivering, a seeming dance of joy enjoined upon a sufferer, airs of overbearing pride assumed by one who is sick to the backbone, and the whole moving with such rapidity and confusion that it is disguised and masked, sordid impotence, devouring dissension, assiduous ennui, dishonest distress. The appearance of present-day humanity is all appearance and nothing else. In what he now represents, man himself has become obscured and concealed, and the vestiges of the creative faculty in art, which still cling to such countries as France and Italy, are all concentrated upon this one task of conceal injurum. Wherever form is still in demand in society, conversation, literary style, or the relations between governments, men have unconsciously grown to believe that it is adequately met by a kind of agreeable dissimulation, quite the reverse of genuine form conceived as a necessary relation between the proportions of a figure. Having no concern whatever with the notions agreeable or disagreeable, simply because it is necessary and not optional, but even where form is not openly exacted by civilized people. There is no greater evidence of this requisite relation of proportions. A striving after the agreeable dissimulation already referred to is on the contrary noticeable, though it is never successful even if it be more eager than in the first instance. How far this dissimulation is agreeable times, and why it must please everybody to see how modern men at least endeavor to dissemble everyone is in a position to judge, according to TEI, the extent to which he himself may happen to modern. Only galley slaves know each other, says Tasso, and if we mistake others, it is on out of courtesy, and with the hope that they, to their turn, should mistake us. Now, in this world of forms is an intentional misunderstanding. What purpose is served by the appearance of souls overflowing with music? Thea pursue the course of grand and unrestrained rhythi with noble candor. With a passion more personal, they glow with the mighty and peaceful fire of music, which wells up to the light of day from their unexhausted depths. And all this to what purpose? By means of these souls, music gives expression to the longing that it feels for the company of its natural Yui gymnastics, that is to say, its necessary form in the order of visible phenomena. In its search and craving for this ally, it becomes the arbiter of the whole visible world and the world of mere lying appearance of the present day. This is Wagner's second answer to the question, what is the meaning of music in our times? Help me, he cries to all who have ears to hear. Help me to discover that culture of which my music, as the rediscovered language of correct feeling, seems to foretell the existence. Bear in mind that the soul of music now wishes to acquire a body that, by means of you all, it would find its way to visibleness in movements, deeds, institutions, and customs. There are some men who understand this summons, and their number will increase. They have also understood, for the first time, what it means to found the state upon music. It is something that the ancient Hellenes not only understood, but actually insisted upon. And these enlightened creatures would just as soon have sentenced the modern state to death as modern men. The road to such a new, though not unprecedented goal would lead to this. that we should be compelled to acknowledge where the worst faults of our educational system lie, and why it has failed hitherto to elevate us out of barbarity in reality. It lacks the stirring and creative soul of music. Its requirements and arrangements are moreover the product of a period in which the music, to which we seem to attach so much importance, had not yet been born. Our education is the most antiquated factor of our present conditions, and it is so more precisely in regard to the one new educational force by which it makes men of today in advance of those of bygone centuries, or by which it would make them in advance of their remote ancestors, provided only they did not persist so rashly in hurrying forward in meek response to the scourge of the moment, through not having allowed the soul of music to lodge within them. They have no notion of gymnastics in the Greek and Wagnerian sense, and that is why their creative artists are condemned to despair, as long as they wish to dispense with music as a guide in a new world of visible phenomena. Talent may develop as much as may be desired. It either comes too late or too soon, and all events out of season, for it is in the main superfluous and abortive. Just as even the most perfect and the highest products of earlier times, which serve modern artists as models, are superfluous and abortive, and add not a stone to the edifice already begun. If their innermost consciousness can perceive no new forms, but only the old ones belonging to the past, they may certainly achieve something for history, but not for life, for they are already dead before having expired. He, however, who feels genuine and fruitful life in him, which at present can only be described by the one term music, could he allow himself to be deceived for one moment into nursing solid hopes by this something which exhausts all its energy in producing figures, forms, and styles. He stands above all such vanities and as little expects to meet with artistic wonders outside his ideal world of sound as with great writers spread on our fleet in discolored language. Rather than lend an ear to elusive consolations, he prefers to turn his unsatisfied gaze stoically upon our modern world, and if his heart be not warm enough to feel pity, let it at least feel bitterness and hate. It were better for him to show anger and scorn than to take cover in spurious contentment, or steadily to drug himself as our friends of art are wont to do. But if he can do more than condemn and despise, if he is capable of loving, sympathizing, and assisting in the general work of construction, he must still condemn, notwithstanding, in order to prepare the road for his willing soul, in order that music may one day exhort many men to greater piety and make them privy to her highest aims. An end must first be made to the whole of the pleasure-seeking relations which men now enjoy with such a sacred art. Behind all our artistic pastimes, theaters, museums, concerts, and the like, that aforementioned all ends to be found, and he it is who must be suppressed. The favor he now finds at the hands of the state must be changed into oppression. Public opinion, which lays such particular stress upon the training of this love of art, must be routed by better judgment. Meanwhile, we must reckon the declared enemy of art as our best and most useful ally, for the object of his animosity is precisely art as understood by the friend of art. He knows of no other kind. Let him be allowed to call our friend art to account for the nonsensical waste of money occasioned by the building of his theaters and public monuments, the engagement of his celebrated singers and actors, and the support of his utterly useless schools of art and picture galleries, to say nothing of all the energy, time, and money which every family squanders in pretended artistic interests. Neither hunger nor satiety is to be noticed here, but a deadened alive game is played with the semblance of each, a game invented by the idle desire to produce an effect and to deceive others. Or, worse still, art is taken more or less seriously, and then it is itself expected to provoke a kind of hunger and craving, and to fulfill its mission in this artificially induced excitement. It is as if people were afraid of sinking beneath the weight of their loathing and dullness, and invoked every conceivable evil spirit to scare them and drive them about like wild catlage. Men hanker after pain, anger, hate, the flesh owes passion. Sudden flight and breathless suspense, and they appeal to the artist as the conjurer of this demoniacal host. In the spiritual economy of our cultured classes, art has become a spurious or ignominious and undignified need. Anonentier is something evil. The superior and more uncommon artist must be in the throes of a bewildering nightmare in order to be blind to all this, and like a ghost, diffidently and in a quavering voice. He goes on repeating beautiful words which he declares descend to him from higher spheres, but whose sound he can hear only very indistinctly. The artist, who happens to be molded according to the modern pattern, however, regards the dreamy gropings and hesitating speech of his nobler colleague with contempt, and leads forth the whole brawling mob of assembled passions on a leash in order to let them loose upon modern men as he may think fit. For these modern creatures wish rather to be hunted down, wounded, and torn to shreds than to live alone with themselves in solitary calm. Alone with oneself. This thought terrifies the modern soul. It is his one anxiety, his one ghastly fear. When I watch the throngs that move and linger about the streets of a very populous town, and notice no other expression in their faces than one of hunted stupor, I can never help commenting to myself upon the misery of their condition. For them all, art exists only that they may be still more wretched, torpid, insensible, or even more flurried and covetous. For incorrect feeling of relaxed accent and drills them unremittingly, and does not even give them time to become aware of their misery. Should they wish to speak, convention whispers their cue to them, and this makes them forget what they originally intended to say. Should they desire to understand one another, their comprehension is maimed, as though by a spell. They declare that to be their joy, which in reality is but their doom, and they proceed to collaborate in willfully bringing about their own damnation. Thus they have become transformed into perfectly and absolutely different creatures, and reduced to the state of abject slaves of incorrect feeling. Section 6, Dialogue. I shall only give 2 instances showing how utterly the sentiment of our time has been perverted, and how completely unconscious the present age is of this perversion. Formerly, financiers were looked down upon with honest scorn, even though they were recognized as needful, for it was generally admitted that every society must have its viscera. Now, however, they are the ruling power in the soul of modern humanity, for they constitute the most covetous portion thereof. In former times, people were warned especially against taking the day or the moment too seriously. The nihil mirari was recommended, and the care of thin eternal. Now there is but one kind of serious end left in the modern mind, and it is limited to the news brought by the newspaper and the telegraph. Improve each shining hour, turn it to some account, and judge it as quickly as possible. One would think modern men had but one virtue left, presence of mind. Unfortunately, it much more closely resembles the omnipresence of disgusting and insatiable cupidity, and spying inquisitiveness become universal. But the question is whether Einand is present at all today, but we shall leave this problem for future judges to solve. They, at least, are bound to pass modern men through a sieve. But that this age is vulgar, even we can see now, and it is so, because it reveres precisely what nobler ages contemned. If therefore it loots all the treasures of bygone wit and wisdom, and struts about in this richest of rich garments, it only proves its sinister consciousness of its own vulgarity in so doing, for it does not don this garb for warmth, but merely in order to mystify its surroundings. The desire to dissemble and to conceal himself seems stronger than the need of protection from the cold in modern man. Thus scholars and philosophers of the age do not have recourse to Indian and Greek wisdom in order to become wise and peaceful. The only purpose of their work seems to be to earn them a fictitious reputation for learning in their own time. The naturalists endeavor to classify the animal outbreaks of violence, ruse, and revenge in the present relations between nations and individual men as immutable laws of nature. Historians are anxiously engaged in proving that every age has its own particular right and special conditions, with the view of preparing the groundwork of an apology for the day that is to come, when our generation will be called to judgment. The science of government, of race, of commerce, and of jurisprudence all have that preparatorily apologetic character now. Yeah, it even seems as though the small amount of intellect which still remains active today, and is not used up by the great mechanism of gain and power, has as its sole task the defending and excusing of the present. Against what accusers, one asks, surprised, against its own bad conscience. And at this point we plainly discern the task assigned to modern art, that of stupefying or intoxicating, of lulling to sleep or bewildering, by hook or by crook to make conscience unconscious, to assist the modern soul over the sensation of guilt, not to lead it back to innocence, and this for the space of moments only, to defend men against themselves, that their inmost heart may be silenced, that they may turn a deaf ear to its voice. The souls of those few who really feel the utter ignominy of this mission and its terrible humiliation of art must be filled to the brim with sorrow and pity, but also with a new and overpowering yearning. He who would fain emancipate art and reinstall its sanctity, now desecrated, must first have freed himself from all contact with modern souls. Only as an innocent being himself can he hope to discover the innocence of art. For he must be ready to perform the stupendous tasks of self-purification and self-consecration. If he succeeded, if he were ever able to address men from out his enfranchised soul, and by means of his emancipated art, he would then find himself exposed to the greatest of dangers and involved in the most appalling of struggles. Man would prefer to tear him and his art to pieces rather than acknowledge that he must die of shame in presence of it. It is just possible that the emancipation of art is the only ray of hope illuminating the future, an event intended only for a few isolated souls, while the many remain satisfied to gaze into the flickering and smoking flame of their art and can endure to do so. For they do not want to be enlightened, but dazzled. They rather hate light, more particularly when it is thrown on themselves. That is why they evade the messenger of light. But he follows them. The love which gave him birth compels him to follow them and to reduce them to submission. You must go through my mysteries, he cries to them. You need to be purified and shaken by them. Dare to submit to this for your own salvation, and abandon the gloomily lighted corner of life and nature, which alone seems familiar to you. I lead you into a kingdom which is also real, and when I lead you out of my cell into your daylight, you will be able to judge which life is more real, which in fact is day and which night. Nature is much richer, more powerful, more blessed and more terrible below the surface. Ye cannot divine this from the way in which ye live, Joe, that ye yourselves could learn to become natural again, and then suffer yourselves to be transformed through nature and into her by the charm of my ardor and loves. It is the voice of Wagner's art which thus appeals to men, and that we, the children of a wretched age, should be the first to hear it, shows how deserving of pity this age must be. It shows, moreover, that real music is of a piece with fate and primitive law, for it is quite impossible to attribute its presence amongst us, precisely at the present time, to empty and meaningless chance. Had Wagner been an accident, he would certainly have been crushed by the superior strength of the other elements in the midst of which he was placed. But in the coming of Wagner, there seems to have been a necessity which both justifies it and makes it glorious. Observed from its earliest beginnings, the development of his art constitutes a most magnificent spectacle. And, even though it was attended with great suffering, reason, law, and intention mark its course throughout. Under the charm of such a spectacle, the observer will be led to take pleasure even in this painful development itself, and will regard it as fortunate. He will see how everything necessarily contributes to the welfare and benefit of talent, and a nature foreordained, however severe the trials may be through which it may have to pass. He will realize how every danger gives it more heart, and every triumph more prudence, how it partakes of poison and sorrow, and thrives upon them. Should it happen to go astray, it but returns from its wanderings in exile loaded with the most precious spoil. Should it chance to slumber, it does but recoup its strengths. It tempers the body itself and makes it tougher. It does not consume life, however long it lives. It rules over man like a pinioned passion, and allows him to fly just in the nick of time when his foot has grown weary in the sand or has been lacerated by the stones on his way. It can do naught else but impart. Everyone must share in its work, and it is no stinted giver. When it is repulsed, it is but more prodigal in its gifts. Ill used by those it favors, it does but reward them with the richest treasures it possesses. And, according to the oldest and most recent experience, its favored ones have never been quite worthy of its gifts. That is why the nature foreordained through which music expresses itself to this world of appearance, is one of the most mysterious things under the sun, an abyss in which strength and goodness lie united, a bridge between self and non-self. Who would undertake to name the object of its existence with any certainty, even supposing the sort of purpose which it would be likely to have could be divined at all? But a most blessed foreboding leads one to ask whether it is possible for the grandest things to exist, for the purpose of the meanest, the greatest talent, for the benefit of the smallest, the loftiest virtue and holiness for the sake of the defective and faulty. Should real music make itself heard, because mankind of all creatures least deserves to hear it, though it perhaps need it most, if one ponder over the transcendental and wonderful character of this possibility, and turn from these considerations to look back on life, a light will then be seen to ascend, however dark and misty it may have seemed a moment before. Section 7. It is quite impossible otherwise. The observer who is confronted with a nature such as Wagner's must, willy-nilly, turn his eyes from time to time upon himself, upon his insignificance and frailty, and ask himself, "What concern is this of thine? Why, pray, art thou there at all?" Maybe he will find no answer to these questions, in which case he will remain estranged and confounded, face to face with his own personality. Let it then suffice him that he has experienced this feeling. Let the fact that he has felt strange and embarrassed in the presence of his own soul be the answer to his question. For it is precisely by virtue of this feeling that he shows the most powerful manifestation of life in Wagner, the very kernel of his strength, that demoniacal magnetism and gift of imparting oneself to others, which is peculiar to his nature, by which it not only conveys itself to other beings, but also absorbs other beings into itself, to attaining to its greatness by giving and by taking, as the observer is apparently subject to Wagner's exuberant and prodigally generous nature. He partakes of its strength, and thereby become formidable through him and to him. And every unknown who critically examines himself knows that certain mysterious antagonism is necessary to the process of mutual study. Should his art lead each to experience all that falls to the lot of a soul engaged upon a journey, that is feeling sympathy with others and sharing their fate, and seeing the world through hundreds of different eyes, we are then able, from such a distance and under such strange influences, to contemplate him once we have lived his life. We then feel with the utmost certainty that in Wagner the whole visible world desires to be spiritualized, absorbed, and lost in the world of sounds. In Wagner, too, the world of sounds seeks to manifest itself as a phenomenon for the sight. It seeks, as it were, to incarnate itself. His art always leads him into two distinct directions, from the world of the play of sound to the mysterious and yet related world of visible things, and vice versa. He is continually forced, and the observer with him, to retranslate the visible into spiritual and primeval life, and likewise to perceive the most hidden interstices of the soul as something concrete, and to lend it a visible body. This constitutes the nature of the dithyrambic dramatist, if the meaning given to the term includes also the actor, the poet, and the musician. A conception necessarily borrowed from Aeschylus and the contemporary Greek artists, the only perfect examples of the dithyrambic dramatist before Wagner. If attempts have been made to trace the most wonderful developments to inner obstacles or deficiencies, if, for instance, in Goethe's case, poetry was merely the refuge of a foiled talent for painting, if one may speak of Schiller's dramas as a vulgar eloquence directed into uncommon channels, if Wagner himself tries to account for the development of music among the Germans by showing that, inasmuch as they are devoid of the entrancing stimulus of a natural gift for singing, they were compelled to take up instrumental music with the same profound seriousness as that with which their reformers took up Christianity. If, on the same principle, it were sought to associate Wagner's development with an inner barrier of the same kind, it would then be necessary to recognize in him a primitive dramatic talent, which had to renounce all possibility of satisfying its needs by the quickest and most trivial methods, and which found its salvation and its means of expression in drawing all arts to it for one great dramatic display. But then one would also have to assume that the most powerful musician owing to his despair at having to appeal to people who were either only semi-musical or not musical at all, violently opened a road for himself to the other arts. In order to acquire that capacity for diversely communicating himself to others, by which he compelled them to understand him, which he compelled the masses to understand. However, the development of the born dramatist may be pictured. In his ultimate expression, he is being free from all inner barriers and voids. The real emancipated artist cannot help himself. He must think in the spirit of all the arts at once, the mediator and intercessor between apparently separated spheres, the one who reinstalls the unit and wholeness of the artistic faculty, which cannot be divined or reasoned out, but can only be revealed by deeds themselves. But he, in whose presence this deed is performed, will be overcome by its gruesome and seductive charm. In a flash, he will be confronted with a power which cancels both resistance and reason, and makes every detail of life appear irrational and incomprehensible. Carried away from himself, he seems to be suspended in a mysterious fiery element. He ceases to understand himself. The standard of everything has fallen from his hands. Everything stereotyped and fixed begins to totter. Every object seems to acquire a strange color, and to tell us its tale by means of new symbols. One would need to be a Plato in order to discover amid this confusion of delight and fear how he accomplishes the feat. And to Sato the dramatist, should a man come into our midst who possessed sufficient knowledge to simulate or imitate anything, we would honor him as something wonderful and holy. We would even anoint him and adorn his brow with a sacred diadem, but we would urge him to leave our circle for another, notwithstanding. It may be that a member of the Platonic community would have been able to chasten himself to such conduct. We, however, who live in a very different community, long for and earnestly desire the charmer to come to us, although we may fear him already, and we only desire his presence in order that our society and the mischievous reason, and might of which it is the incarnation, may be confuted. A state of human civilization, of human society, morality, order, and general organization which would be able to dispense with the services of an imitative artist or mimic, is not perhaps so utterly inconceivable, but this perhaps is probably the most daring that has ever been posited, and is equivalent to the gravest expression of doubt. The only man who ought to be at liberty to speak of such a possibility is he who could beget and have the presentiment of the highest phase of all that is to come, and who then, like Faust, would either be obliged to turn blind or be permitted to become so, for we have no right to this blindness, whereas Plato, after he had cast that one glance into the ideal Hellenic, had the right to be blind to all Hellenism. For this reason, we others are in much greater need of art, because it was in the presence of the realistic TGI our eyes began to see, and we require the complete dramatist in order that he may relieve us, if only for an hour or so, of the insufferable tension arising from our knowledge of the chasm which lies between our capabilities and the duties we have to perform. With him we ascend to the highest pinnacle of feeling, and only then do we fancy we have returned to nature's unbounded freedom, to the actual realm of liberty. From this point of vantage, we can see ourselves and our fellows emerge as something sublime from an immense mirage, and we see the deep meaning in our struggles, in our victories and defeats. We begin to find pleasure in the rhythm of passion, and in its victim, in the hero's every footfall, we distinguish the hollow echo of death. And in its proximity, we realize the greatest charm of life. Thus transformed into tragic men, we return again to life with comfort in our souls. We are conscious of a new feeling of security, as if we had found a road leading out of the greatest dangers, excesses, and ecstasies, back to the limited and the familiar. There, where our relations with our fellows seem to partake of a superior benevolence, and are at all events more noble than they were. For here, everything seemingly serious and needful, which appears to lead to a definite goal, resembles only detached fragments when compared with the path we ourselves have trodden even in our dreams, detached fragments of that complete and grand experience, whereof we cannot even think without a thrill. Yes, we shall even fall into danger and be tempted to take life too easily, simply because in art we were in such deadly earnest concerning it, as Wagner says somewhere, and at certain incidents in his own life. For if we who are but the spectators and not the creators of this display of dithyrambic dramatic art can almost imagine a dream to be more real than the actual experiences of our wakeful hours, how much more keenly must the creator realize this contrast? There he stands amid all the clamorous appeals and importunities of the day and of the necessities of life in the midst of society and state. And as what does he stand there? Maybe he is the only wakeful one, the only being really and truly conscious, among a host of confused and tormented sleepers, among a multitude of deluded and suffering people. He may even feel like a victim of chronic insomnia and fancy himself obliged to bring his clear, sleepless, and conscious life into touch with somnambulists and ghostly, well-intentioned creatures. Thus everything that others regard as commonplace strikes him as weird, and he is tempted to meet the whole phenomenon with haughty mockery. But how peculiarly this feeling is crossed when another force happens to join his quivering pride. The craving of the heights for the depths, the affectionate yearning for earth, for happiness, and for fellowship. Then, when he thinks of all he misses as a hermit creator, he feels as though he ought to descend to the earth like a god, and bear all that is weak, human, and lost in fiery arms up to heaven, so as to obtain love and no longer worship only, and to be able to lose himself completely in his love. But it is just this contradiction which is the miraculous fact in the soul of the dithyrambic dramatist, and if his nature can be understood at all, surely it must be here. For his creative moments in art occur when the antagonism between his feelings is at its height, and when his proud astonishment and wonder at the world combine with the ardent desire to approach that same world as a lover. The glances he then bends towards the earth are always rays of sunlight which draw up water, form mist, and gather storm clouds. Clear-sighted and predenda-loving and unselfish at the same time, his glance is projected downwards. And all things that are illumined by this double ray of light, nature conjures to discharge their strength. To reveal Theai's most hidden secret, and this through bashful Nietzsche, it is more than a mere figure of speech to say it. He surprised nature with that glance that he caught her naked. That is why she would conceal her shame by seeming precisely the reverse. What has hitherto been invisible, the inner life, seeks its salvation in the region of the visible. What has hitherto been only visible repairs to the dark ocean of sound. Tedious nature, in trying to conceal herself, unveils the character of her contradictions. In a dance wild, rhythmic, and gliding, and with static movements, the born dramatist makes known something of what is going on within him, of what is taking place in nature. The dithyrambic quality of his movements speaks just as eloquently of quivering comprehension and of powerful penetration as of the approach of love and self-renunciation. Intoxicated speech follows the course of this rhythm. Melody resounds coupled with speech, and in its turn melody projects its sparks into the realm of images and ideas. A dream apparition like and unlike the image of nature and her wooer, hovers forward, it condenses into more human shapes. It spreads out in response to its heroically triumphant will, and to a most delicious collapse and cessation of will. Thus tragedy is born. Thus life is presented with its grandest knowledge, that of tragic thought. Thus, at last, the greatest charmer and benefactor among mortals, the dithyrambic dramatist, is evolved. Section 8. Wagner's actual life, that is to say, the gradual evolution of the dithyrambic dramatist in him, was at the same time an uninterrupted struggle with himself, a struggle which never ceased until his evolution was complete. His fight with the opposing world was grim and ghastly only because it was this same world, this alluring enemy which he heard speaking out of his own heart, and because he nourished a violent demon in his breast, the demon of resistance. When the ruling idea of his life gained ascendancy over his mind, the idea that drama is of all arts, the one that can exercise the greatest amount of influence over the world, it aroused the most active emotions in his whole being. It gave him no very clear or luminous decision at first as to what was to be done and desired in the future. For the idea then appeared merely as a form of temptation, that is to say, as the expression of his gloomy, selfish, and insatiable will, eager for power and glory, influence, the greatest amount of influence, How? Over whom? These were henceforward the questions and problems which did not cease to engage his head and his heart. He wished to conquer and triumph as no other artist had ever done before, and, if possible, to reach that height of tyrannical omnipotence at one stroke for which all his instincts secretly craved. With a jealous and cautious eye, he took stock of everything successful and examined with special care all that upon which this influence might be brought to bear. With the magic sight of the dramatist, which scans souls as easily as the most familiar book, he scrutinized the nature of the spectator and the listener, and although he was often perturbed by the discoveries he made, he very quickly found means wherewith he could enthrall them. These means were ever within his reach. Everything that moved him deeply he desired and could also produce. At every stage in his career, he understood just as much of his predecessors as he himself was able to create, and he never doubted that he would be able to do what they had done. In this respect, his nature is perhaps more presumptuous even than Goethe's, despite the fact that the latter said of himself, "I always thought I had mastered everything. And even had I been crowned king, I should have regarded the honor as thoroughly deserved." Wagner's ability, his taste, and his aspirations, all of which have ever been as closely related as key to lock, grew and attained to freedom together. But there was a time when it was not so. What did he care about the feeble but noble and egotistically lonely feeling which that friend of art fosters, who, blessed with a literary and aesthetic education, takes his stand far from the common mob? But those violent spiritual tempests which are created by the crowd when under the influence of certain climactic passages of dramatic song, that sudden bewildering ecstasy of the emotions, thoroughly honest and selfless, they were but echoes of his own experiences and sensations, and filled him with glowing hope for the greatest possible power and effect. Thus, he recognized gite tant opera as the means whereby he might express his ruling thoughts. Towards it his passions impelled him, his eyes turned in the direction of its home. The larger portion of his life, his most daring wanderings and his plans, studies, sojourns, and acquaintances are only to be explained by an appeal to these passions, and the opposition of the outside world, which the poor, restless, passionately ingenuous German artist had to face. Another artist, and he knew better how to become master of this calling. And now that it has gradually become known by means of what ingenious artifices of all kinds Meyerbeer succeeded in preparing and achieving every one of his great successes, and how scrupulously the sequence of effects was taken into account in the opera itself, people will begin to understand how bitterly Wagner was mortified when his eyes were open to the tricks of the métier, which were indispensable to a great public success. I doubt whether there has ever been another great artist in history who began his career with such extraordinary illusions, and who so unsuspectingly and sincerely fell in with the most revolting form of artistic trickery. And yet the way in which he proceeded partook of greatness, and was therefore extraordinarily fruitful. For when he perceived his error, despair made him understand the meaning of modern success, of the modern public, and the whole prevaricating spirit of modern art. And while becoming the critic en effect, indications of his own purification began to quiver through him. It seems as if, from that time forward, the spirit of music spoke to him with an unprecedented spiritual charm, as though he had just risen from a long illness and had for the first time gone into the open. He scarcely trusted his hand and his eye, and seemed to grope along his way. Thus, it was an almost delightful surprise to him to find that he was still a musician and an artist, and perhaps then only for the first time. Every subsequent stage in Wagner's development may be distinguished thus: that the two fundamental powers of his nature drew ever more closely together. The aversion of the one to the other lessened. The higher self no longer condescended to serve its more violent and baser brother. It loved him and felt compelled to serve him. The tenderest and purest thing is ultimately, that is to say, at the highest stage of its evolution, always associated with the mightiest. The storming instincts pursue their course as before, but along different roads in the direction of the higher self, and this in its turn descends to earth and finds its likeness in everything earthly, if it were possible, on this principle. To speak of the final aims and unravelments of that evolution, And to remain intelligible, it might also be possible to discover the graphic terms with which to describe the long interval preceding that last development. But I doubt whether the first achievement is possible at all, and do not therefore attempt the second. The limits of the interval separating the preceding and the subsequent ages will be described historically in 2 sentences. Wagner was the revolutionist of society. Wagner recognized the only artistic element that ever existed hitherto, Chii poetry of the people. The ruling idea which in a new form and mightier than it had ever been obsessed Wagner, after he had overcome his share of despair and repentance, led him to both conclusions. Influence, the greatest possible amount of influence to be exercised by means of the stage, but over whom he shuddered when he thought of those whom he had, until then, sought to influence. His experience led him to realize the utterly ignoble position which art and the artist adorn. How a callous and hard-hearted community that calls itself the good, but which is really the evil, reckons art and the artist among its slavish retinue, and keeps them both in order to minister to its need of deception. Modern art is a luxury. He saw this and understood that it must stand or fall with the luxurious society of which it forms but a part. This society had but one idea: to use its power as hard-heartedly and as craftily as possible in order to render the impotent, the people, ever more and more serviceable, base, and unpopular, and to rear the modern workmen out of them. It also robbed them of the greatest and purest things which their deepest needs led them to create, and through which they meekly expressed the genuine and unique art within their soul, their myths, psalms, dances, and their discoveries in the department of language, in order to distill therefrom a voluptuous antidote against the fatigue and boredom of its existence modern art. How this society came into being, how it learned to draw new strength for itself through the seemingly antagonistic spheres of power, and how, for instance, decaying Christianity allowed itself to be used, under the cover of half-measures and subterfuges, as a shield against the masses, and as a support of this society and its possessions. And finally, how science and men of learning pliantly consented to become its drudges. All this Wagner traced through the ages, only to be convulsed with loathing at the end of his researches. Through his compassion for the people, he became a revolutionist. From that time forward, he loved them and longed for them as he longed for his art. For alas, in them alone, in this fast disappearing, scarcely recognizable body, artificially held aloof, he now saw the only spectators and listeners worthy and fit for the power of his masterpieces, as he pictured them. Thus, his thoughts concentrated themselves upon the question, how do the people come into being? How are they resuscitated? He always found but one answer. If a large number of people were afflicted with the sorrow that afflicted him, that number would constitute the people, he said to himself. And where the same sorrow leads to the same impulses and desires, similar satisfaction would necessarily be sought, and the same pleasure found in this satisfaction. If he inquired into what it was that most consoled him, and revived his spirits in his sorrow, what it was that succeeded best in counteracting his affliction, it was with joyful certainty that he discovered this force only in music and myth, the latter of which he had already recognized as the people's creation and their language of distress. It seemed to him that the origin of music must be similar, though perhaps more mysterious. In both of these elements he steeped and healed his soul. They constituted his most urgent need. In this way, he was able to ascertain how like his sorrow was to that of the people when they came into being, and how they must arise anew if many Wagners are going to appear. What part did myth and music play in modern society, wherever they had not been actually sacrificed to it? They shared very much the same fate, a fact which only tends to prove their close relationship. Myth had been sadly debased and usurped by idle tales and stories, completely divested of its earnest and sacred virility. It was transformed into the plaything and pleasing bauble of children and women of the afflicted people. Music had kept Section 50, itself alive among the poor, the simple, and the isolated. The German musician had not succeeded in adapting himself to the luxurious traffic of the arts. He himself had become a fairy tale full of monsters and mysteries, full of the most touching omens and auguries, a helpless questioner, something bewitched and in need of rescue. Here, the artist distinctly heard the command that concerned him alone, to recast myth and make it virile, to break the spell line over music and to make music speak. He felt his strength for drama, liberated at one stroke, and the foundation of his sway established over the hitherto undiscovered province lying between myth and music. His new masterpiece, which included all the most powerful, effective, and entrancing forces that he knew, he now laid before men with this great and painfully cutting question. Where are ye all who suffer and think as I do? Where is that number of souls that I wish to see become a people, that ye may share the same joys and comforts with me? In your joy ye will reveal your misery to me. These were his questions in Tannhauser and Lohengrin. In these operas he looked about him for his equals. The anchorite yearned for the number. But what were his feelings withal? Nobody answered him. Nobody had understood his question, not that everybody remained silent. On the contrary, answers were given to thousands of questions which he had never put. People gossiped about the new masterpieces as though they had only been composed for the express purpose of supplying subjects for conversation. The whole mania of aesthetic scribbling and small talk overtook the Germans like a pestilence. And with that lack of modesty which characterizes both German scholars and German journalists, people began measuring and generally meddling with these masterpieces as well as with the person of the artist. Wagner tried to help the comprehension of his question by writing about it, but this only led to fresh confusion and more uproar. For a musician who writes and thinks was at that time a thing unknown. The cry arose. He is a theorist who wishes to remold art with his far-fetched notions. Stone him. Wagner was stunned. His question was not understood, his need not felt. His masterpieces seemed a message addressed only to the deaf and blind. His people an hallucination. He staggered and vacillated. The feasibility of a complete upheaval of all things then suggested itself to him, and he no longer shrank from the thought, possibly beyond this revolution and dissolution. There might be a chance of a new hope. On the other hand, there might not. But in any case, would not complete annihilation be better than the wretched existing state of affairs? Not very long afterwards, he was a political exile in dire distress. And then only with this terrible change in his environment and in his soul, there begins that period of the great man's life over which, as a golden reflection, there is stretched the splendor of highest mastery. Now at last the genius of dithyrambic drama doffs its last disguise. He is isolated. The age seems empty to him. He ceases to hope, and his all-embracing glance descends once more into the deep and finds the bottom. There he sees suffering in the nature of things, and henceforward, having become more impersonal, he accepts his portion of sorrow more calmly. The desire for great power, which was but the inheritance of earlier conditions, is now directed wholly into the channel of creative art. Through his art, he now speaks only to himself, and no longer to a public or to a people, and strives to lend this intimate conversation all the distinction and other qualities in keeping with such a mighty dialogue. During the preceding period, things had been different with his art. Then he had concerned himself too, albeit with refinement and subtlety with immediate effects. That artistic production was also meant as a question, and it ought to have called forth an immediate reply, and how often to those he questioned. In view of their inexperience in having questions put to them, he tried to meet them halfway and to conform with older artistic notions and means of expression, when he feared that arguments couched in his own terms would only meet with failure. He had tried to persuade and to put his question in a language half strange to himself, though familiar to his listener. Now there was nothing to induce him to continue this indulgence. All he desired now was to come to terms with himself, to think of the nature of the world in dramatic actions, and to philosophize in music. What desires he still possessed turned in the direction of the latest philosophical via divina. He who is worthy of knowing what took place in him at that time, or what questions were thrashed out in the darkest holy of holies in his soul, and not many are worthy of knowing all this, must here observe and experience Tristan in his old. The real opus viteta physicum of all art, a work upon which rests the broken look of a dying man, with his insatiable and sweet craving for the secrets of night and death, far away from life, which throws a horribly spectral morning light sharply upon all that is evil, delusive, and sundering. Moreover, a drama austere in the severity of its form, overpowering in its simple grandeur, and in harmony with the secret of which it treats, lying dead in the midst of life, being whooped to. And yet, there is something still more wonderful than this work, and that is the artist himself, the man who shortly after he had accomplished it, was able to create a picture of life so full of clashing colors as the Meistersingers of Nuremberg, and who in both of these compositions seems merely to have refreshed and equipped himself for the task of completing at his ease that gigantic edifice in 4 parts which he had long ago planned and begun, the ultimate result of all his meditation and poetical flights for over 20 years, his Bayreuth masterpiece, The Ring of the Nibelung. He who marvels at the rapid succession of the 2 operas, Tristan and the Meistersingers, has failed to understand one important side of the life and nature of all great Germans. He does not know the peculiar soil out of which that essentially German gaiety, which characterized Luther, Beethoven, and Wagner, can grow. The gaiety which other nations quite fail to understand, and which even seems to be missing in the Germans of today. That clear, golden, and thoroughly fermented mixture of simplicity, deeply discriminating love, observation, and roguishness, which Wagner has dispensed as the most precious of drinks to all those who have suffered deeply through life, but who nevertheless return to it with the smile of convalescence. And as he also turned upon the world the eyes of one reconciled, he was more filled with rage and disgust than with sorrow, and more prone to renounce the love of power than to shrink in awe from it. As he thus silently furthered his greatest work, and gradually laid score upon score, something happened which caused him to stop and listen. Friends were coming. A kind of subterranean movement of many souls approached with a message for him. It was still far from being the people that constituted this movement and which wished to bear him news. But it may have been the nucleus and first living source of a really human community, which would reach perfection in some age still remote. For the present, they only brought him the warrant that his great work could be entrusted to the care and charge of faithful men, men who would watch and be worthy to watch over this most magnificent of all legacies to posterity. In the love of friends, his outlook began to glow with brighter colors, his noblest care, the care that his work should be accomplished and should find a refuge before the evening of his life, was not his only preoccupation. Then something occurred which he could only understand as a symbol. It was as much as a new comfort and a new comfort of happiness to him. A great German war caused him to open his eyes, and he observed that those very Germans whom he considered so thoroughly degenerate and so inferior to the high standard of real Teutonism, of which he had formed an ideal both from self-knowledge and the conscientious study of other great Germans in history. He observed that those very Germans were, in the midst of terrible circumstances, exhibiting 2 virtues of the highest order, simple bravery and prudence, and with his heart bounding with delight, he conceived the hope that he might not be the last German, and that some day a greater power would perhaps stand by his works than that devoted, yet meager one consisting of his little band of friends, a power able to guard it during that long period preceding its future glory. As the masterpiece of this future, perhaps it was not possible to steel this belief permanently against doubt, more particularly when it sought to rise to hopes of immediate results. Suffice it that he derived a tremendous spur from his environment, which constantly reminded him of a lofty duty ever to be fulfilled. His work would not have been complete had he handed it to the world only in the form of silent manuscript. He must make known to the world what it could not guess in regard to his productions, what was his alone to reveal, the new style for the execution and presentation of his works, so that he might set that example which nobody else could set, and thus establish a tradition of style not on paper, not by means of signs, but through impressions made upon the very souls of men. This duty had become all the more pressing with him, seeing that precisely in regard to the style of their execution, his other works had meanwhile succumbed to the most insufferable and absurd of fates. They were famous and admired, yet no one manifested the slightest sign of indignation when they were mishandled. For strange to say, whereas he renounced ever more and more the hope of success among his contemporaries, owing to his all too thorough knowledge of them, and disclaimed all desire for power. Both success and power came to him, or at least everybody told him so. It was in vain that he made repeated attempts to expose with the utmost clearness how worthless and humiliating such successes were to him. People were so unused to seeing an artist able to differentiate at all between the effects of his works that even his most solemn protests were never entirely trusted. Once he had perceived the relationship existing between our system of theaters and their success, and the men of his time, his soul ceased to be attracted by the stage at all. He had no further concern with aesthetic ecstasies and the exultation of excited crowds, and he must even have felt angry to see his art being gulped down indiscriminately by the yawning abyss of boredom and the insatiable love of distraction. How flat and pointless every effect proved under these circumstances, more especially as it was much more a case of having to minister to one quite insatiable than of cloying the hunger of a starving man. Wagner began to perceive from the following repeated experience. Everybody, even the performers and promoters, regarded his art as nothing more nor less than any other kind of stage music, and quite in keeping with the repulsive style of traditional opera. Thanks to the efforts of cultivated conductors, his works were even cut and hacked about, until after they had been bereft of all their spirit, they were held to be nearer the professional singer's plane. But when people tried to follow Wagner's instructions to the letter, they proceeded so clumsily and timidly that they were not incapable of representing the midnight riot in the second act of the Meistersingers by a group of ballet dancers. They seemed to do all this, however, in perfectly good faith, without the smallest evil intention. Wagner's devoted efforts to show, by means of his own example, the correct and complete way of performing his works, and his attempts at training individual singers in the new style, were foiled time after time, owing only to the thoughtlessness and iron tradition that ruled all around him. Moreover, he was always induced to concern himself with that class of theatricals which he most thoroughly loathed. Had not even Goethe in his time once grown tired of attending the rehearsals of his Iphigenia? I suffer unspeakably, he explained, when I have to tumble about with these specters which never seem to act as they should. Meanwhile, Wagner's success in the kind of drama which he most disliked steadily increased. So much so, indeed, that the largest theaters began to subsist almost entirely upon the receipts which Wagner's art, in the guise of operas, brought into them. This growing passion on the part of the theater-going public bewildered even some of Wagner's friends. But this man who had endured so much had still to endure the bitterest pain of all. He had to see his friends intoxicated with his successes and triumphs. Everywhere where his highest ideal was openly belied and shattered. It seemed almost as though a people otherwise earnest and reflecting had decided to maintain an attitude systematic levity only towards its most serious artist, and to make him the privileged recipient all the vulgarity, thoughtlessness, clumsiness, animalis of which the German nature is capable when, therefore, during the German War, a current of greater magnanimity and freedom seemed to run through everyone. Wagner remembered the duty to which he had pledged himself, namely, to rescue his greatest work from those successes and affronts which were so largely due to misunderstandings, and to present it in his most personal rhythm as an example for all times. Thus he conceived the idea of Bayreuth. In the wake of that current of better feeling already referred to, he expected to notice an enhanced sense of duty even among those with whom he wished to entrust his most precious possession. Out of this twofold duty, that event took shape which, like a glow of strange sunlight, will illumine the few years that lie behind and before us, and was designed to bless that distant and problematic future, which to our time and to the men of our time can be little more than a riddle or a horror, but which to the few who are allowed to assist in its realization is a foretaste of coming joy, a foretaste of love in a higher sphere, through which they know themselves to be blessed, blessing, and fruitful, far beyond their span of years, and which to Wagner himself is but a cloud of distress, care, meditation, and grief, a fresh passionate outbreak of antagonistic elements, but all bathed in the starlight of selfless fidelity and changed by this light into indescribable joy. It scarcely need be said that it is the breath of tragedy that fills the lungs of the world, and everyone whose innermost soul has a presentiment of this, everyone unto whom the yoke of tragic deception concerning the aim of life. The distortion and shattering of intentions, renunciation, and purification through love are not unknown things, must be conscious of a vague reminiscence of Wagner's own heroic life in the masterpieces with which the great man now presents us. We shall feel as though Siegfried from some place far away were relating his deeds to us. The most blissful of touching recollections are always draped in the deep mourning of waning summer. When all nature lies still in the sable twilight, section 9, all those to whom the thought of Wagner's development as a man may have caused pain will find it both restful and healing to reflect upon what he was as an artist and to observe how his ability and daring attained to such a high degree of independence, if art mean only the faculty of communicating to others what one has oneself experienced. And if every work of art confutes itself which does not succeed in making itself understood, then Wagner's greatness as an artist would certainly lie in the almost demoniacal power of his nature to communicate with others, to express itself in all languages at once, and to make known its most intimate and personal experience with the greatest amount of distinctness possible. His appearance in the history of art resembles nothing so much as a volcanic eruption of the united artistic faculties of nature herself, after mankind had grown to regard the practice of a special art as a necessary rule. It is therefore a somewhat moot point whether he ought to be classified as a poet, a painter, or a musician, even using each these words in its widest sense, or whether a new word ought not to be invented in order to describe him. Wagner's valuability is shown by his thinking in visible and actual facts and not in ideas. That is to say, he thinks mythically as the people have always done. No particular thought lies at the bottom of a myth, as the children of an artificial culture would have us believe. But it is in itself a thought. It conveys an idea of the world, but through the medium of a chain of events, actions, and pain. The ring of the nihilon is a huge system of thought without the usual abstractness of the latter. It were perhaps possible for a philosopher to present us with its exact equivalent in pure thought, and to purge it of all pictures drawn from life, and of all living actions, in which case we should be in possession of the same thing portrayed in two completely different forms, the one for the people and the other for the very reverse of the people, that is to say, men of theory. But Wagner makes no appeal to this last class, for the man of theory can know as little of poetry or myth as the deaf man can know of music, both of them being conscious only of movements which seem meaningless to them. It is impossible to appreciate either one of these completely different forms from the standpoint of the other. As long as the poet's spell is upon one, one thinks with him just as though one were merely a feeling, seeing, and hearing creature. The conclusions thus reached are merely the result of the association of the phenomena one sees, and are therefore not logical but actual causalities. If therefore the heroes and gods of mythical dramas, as understood by Wagner, were to express themselves plainly in words, there would be a danger, inasmuch as the language of words might tend to awaken the theoretical side in us, of our finding ourselves transported from the world of myth to the world of ideas. And the result would be not only that we should fail to understand with greater ease, but that we should probably not understand at all. Wagner thus forced language back to a more primeval stage in its development, a stage at which it was almost free of the abstract element and was still poetry, imagery, and feeling. The fearlessness with which Wagner undertook this formidable mission shows how imperatively he was led by the spirit of poetry, as one who must follow whithersoever his phantom leader may direct him. Every word in these dramas ought to allow being sung, and gods and heroes should make them their own. That was the task which Wagner set his literary faculty. Any other person in like circumstances would have given up all hope, for our language seems almost too old and decrepit to allow of one's exacting what Wagner exacted from it. And yet, when he smote the rock, he brought forth an abundant flow, precisely owing to the fact that he loved his language and exacted a great deal from it. Wagner suffered more than any other German through its decay and enfeeblement from its manifold losses and mutilations of form, from its unwieldy particles and clumsy construction, and from its unmusical auxiliary verbs. All these are things which have entered the language through sin and depravity. On the other hand, he was exceedingly proud to record the number of primitive and vigorous factors still extant in the current speech, and in the tonic strength of its roots, he recognized quite a wonderful affinity and relation to real music, a quality which distinguished it from the highly Section 1, evolved and artificially rhetorical Latin languages. Wagner's poetry is eloquent of his affection for the German language, and there is a heartiness and candor in his treatment of it, which are scarcely to be met with in any other German writer, save perhaps Goethe. Forcibleness of diction, daring brevity, power and variety in rhythm, a remarkable wealth of strong and striking words, simplicity in construction, an almost unique inventive faculty in regard to fluctuations of feeling, and therewithal a perfectly pure and overflowing stream of colloquialisms. These are the qualities that have to be enumerated, and even then the greatest and most wonderful of all is omitted. Whoever reads two such poems as Tristan and the Meistersingers consecutively will be just as astonished and doubtful in regard to the language as to the music, for he will wonder how it could have been possible for a creative spirit to dominate so perfectly two worlds as different in form, color, and arrangement as in soul. This is the most wonderful achievement of Wagner's talent, for the ability to give every work its own linguistic stamp, and to find a fresh body and a new sound for every thought is a task which only the great master can successfully accomplish. Where this rarest of all powers manifests itself, adverse criticism can be but petty and fruitless, which confines itself to attacks upon certain excesses and eccentricities in the treatment, or upon the more frequent obscurities of expression and ambiguity of thought. Moreover, what seemed to electrify and scandalize those who were most bitter in their criticism was not so much the language as the spirit of the Wagnerian operas, that is to say, his whole manner of feeling and suffering. It were well to wait until these very critics have acquired another spirit themselves. They will then also speak a different tongue, and by that time, it seems to me things will go better with the German language than they do at present. In the first place, however, no one who studies Wagner the poet and word painter should forget that none of his dramas were meant to be read, and that it would therefore be unjust to judge them from the same standpoint as the spoken drama. The latter plays upon the feelings by means of words and ideas, and in this respect it is under the dominion of the laws of rhetoric. But in real life, passion is seldom eloquent. In spoken drama, it perforce must be, in order to be able to express itself at all. When, however, the language of a people is already in a state of decay and deterioration, the word dramatist is tempted to impart an undue proportion of new color and form, both to his medium and to his thoughts. He would elevate the language in order to make it a vehicle capable of conveying lofty feelings, and by so doing he runs the risk of becoming abstruse. By means of sublime phrases and conceits, he likewise tries to invest passion with some nobility, and thereby runs yet another risk, that of appearing false and artificial. For in real life, passions do not speak in sentences, and the poetical element often draws suspicion upon their genuineness when it departs too palpably from reality. Now Wagner, who was the first to detect the essential feeling in spoken drama, presents every dramatic action threefold, in a word, in a gesture, and in a sound. For, as a matter of fact, music succeeds in conveying the deepest emotions of the dramatic performers direct to the spectators, and while these see the evidence of the actor's states of soul in their bearing and movements, a third, though more feeble confirmation of these states, translated into conscious will, quickly follows in the form of the spoken word. All these effects fulfill their purpose simultaneously, without disturbing one another in the least, and urge the spectator to a completely new understanding and sympathy, just as if his senses had suddenly grown more spiritual and his spirit more sensual, and as if everything which seeks an outlet in him, and which makes him thirst for knowledge, were free and joyful in exultant perception, because every essential factor in a Wagnerian drama is conveyed to the spectator with the utmost clearness, illumined and permeated throughout by music, as by an internal flame. Their author can dispense with the expedients usually employed by the writer of the spoken play in order to lend light and warmth to the action. The whole of the dramatist's stock in trade could be more simple, and the architect's sense of rhythm could once more dare to manifest itself in the general proportions of the edifice. For there was no more need of the deliberate confusion and involved variety of styles, whereby the ordinary playwright strove in the interests of his work to produce that feeling of section 1,000 thrilling suspense, which he ultimately enhanced to one of delighted amazement. The impression of ideal distance and height was no more to be induced by means of tricks and artifices. Language withdrew itself from the length and breadth of rhetoric into the strong confines of the speech of the feelings. And although the actor spoke much less about all he did and felt in the performance, his innermost sentiments, which the ordinary playwright had hitherto ignored for fear of being undramatic, was now able to drive the spectators to passionate sympathy, while the AC companion language of gestures could be restricted to the most delicate modulations. Now, when passions are rendered in song, they require rather more time than when conveyed by speech. Music prolongs, so to speak, the duration of the feeling from which it follows, as a rule, that the actor who is also a singer must overcome the extremely unplastic animation from which spoken drama suffers. He feels himself incited all the more to a certain nobility of bearing, because music envelopes his feelings in a purer atmosphere, and thus brings them closer to beauty. The extraordinary tasks which Wagner set his actors and singers will provoke rivalry between them for ages to come. In the personification of each of his heroes with the greatest possible amount of clearness, perfection, and fidelity, according to that perfect incorporation already typified by the music of drama. Following this leader, the eye of the plastic artist will ultimately behold the marvels of another visible world, which, previous to him, was seen for the first time only by the creator of such works as the Ring of the Nibelung, that creator of highest rank, who H.K. Skylus points the way to a coming art, must not jealousy awaken the greatest talent. If the plastic artist ever compares the effect of his productions with that of Wagnerian music, in which there is so much pure and sunny happiness that he who hears it feels as though all previous music had been but an alien faltering and constrained language, as though in the past it had been but a thing to sport with in the presence of those who were not deserving of serious treatment, or a thing with which to train and instruct those who were not even deserving of play. In the case of this earlier kind of music, the joy we always experience while listening to Wagner's compositions is ours only for a short space of time, and it would then seem as though it were overtaken by certain rare moments of forgetfulness, during which it appears to be communing with its inner self and directing its eyes upwards, like Raphael's Cecilia, away from the listeners and from all those who demand distraction, happiness, or instruction from it. In general, it may be said of Wagner, the musician, that he endowed everything in nature which hitherto had had no wish to speak with the power of speech. He refuses to admit that anything must be dumb, and resorting to the dawn, the forest, the mist, the cliffs, the hills, the thrill of night, and the moonlight, he observes a desire common to them all. They too wish to sing their own melody. If the philosopher says it is will that struggles for existence in animate and animate nature, the musician adds, and this will, wherever it manifests itself, yearns for a melodious existence. Before Wagner's time, music for the most part moved in narrow limits. It concerned itself with the permanent states of man, or with what the Greeks call ethos, and only with Beethoven did it begin to find the language of pathos, of passionate will, and of the dramatic occurrences in the souls of men. Formerly, what people desired was to interpret a mood, a stolid, merry, reverential, or penitential state of mind by means of music. The object was, by means of a certain striking uniformity of treatment and the prolonged duration of this uniformity, to compel the listener to grasp the meaning of the music and to impose its mood upon him. To all such interpretations of mood or atmosphere, distinct and particular forms of treatment were necessary. Others were established by convention. The question of length was left to the discretion of the musician, whose aim was not only to put the listener into a certain mood, but also to avoid rendering that mood monotonous by unduly protracting it. A further stage was reached when the interpretations of contrasted moods were made to follow one upon the other, and the charm of light and shade was discovered. And yet another step was made when the same piece of music was allowed to contain a contrast of the ethos. For instance, the contest between a male and a female theme. All these, however, are crude and primitive stages in the development of music. The fear of passion suggested the first rule, and the fear of monotony the second. All depth of feeling and any excess thereof were regarded as unethical. Once, however, the art of the ethos had repeatedly been made to ring all the changes on the moods and situations which convention had decreed as suitable, despite the most astounding resourcefulness on the part of its masters. Its powers were exhausted. Beethoven was the first to make music speak a new language, till then forbidden, the language of passion. But as his art was based upon the laws and conventions of the ethos and had to attempt to justify itself in regard to them, his artistic development was beset with peculiar difficulties and obscurities. An inner dramatic factor, and every passion pursues a dramatic course, struggled to obtain a new form, but the traditional scheme of mood music stood in its way and protested, almost after the manner in which morality opposes innovations and immorality. It almost seemed, therefore, as if Beethoven had set himself the contradictory task of expressing pathos in the terms of the ethos. This view does not, however, apply to Beethoven's latest and greatest works, for he really did succeed in discovering a novel method of expressing the grand and vaulting arch of passion. He merely selected certain portions of its curve, imparted these with the utmost clearness to his listeners, and then left it to them to divine its whole span. Viewed superficially, the new form seemed rather like an aggregation of several musical compositions, of which every one appeared to represent a sustained situation, but was in reality but a momentary stage in the dramatic course of a passion. The listener might think that he was hearing the old mood music over again, except that he failed to grasp the relation of the various parts to one another, and these no longer conformed with the canon of the law. Even among minor musicians, there flourished a certain contempt for the rule which enjoined harmony in the general construction of a composition, and the sequence of the parts in their work still remained arbitrary. Then, owing to a misunderstanding, the discovery of the majestic treatment of passion led back to the use of the single movement with an optional setting, and the tension between the parts thus ceased completely. That is why the symphony, as Beethoven understood it, is such a wonderfully obscure production, more especially when, here and there, it makes faltering attempts at rendering Beethoven's pathos. The means ill befit the intention, and the intention is, on the whole, not sufficiently clear to the listener, because it was never really clear, even in the mind of the composer, but the very injunction that something definite must be imparted, and that this must be done as distinctly as possible, becomes ever more and more essential, the higher, more difficult, and more exacting the class of work happens to be. Why? That is why all Wagner's efforts were concentrated upon the one object of discovering those means, which best serve the purpose of distinctness, and to this end, it was above all necessary for him to emancipate himself from all the prejudices and claims of the old mood music, and to give his compositions the musical interpretations of feelings and passion, a perfectly unequivocal mode of expression. If we now turn to what he has achieved, we see that his services to music are practically equal in rank to those which that sculptor-inventor rendered to sculpture who introduced sculpture in the round. All previous music seems stiff and uncertain when compared with Wagner's, just as though it were ashamed and did not wish to be inspected from all sides. With the most consummate skill and precision, Wagner avails himself of every degree and color in the realm of feeling. Without the slightest hesitation or fear of its escaping him, he seizes upon the most delicate, rarest, and mildest emotion, and holds it fast, as though it hardened at his touch. The despite the fact that it may seem like the frailest butterfly to everyone else. His music is never vague or dreamy. Everything that is allowed to speak through it, whether it be of man or of nature, has a strictly individual passion. Storm and fire acquire the ruling power of a personal will in his hands. Over all the clamoring characters and the clash of their passions, over the whole torrent of contrasts, an almighty and symphonic understanding hovers with perfect serenity and continually produces concord out of war. Taken as a whole, Wagner's music is a reflex of the world as it was understood by the great Ephesian poet. That is to say, harmony resulting from strife as the union of justice and enmity. I admire the ability which could describe the grand line of universal passion out of a confusion of passions, which all seem to be striking out in different directions. The fact that this was a possible achievement I find demonstrated in every individual act of a Wagnerian drama, which describes the individual history of various characters side by side with a general history of the whole company. Even at the very beginning, we know we are watching a host of cross-currents dominated by one great violent stream, and though at first this stream moves unsteadily over hidden reefs, and the torrent seems to be torn asunder as if it were traveling towards different points, gradually we perceive the central and general movement growing stronger and more rapid. The convulsive fury of the contending waters is converted into one broad, steady, and terrible flow in the direction of an unknown goal. Suddenly, at the end, the whole flood in all breadth plunges into the depths. Rejoicing demoniac ally over the abyss and all its uproar, Wagner never more himself than when he is overwhelmed with difficulties, and can exercise power on a large scale with all the joy of a lawgiver, to bring restiales and contending masses into simple rhythmic movement, and to exercise one will over a bewildering host of claims and desires. These are the tasks for which he feels he was born, and in the performance of which he finds freedom. And he never loses his breath withal, nor does he ever reach his goal panting. He strove just as persistently to impose the severest laws upon himself as to lighten the burden of others in this respect. Life and art weigh heavily upon him when he cannot play with their most difficult questions. If one considers the relation between the melody of song and that of speech, one will perceive how he sought to adopt as his natural model the pitch, strength, and tempo of the passionate man's voice in order to transform it into art. And if one further considers the task of introducing this singing passion into the general symphonic order of music, one gets some idea of the stupendous difficulties he had to overcome. In this behalf, his inventiveness in small things as in great, his omniscience and industry are such that at the sight of one of Wagner's scores, one is almost led to believe that no real work or effort had ever existed before his time. It seems almost as if he too could have said in regard to the hardships of art that the real virtue of the dramatist lies in self-renunciation. But he would probably have added, there is but one kind of hardship, that of the artist who is not yet free. Virtue and goodness are trivial accomplishments, viewing him generally as an artist and calling to mind a more famous type. We see that Wagner is not at all unlike Demosthenes. In him also we have the terrible earnestness of purpose and that strong prehensile mind which always obtains a complete grasp of a thing. In him too we have the hand's quick clutch and the grip as of iron. Like Demosthenes, he conceals his art, or compels one to forget it, by the peremptory way he calls attention to the subject he treats. And yet, like his great predecessor, he is the last and greatest of a whole line of artist minds, and therefore has more to conceal than his forerunners. His art acts like nature recovered and restored. Unlike all previous musicians, there is nothing bombastic about him, for the former did not mind playing at times with their art and making an exhibition of their virtuosity. One associates Wagner's art neither with interest nor with diversion, nor with Wagner himself and art in general. All one is conscious of is of the great necessity of it all. No one will ever be able to appreciate what severity, evenness of will, and self-control the artist required during his development in order, at his zenith, to be able to do the necessary thing joyfully and freely. Let it suffice if we can appreciate how, in some respects, his music, with a certain cruelty towards itself, determines to subserve the course of the drama, which is as unrelenting as fate. whereas in reality his art was ever thirsting for a free ramble in the open and over the wilderness. An artist who has this empire over himself subjugates all other artists, even though he may not particularly desire to do so. For him alone there lies no danger or stemming force in those he has subjugated, his friends and his adherents, whereas the weaker natures who learn to rely on their friends pay for this reliance by forfeiting their independence. It is very wonderful to observe how carefully, throughout his life, Wagner avoided anything in the nature of heading a party, notwithstanding the fact that at the close of every phase in his career, a circle of adherents formed. Presumably with the view of holding him fast to his latest development. He always succeeded, however, in wringing himself free from them, and never allowed himself to be bound. For not only was the ground he covered too vast for one alone to keep abreast of him with any ease, but his way was so exceptionally steep that the most devoted would have lost his breath. At almost every stage in Wagner's progress, his friends would have liked to preach to him, and his enemies would fain have done so too, but for other reasons. Had the purity of his artist's nature been 1 degree less decided than it was, he would have attained much earlier than he actually did to the leading position in the artistic and musical world of his time. True, he has reached this now, but in a much higher sense, seeing that every performance to be witnessed in any department of art makes its obeisance, so to speak, before the judgment stool of his genius and of his artistic temperament. He has overcome the most refractory of his contemporaries. There is not one gifted musician among them, but in his innermost heart would willingly listen to him, and find Wagner's compositions more worth listening to than his own, and all other musical productions taken together. Many who wish, by hook or by crook, to make their mark, even wrestle with Wagner's secret charm, and unconsciously throw in their lot with the older masters, preferring to ascribe their independence to Schubert or Handel rather than to Wagner. But in vain, thanks to their very efforts in contending against the dictates of their own consciences, they become ever meaner and smaller artists. They ruin their own natures by forcing themselves to tolerate undesirable allies and friends. And in spite of all these sacrifices, they still find, perhaps in their dreams, that their ear turns attentively to Wagner. These adversaries are to be pitied. They imagine they lose a great deal when they lose themselves, but here they are mistaken. Albeit it is obviously all one to Wagner whether musicians compose in his style, or whether they compose at all. He even does his utmost to dissipate the belief that a school of composers should now necessarily follow in his wake. Though, in so far as he exercises a direct influence upon musicians, he does indeed try to instruct them concerning daffle art of grand execution. In his opinion, the evolution of art seems to have reached that stage when the honest endeavor to become an able and masterly exponent or interpreter is ever so much more worth talking about than the longing to be a creator at all costs. For at the present stage of art, universal creating has this fatal result that inasmuch as it encourages a much larger output, it tends to exhaust the means and artifices of genius by everyday use, and thus to reduce the real grandeur of its effect. Even that which is good in art is superfluous and detrimental when it proceeds from the imitation of what is best. Wagnerian ends and means are of one piece. To perceive this, all that is required is honesty in art matters, and it would be dishonest to adopt his means in order to apply them to other and less significant ends. If, therefore, Wagner declines to live on amid a multitude of creative musicians, he is only the more desirous of imposing upon all men of talent the new duty of joining him in seeking the law of style for dramatic performances. He deeply feels the need of establishing a traditional style for his art, by means of which his work may continue to live from one age to another in a pure form, until it reaches that future which its creator ordained for it. Wagner is impelled by an undaunted longing to make known everything relating to that foundation of a style mentioned above, and accordingly, everything relating to the continuance of his art. To make his work, as Schopenhauer would say, a sacred depository and the real fruit of his life, as well as the inheritance of mankind, and to store it for the benefit of a posterity better able to appreciate it. These were the supreme objects of his life, and for these he bore that crown of thorns, which one day will shoot forth leaves of bay, like the insect which, in its last form, concentrates all its energies upon the one object of finding a safe depository for its eggs, and of ensuring the future welfare of its posthumous brood, then only to die content. So Wagner strove with equal determination to find a place of security for his works. This subject, which took precedence of all others with him, constantly incited him to new discoveries. And these he sought ever more and more at the spring of his demoniacal gift of communicability, the more distinctly he saw himself in conflict with an age that was both perverse and unwilling to lend him its ear. Gradually, however, even this same age began to mark his indefatigable efforts to respond to his subtle advances and to turn its ear to him whenever a small or a great opportunity arose, however far away, which suggested to Wagner a means wherewith to explain his thoughts. He availed himself of it. He thought his thoughts anew into every fresh set of circumstances, and would make them speak out of the most paltry bodily form. Whenever a soul only half capable of comprehending him opened itself to him, he never failed to implant his seed in it. He saw hope in things which caused the average dispassionate observer merely to shrug his shoulders, and he erred again and again, only so as to be able to carry his point against that same observer, just as the sage, reality, mixes with living men only for the purpose of increasing his store of knowledge. The artist would almost seem to be unable to associate with his contemporaries at all, unless they be such as can help him towards making his work. He cannot be loved otherwise than without the love of this eternity, and thus he is conscious as only of one kind of hatred directed at it, stage hatred which would demolish the bridges bearing his art into the future. The pupils Wagner J. educated for his own purpose, the individual musicians and actors whom he advised, and whose ear he corrected and improved, the small and large orchestras he led, the towns which witnessed him earnestly fulfilling the duties of his calling, the princes and ladies who half boastfully and half lovingly participated in the framing of his plans, the various European countries to which he temporarily belonged, as the judge and evil conscience of their arts. Everything gradually became the echo of his thought and of his indefatigable efforts to attain to fruitfulness in the future. Although this echo often sounded so discordant as to confuse him, still the tremendous power of his voice repeatedly crying out into the world must, in the end, call forth reverberations, and it will soon be impossible to be deaf to him or to misunderstand him. It is this reflected sound which even now causes the art institutions of modern men to shake. Every time the breath of his spirit blew into these coverts, all that was overripe or withered fell to the ground, but the general increase of skepticism in all directions speaks more eloquently than all this trembling. Nobody any longer dares to predict where Wagner's influence may not unexpectedly break out. He is quite unable to divorce the salvation of art from any other salvation or damnation. Wherever modern life conceals a danger, he, with the discriminating eye of mistrust, perceives a danger threatening art. In his imagination, he pulls the edifice of modern civilization to pieces and allows nothing rotten, no unsound timber work to escape. If in the process he should happen to encounter weather-tight walls or anything like solid foundations, he immediately casts about for means wherewith he can convert them into bulwarks and shelters for his art. He lives like a fugitive whose will is not to preserve his own life, but to keep a secret, like an unhappy woman who does not wish to save her own soul, but that of the child lying in her lap. In short, he lives like Sieglinde, for the sake of love. For life must indeed be full of pain and shame to one who can find neither rest nor shelter in this world, and who must nevertheless appeal to it, exact things from it, contemn it, and still be unable to dispense with the thing contemned. This really constitutes the wretchedness of the artist of the future, who, unlike the philosopher, cannot prosecute his work alone in the seclusion of a study, but who requires human souls as messengers to this future, public institutions as a guarantee of it, and, as it were, bridges between now and hereafter. His art may not, like the philosopher's, be put aboard the boat of writ-tie documents, Art needs capable mind, not letters and notes to transmit it. Over whole periods, the Sue Wagner's life rings a murmur of distress. High distress at not being able to meet with these capable interpreters before whom he longed to execute examples of his work instead of be inch confined to written symbols. Before whom he yearned to practice his art instead of showing pallid reflection of it to those who read books, and who, generally speaking, therefore are not artists. In Wagner, the man of letters, we see the struggle of a brave fighter whose right hand has, as it were, been lopped off, and who has continued the contest with his left. In his writings, he is always the sufferer, because a temporary and insuperable destiny deprives him of his own, and the correct way of conveying his thoughts, that is to say, in the form of apocalyptic and triumphant examples. His writings contain nothing canonical or severe. The canons are to be found in his works as a whole. Their literary side represents his attempts to understand the instinct which urged him to create his works and to get a glimpse of himself through them. If he succeeded in transforming his instincts into terms of knowledge, it was always with the hope that the reverse process might take place in the souls of his readers. It was with this intention that he wrote. Should it ultimately be proved that, in so doing, Wagner attempted the impossible, he would still only share the lot of all those who had meditated deeply on art. And even so, he would be ahead of most of them in this, namely, that the strongest instinct for all arts harbored in him. I know of no written aesthetics that give more light than those of Wagner. All that can possibly be learnt concerning the origin of a work of art is to be found in them. He is one of the very great who appeared amongst us a witness, and who is continually improving his testimony and making it ever clearer and freer. Even when he stumbles as a scientist, sparks rise from the ground. Such tracts as Beethoven, concerning the art of conducting, concerning actors and singers, state and religion, silence all contradiction, and like sacred reliquaries impose upon all who approach them a calm earnest and reverential regard. Others, more particularly the earlier ones, including opera and drama, excite and agitate one. Their rhythm is so uneven that as prose they are bewildering. Their dialectics is constantly interrupted, and their course is more retarded than accelerated by outbursts of feeling. A certain reluctance on the part of the writer seems to hang over them like a pall, just as though the artists were somewhat ashamed of speculative discussions. What the reader who is only imperfectly initiated will probably find most oppressive is the general tone of authoritative dignity, which is peculiar to Wagner, and which is very difficult to describe. It always strikes me as though Wagner were continually addressing enemies, for the style of all these tracts more resembles that of the spoken than of the written language. Hence they will seem much more intelligible if heard aloud in the presence of his enemies, with who he cannot be on familiar terms, and towards who he must therefore show some reserve and aloofness, the entrancing passion of his feelings. However, he constantly pierces this intentional disguise, and then the stilted and heavy periods, swollen with accessory words, vanish, and his pen dashes off sentences, and even whole pages, which belong to the best in German prose. But even admitting that, while he wrote such passages, he was addressing friends, and that the shadow of his enemies had been removed for a while, all the friends and enemies that Wagner, as a man of letters, has possess one factor in common, which differentiates them fundamentally from the people for whom he worked as an artist, owing to the refining and fruitless nature of their education. They are quite devoid of the essential traits of the national characters, and he who would appeal to them must speak in a way which is not of the people, that is to say, after the manner of our best prose writers, and Wagner himself. Though that he did violence to himself in writing thus is evident. But the strength of that almost maternal instinct of prudence in him, which is ready to make any sacrifice, rather tends to reinstall him among the scholars and men of learning, to whom as a creator he always longed to bid farewell. He submits to the language of culture and all the laws governing its use, though he was the first to recognize its profound insufficiency as a means of communication. For if there is anything that distinguishes his art from every other art of modern times, It is that it no longer speaks the language of any particular caste, and refuses to admit the distinctions literate and illiterate. It thus stands as a contrast to every culture of the Renaissance, which to this day still bathes us modern Enden in its light and shade, inasmuch as Wagner's art bears us. From time to time, beyond itself, we are unable to get a general view of its uniform character. We see Goethe and Leopardi as the last great stragglers of the Italian philologist poets, Faust as the incarnation of the most unpopular poet. In the form of a man of theory thirsting for life, even Goethe's song is an imitation of the song of the people rather than a standard set before them to which they are expected to attain. And the poet knew very well how truly he spoke when he seriously assured his adherents, "My compositions cannot become popular. He who hopes and strives to make them so is mistaken. That an art could arise which would be so clear and warm as to flood the base and the poor in spirit with its light, as well as to melt the haughtiness of the learned, such a phenomenon had to be experienced, though it could not be guessed. But even in the mind of him who experiences it today, it must upset all preconceived notions concerning education and culture. To such an one, the veil will seem to have been rent in twain that conceals a future in which no highest good or highest joys exist, that are not the common property of all. The odium attaching to the word common will then be abolished. If presentiment venture thus into the remote future, the discerning eye of all will recognize the dreadful social insanity of our present age, and will no longer blind itself to the dangers besetting an art which seems to have roots only in the remote and distant future, and which allows its burgeoning branches to spread before our gaze when it has not yet revealed the ground from which it draws its sap. How can we protect this homeless art through the ages until that remote future is reached? How can we so dam the flood of a revolution seemingly inevitable everywhere, that the blessed prospect and guarantee of a better future, of a freer human life, shall not also be washed away with all that is destined to perish and deserves to perish? He who asks himself this question shares Wagner's care. He will feel himself impelled with Wagner to seek those established powers that have the goodwill to protect the noblest passions of man during the period of earthquakes and upheavals. In this sense alone, Wagner questions the learned through his writings, whether they intend storing his legacy to them, the precious ring of his art, among their other treasures, and even the wonderful confidence which he reposes in the German mind. And the aims of German politics seems to me to arise from the fact that he grants the people of the Reformation that strength, mildness, and bravery which is necessary in order to divert the torrent of revolution into the tranquil riverbed of a calmly flowing stream of humanity. And I can almost believe that this, and only this, is what he meant to express by means of the symbol of his imperial march. As a rule, though, the generous impulses of the creative artist and the extent of his philanthropy are too great for his gaze to be confined within the limits of a single nation. His thoughts, like those of every good and great German, are more than German, and the language of his art does not appeal to particular races, but to mankind in general. But to the men of the future, this is the belief that is proper to him. This is his torment and his distinction. No artist, of what past soever, has yet received such a remarkable portion of genius. No one save him has ever been obliged to mix this bitterest of ingredients with the drink of nectar to which enthusiasm helped him. It is not, as one might expect, the misunderstood and mishandled artist, the fugitive of his age, who adopted this faith in self-defense. Success or failure at the hands of his contemporaries was unable either to create or to destroy it. Whether it glorified or reviled him, he did not belong to this generation. That was the conclusion to which his instincts led him. And the possibility of any generations ever belonging to him is something which he who disbelieves in Wagner can never be made to admit. But even this unbeliever may at least ask what kind of generation it will be in which Wagner will recognize his people, and in which he will see the type of all those who suffer a common distress, and who wish to escape from it by means of an art common to them. Schiller was certainly more hopeful and sanguine. He did not ask what a future must be like if the instinct of the artist that predicts it prove true. High command to every artist was rather soar aloft in daring flight out of sight of thine own years. In thy mirror, gleaming bright glimpse of distant dawn appears. Section 11. May blessed reason preserve us from ever thinking that mankind will at any time discover a final and ideal order of things, and that happiness will then and ever after beam down upon us uniformly, like the rays of the sun in the tropics. Wagner has nothing to do with such a hope. He is no utopian. If he was unable to dispense with the belief in a future, it only meant that he observed certain properties in modern men which he did not hold to be essential to their nature, and which did not seem to him to form any necessary part of their constitution, in fact, which were changeable and transient, and that precisely owing to these properties art would find no home among them, and he himself had to be the precursor and prophet of another epoch. No golden age, no cloudless sky will fall to the portion of those future generations which his instinct led him to expect, and whose approximate characteristics may be gleaned from the cryptic characters of his art, insofar as it is possible to draw conclusions concerning the nature of any pain from the kind of relief it seeks. Nor will superhuman goodness and justice stretch like an everlasting rainbow over this future land, but like this coming generation will, on the whole, seem more evil than the present one, for in good as in evil it will be more straightforward. It is even possible, if its soul were ever able to speak out in full and unembarrassed tones, that it might convulse and terrify us, as though the voice of some hitherto concealed and evil spirit had suddenly cried out in our midst. Or how do the following propositions strike our ears? That passion is better than stoicism or hypocrisy. That straightforwardness, even in evil, is better than losing oneself in trying to observe traditional morality. That the free man is just as able to be good as evil, but that the unemancipated man is a disgrace to nature and has no share in heavenly or earthly bliss. Finally, that all who wish to be free must become so through themselves, and that freedom falls to nobody's lot as a gift from heaven. However harsh and strange these propositions may sound, they are nevertheless reverberations from that future world, which is verily high need of Artine, and which expects genuine pleasure from its presence. They are the language of nature reinstated even in mankind. They stand for what I have already termed correct feeling, as opposed to the incorrect feeling that reigns today. But real relief or salvation exists only for nature, not for that which is contrary to nature or which arises out of incorrect feeling. When all that unnatural becomes self-conscious, it desires but onge thing, non-entity. The natural thing, on the other hand, yearns to be transfigured through love. T.J. Former would fain not be, the latter would fain cheerwise. Let him who has understood this recall, in the stillness of his soul, the simple themes of Wagner's art, in order to be able to ask himself whether it were nature or nature's opposite, which sought by means of them to achieve the aims just described. The desperate vagabond finds deliverance from his distress in the compassionate love of a woman who would rather die than be unfaithful to him. The theme of the Flying Dutchman. The sweetheart, renouncing all personal happiness, owing to a divine transformation of love into charity, becomes a saint and saves the soul of her loved one. The theme of Tannhäuser. The sublimest and highest thing descends a suppliant among men, and will not be questioned whence it came. When, however, the fatal question is put, it sorrowfully returns to its higher life. The loving soul of a wife, and the people besides joyfully welcome the new benevolent genius, although the retainers of tradition and custom reject and revile him. The theme of the Meistersingers do not know they are loved, who believe rather that they are deeply wounded and contemned. Each demands of the other that he or she should drink a cup of deadly poison, to all intents and purposes as an expiation of the insult. As the result of an impulse which neither of them understands, through death they wish to escape all possibility of separation or deceit. The supposed approach of death loosens their fettered souls and allows them a short moment of thrilling happiness, just as though they had actually escaped from the present, from illusions and from life. The theme of Tristan and Isolde. In the Ring of the Nibelung, the tragic hero is a god whose heart yearns for power, and who, since he travels along all roads in search of it, finally binds himself to too many undertakings, loses his freedom. and is ultimately cursed by the curse inseparable from power. He becomes aware of his loss of freedom owing to the fact that he no longer has the means to take possession of the golden ring, that symbol of all earthly power, and also of the greatest dangers to himself as long as it lies in the hands of his enemies. The fear of the end and the twilight of all gods overcomes him, as also the despair of being able only to await the end without opposing it. He is in need of the free and fearless man who, without his advice or assistance, even in a struggle against gods, can accomplish single-handed what is denied to the powers of a god. He fails to see him, and just as a new hope finds shape within him, he must obey the conditions to which he is bound. With his own hand he must murder the thing he most loves, and purest pity must be punished by his sorrow. Then he begins to loathe power which bears evil and bondage in its lap. His will is broken, and he himself begins to hanker for the end that threatens him from afar off. At this juncture, something happens which had long been the subject of high, most ardent desire. The free and fearless Mai appears. He rises in opposition to everything accepted and established. His parents atone for having been united by a tie which was antagonistic to the order of nature and usage. They perish, but Siegfried survives. And at the sight of his magnificent development and bloom, loathing leaves Wotan's soul, and he follows the hero's history with the eye of fatherly love and anxiety. How he forges his sword, kills the dragon, gets possession of the ring, escapes the craftiest ruse, awakens Brunhilde. How the curse abiding in the ring gradually overtakes him. How faithful in faithfulness, he wounds the thing he most loves out of love, becomes enveloped in the shadow and cloud of guilt, and, rising out of it, more brilliantly than the sun, ultimately goes down, firing the whole heavens with his burning glow, and purging the world of the curse. All this is seen by the god whose sovereign spear was broken in the contest with the freest man, and who lost his power through him, rejoicing greatly over his own defeat, full of sympathy for the triumph and pain of his victor. His eye, burning with aching joy, looks back upon the last events. He has become free through love, free from himself. And now ask yourselves, ye generation of today, was all this composed for you? Have ye the courage to point up to the stars of the whole of this heavenly dome of beauty and goodness, and to say, this is our life that Wagner has transferred to a place beneath the stars? Where are the men among you who are able to interpret the divine image of Wotan in the light of their own lives, and who can become ever greater while, like him, you retreat? Who among you would renounce power, knowing and having learned that power is evil? Where are they who, like Brunhilde, abandon their knowledge to love, and finally rob their lives of the highest wisdom, afflicted love, deepest sorrow? Open my eyes. And where are the free and fearless developing and blossoming in innocent egoism? And where are the Siegfrieds among you? He who questions thus and does so in vain will find himself compelled to look around him for signs of the future. And should his eye, on reaching an unknown distance, be just that people which his own generation can read out of the signs contained in Wagnerian art, he will then also understand what Wagner will mean to this people, something that he cannot be to all of us, namely not that prophet of the future, as perhaps he would fail appear to us, but the interpreter and clarifier o'er the past.